Good evening. My name is Stephanie Cole. I'm the interim chair of the history department and a co-organizer, along with Sam Haynes, who's in the back of the room, of this year's Webb lectures. In 1966, both the UTA history department and professional football owners had a good idea, and the result is this lecture series and the Super Bowl, both in our 57th year. Tonight's event for the Webb Lecture Series brings together three individuals with an expertise in this field, and you're going to meet them in just a minute. But before you do, I want to tell you about two other additional aspects of the program this year. You will find near the cookies, or if you ask the woman in the flowery shirt over there, you can get a copy of what our agenda is for tomorrow. Just briefly, Melissa Homestead, see who these people are, is going to speak on how Willa Cather was remembered in Nebraska in the 1950s. Greg Smithers is going to address Two-Spirit people and their experience in the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Chris Klein Hernandez here is going to present on queer life in the borderlands, and Alyssa Ford back here is going to tell us about the gay rodeo, the history of the gay rodeo. In addition, I wanted you to know to take advantage of these two placards over here, which tell you a little bit about the LGBTQ plus collection of Tarrant County, which is a new collection in special collections. And so you can read a little bit about what's there. Part of this collection exists because of Todd Camp, who is the moderator in tonight's event. And you can find special collections on the 6th floor of the Central Library. Any of us from the history department would be happy to show you where that is. So I hope to see some of you all tomorrow as well. For now, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, David Lefevre.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's my privilege to introduce the moderator for the square table discussion that we'll be having this evening. I first met Todd where you meet most good people, in a bar. And since then, we've had several adventures together. Todd's been with me to Cuba a couple of times where I conduct my research, and we've taken some Texans down there for their first time out of the country. So it was sort of an interesting introduction to the rest of the world. Todd Kemp's journalism career spans more than 2 decades, including 18 years at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He left there under interesting circumstances that maybe he'll expand upon. His writing was first recognized when he received a Katie Award for his newspaper column, Confessions of a Gay Eagle Scout. Outside of his journalistic endeavors, Camp has written and illustrated 3 graphic novels and 7 long-running comic strips, including several for local and statewide LGBTQ+ publications. In 1998, he co-founded Q Cinema, Fort Worth's Gay and Lesbian International Film Festival, for which he served as artistic director for 14 years. In 2010, he was the first to be named the LGBT Person of the Year by the Dallas Voice for his efforts after the raid of the Rainbow Lounge, and he served as Grand Marshal for Fort Worth's 30th Gay Pride Parade. In 2022, he was awarded the Randolph B. Mike Campbell Award by the Texas State Historical Association for Best New Entry into the Handbook of Texas for his chapter Fort Worth LGBTQ Community. He's currently the founder and director of Yesterqueer, the Fort Worth Gay History Project, and the monthly host of the Gay History Happy Hour at Liberty Lounge in the south side of Fort Worth. He's also currently working on 2 book projects, one which details the more than 120-year history of his Fort Worth neighborhood, the Chase Court, and another on the history of the Tarrant County LGBTQA+ community. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Camp.
Thank you very much for that introduction, David. It is truly an honor to be here moderating the opening panel for the 57th annual Walter Prescott Webb Lecture Series. I'm used to talking about history over cocktails in a little bar on Fort Worth South Side, so this is kind of a step up for me. But I'm delighted that none of our guests are likely to be interrupted by a noisy ice machine. So we do have that going for us. Unfortunately, we don't have cocktails. but we'll make the best of it. I'll get us started by introducing our esteemed panelists. On my far right, Jennifer Holland is the L.R. Brammer Jr. Presidential Professor of History at the University of Oklahoma, specializing in histories of gender and sexuality, the American West, and 20th century U.S. politics. She's the author of Tiny U, A Western History of the Anti-Abortion Movement, which received 4 prestigious book prizes. Her next project is entitled Straightening Out, A History of Anti-Queer Politics in Rural America. It examines battles around queer rights and sexuality in the rural American West between the 1970s and the 2000s. I'll be looking forward to that one. She's received her PhD from the University of Wisconsin and her MA from Utah State University. Recently, her research has been featured in outlets such as PBS NewsHour, CBS News, NPR, The New York Times, The Washington Post, The Guardian, and the Associated Press. And to my immediate right, Wesley G. Phelps is an associate professor of history and director of undergraduate studies at the University of North Texas in Denton, where he teaches courses on recent U.S. history and queer history. He received his PhD in history from Rice University in 2010 and taught for 8 years at Sam Houston State University in Huntsville before joining the history department at UNT in 2019. His research focuses on how democracy operates at the grassroots level and how marginalized groups of people have struggled to participate in the democratic experiment. His first book, A People's War on Poverty, Urban Politics and Grassroots Activists in Houston, was published by the University of Georgia Press in 2014. And his new book, titled Before Lawrence v. Texas, The Making of a Queer Social Movement, was just published by the University of Texas Press in February. He's currently producing a 10-episode podcast series titled Queering the Lone Star State, which will chronicle landmark legal cases in the struggle for queer equality in Texas. The series is scheduled to be released during Pride Month this June, and I was honored to be one of his guests, so I talked him into being one of mine. That's how it works. Quid pro quo. I'd like to say welcome to you both. I think we're going to start with some remarks from each of you before moving on to questions. So, Jennifer, why don't we begin with you?
Thanks so much for having me. I'm brand new on this new project about anti-queer activism. And I guess you can get the conservatives out of the way, right? And then we can move on to the stuff, the better, uplifting history. But I thought that because I just finished this book on the anti-abortion movement, I've been talking a lot about it, as you can imagine, and then I'm starting this new project. I thought that I'd use today to sort of just talk a little bit about what I see as sort of the links between anti-abortion and anti-queer movements, very peripherally, for 10 minutes, a snapshot, and what it might, what that might do for us in terms of thinking about Western history. So sort of one of the things I think that unites these two issues is, of course, the social conservatives who make them their cause, right? Beginning in the 70s is when you have social conservatives begin to sideline traditional moral concerns like divorce or adultery, even pornography to a certain extent. And they focus intently and myopically on these two issues, right? Abortion and homosexuality, and I think queerness more broadly as time goes on. And I think both anti-queer and anti-abortion movements have been largely underexplored in Western history, that you have Barry Goldwater's libertarianism or suburban racial politics that have been our primary explanations for conservative turns in Western politics. But I actually think that it's these kind of socially conservative movements with white religious people as their primary activists that help explain, I think, especially Western politics in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. So I want to talk about what these two movements have in common and I think why they matter. So both these movements galvanize at least some religious white people, enough religious white people to start swaying elections, right, by the 80s and 90s. That both of these issues come to signify some kind of collapse in society. And I think a lot of people have seen that both these movements do that, and they assume that maybe they work in common, but I think few people have sort of analyzed them together and thought about them together. There are a lot of concrete examples, actually, of the ways in which they overlap. So, for example, the first anti-gay referendum in the country was not Anita Bryant in Dade County in 1977. It was, in fact, in 1974 in Boulder, Colorado. In 1974, that year, anti-gay forces in Boulder organized a referendum on a proposed gay anti-discrimination statute. They did the referendum, and then they organized a recall of two city council members, including Boulder's first and only Black mayor. And that very first anti-gay referendum campaign was led by anti-abortion activists in Boulder. They had mobilized just a few years before to try to stop Boulder from setting up their first abortion clinic. So the first anti-gay activists, at least in Boulder, were not these sort of an evangelical orange juice, prom queen, but Catholic activists, right, who were already working in anti-abortion activism and pulling from that movement. And so I think Anita Bryant really can't stand in for 40 years of activism. And perhaps neither is she emblematic of the kind of grassroots activists who work on the ground as gay rights pops up over and over again, right, in various places across the West and across the country. So when I first looked at the sort of anti-queer activism, at first it seemed like anti-gay activists and anti-abortion activists were doing very different things. But actually, over time in the archives, I realized the ways in which their kinds of rhetoric were working together. So on the surface of things, it seemed like anti-abortion activists over 50 years were desperately trying to get people to acknowledge or recognize fetuses as having rights, right? That's like sort of the basic. And they're trying to get people to do that by seeing fetal bodies, right? That's sort of the connection. Alternatively, anti-gay activists were desperate to try to dehumanize or allow the denial of rights to a group of living people, right? Born people, and they too were using the body to do that work, right? They were sort of talking a lot about the queer body, its supposed deficiencies, excesses, quote unquote perversions, to try to allow denials of rights. So at first they seemed at odds, but then I realized they were in fact working together, these types of rhetoric. So anti-abortion activists usually claimed they were defending all life by campaigning against abortion, but very quickly those claims slipped to say that fetuses were special kinds of victims, innocent in a way that no born person could be. And these comparisons became most onerous when they'd say, well, at least enslaved people or Holocaust victims could do something, unlike fetuses. And moreover, this like sort of pure innocent fetal life was a product of God-given heterosexuality and uninterrupted reproduction for social conservatives. And abortion showed that society had corrupted these processes. Alternatively, anti-gay movements tried to get their audience to see queer bodies as damaged and damaging. And of course, that damage was not supposed to be inborn, right? It was choices, behaviors. Those were like the main arguments of anti-queer movements for many years. And because of these choices, social conservatives claims gay people were more likely to get and spread illness, of course, turn their desire towards children, that long-standing claim, and a whole host of other arguments, right? They were more likely to be serial killers. If you go back to the 80s, you'd be amazed about how frequently anti-queer activists are like, they're more likely to murder people, right? And these claims really paralleled centuries-old narratives about devolution that motivated people like old moralists like Anthony Comstock, who's come back in the news. But, a century ago, people claimed that sexuality outside of very strict boundaries would become contagious, right? Hard to contain, always escalating toward greater deviations. And modern anti-queer activists embrace this kind of logic fully. So you have anti-abortion activists using these modern notions of human rights abuses and anti-gay rhetoric drawing on older framings of degradation, but they were really two sides of the same coin, right? Fetal bodies did not demand rights for all, but the right to protect and promote heterosexuality and uninterrupted reproduction. And queer bodies in their vision showed sort of the gendered, sexual, and moral slippery slope that was possible when the state did not protect heterosexuality and uninterrupted reproduction at the expense of all others, right? So I think that rhetorically these work together, and they allow for movements that seem potentially at odds around rights to actually work in tandem frequently. Now, one thing I think that did separate these two movements until very recently was where the fight was waged. So after Roe versus Wade, anti-abortion activists, of course, waged their war for hearts and minds on the everyday level, as my book talks about. But politically, they had to keep their eye at the federal level, and especially the Supreme Court, right? Because Roe protected the certain baseline of rights on abortion rights in every state. But there was no equivalent for gay rights in the 20th century, right? The federal government simply did not protect queer rights. So anti-gay and anti-queer battles were fought most intensely on local and state levels. And so people across the country had to debate, right? Would their city, would their state protect queer people? Or would it cement their discrimination into new law? And here, I think the West comes in again, because the West's progressive era past mattered, because it gave conservatives in Western states the tools of initiative, referendum, and recall to do that work, to keep putting gay rights to majority votes, right, across especially Western states who had these tools. So I think also in those battles on state and local levels, what you see happening over these years is queer rights comes to a way to separate out different Wests. And so when queer people were visible and their rights were protected, conservatives often narrated this as a product of Californian influence, right? Either Hollywood or San Francisco. That those places, even if they were in a place like Wyoming, were now somehow foreign because they were connected through queer people somehow to California. And so battles over queerness became ways to make certain people who had lived in states their whole lives and certain places feel foreign in many, I think, especially states off the coast. And these were not just major urban areas. These were tourist towns and often college towns who became somehow cosmopolitan, no matter their size, because they began to protect queer people. So I think that all of this gets mushed around again in the 21st century when you have Lawrence v. Texas and Obergefell start to protect queer people at federal levels, at least some of their rights. And now with Dobbs, abortion rights are no longer protected. So I think that we, in some ways, see the ways in which anti-abortion activists are going to draw on the strategies of anti-queer people as they've been developing these attempts to halt rights at state levels. And of course, with anti-trans legislation, we see anew social conservatives drawing very clearly on anti-abortion strategies to sort of try to cut out, right, medical help and medical affirmation, right, for a variety of people. So I guess I want to end there, and I'll turn it over to Wesley.
Thanks. Yeah, you got me thinking about a lot now, so I may go off script here a little bit, but especially this idea of the West being this place of like recall and referendum. I think about the Briggs Initiative in California, but you know, a lot of times in Texas, queer rights have been put up for a vote. In Houston, for example, in the 1980s, there was a equal rights ordinance that was proposed, and it was approved by the city council and then later overturned by a public referendum. The same thing happened again in 2015 with the HERO Act. So I'm thinking more about that as I'm talking up here. I originally wanted to talk a little bit about Lawrence v. Texas. So Jennifer had mentioned this Supreme Court case from 2003 that finally overturned Texas's sodomy law and laws like it in 13 additional states. And Texas's law was specifically targeted at gay and lesbian people. It made oral and anal sex illegal only if engaged in by two people of the same sex. A previous iteration of that law had outlawed oral and anal sex for everyone. Single people, married people, opposite sex partners, same sex partners. It was illegal in the state of Texas to engage in that for everyone from 1860 until 1974. In 1974, the legislature targeted the sodomy law directly at gays and lesbians. So when that law was found unconstitutional in 2003 in the Supreme Court's Lawrence v. Texas decision, this was a huge moment in the movement for queer equality. It laid the foundation for virtually all of the advances in queer rights that we can think of since 2003. If you think about things like the congressional repeal of the military policy of don't ask, don't tell in 2010, or the Supreme Court's partial nullification of the Defense of Marriage Act in 2013 in U.S. v. Windsor, the Supreme Court's marriage equality ruling in Obergefell v. Hodges in 2015, the Supreme Court's extension of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act to protect gay, lesbian, and transgender workers in 2020 in Bostock v. Clayton County, the wave of victories at the state and local and municipal and county levels that have happened all across the country since 2003, it really seems inconceivable that those would be possible in the absence of Lawrence v. Texas. Because as long as queer people's romantic relationships were criminalized, gay and lesbian people wore that stigma of criminality wherever they went. And it seems inconceivable that further rights would be recognized for queer people had their sexual lives still been criminalized. So Lawrence v. Texas is monumental in the history of the movement for queer rights in Texas and in the nation. And so the question for me was, did anything come before Lawrence? As I was embarking on this research project that culminated in my book that came out last February and in the podcast series I'm working on now, that was the overarching question for me. What came before Lawrence? I mean, was Lawrence v. Texas the first time someone challenged the constitutionality of the Texas homosexual conduct law, as it was known as? Or were there cases that came before it that helped pave the way and lay the groundwork for Lawrence? Well, that's what I found, that the answer was, of course, yes. There were more than a dozen cases in Texas that came before Lawrence that helped lay the groundwork for that eventual victory. I discovered that, in fact, it was those earlier cases that made Lawrence v. Texas possible. So if Lawrence v. Texas is responsible for the string of victories we've seen in the movement for queer equality since 2003, it was these predecessor cases that made Lawrence v. Texas possible, and we should pay an equal amount of attention to those. So I'll mention a couple, and I'll say from the outset that the constitutional right to privacy has been at the very center of challenges to state sodomy laws, especially here in Texas. And so Jennifer is sort of uncovering this link in anti-abortion and anti-queer activism and how these are kind of coming from the same sources. I'm coming at it from the other angle. I'm seeing that abortion rights proponents and gay rights proponents are often using the same constitutional playbook as well, depending on the right to privacy. The first significant constitutional challenge to the Texas sodomy law came in 1970. It's a case known as Buchanan v. Batchelor and Wade, and that Wade is Dallas County District Attorney Henry Wade, the same Wade from Roe v. Wade. In 1969, Alvin Buchanan was arrested twice in public or quasi-public places for engaging in sex with another man, once in a public restroom at Reverchon Park in Dallas, the other time at a downtown Sears department store. He was charged with violating what was then called Article 524, which criminalized oral and anal sex between anyone, same sex, opposite sex, married, unmarried. He was charged with engaging in oral sex with another man in these places. He got an attorney, a guy named Henry McCluskey, recently graduated from Baylor University Law School. And McCluskey came up with a constitutional argument about the sodomy law, saying that it violated the constitutional right to privacy. The problem with making that argument, of course, was that Alvin Buchanan had been arrested in public or quasi-public places. So to make this constitutional argument a little stronger, he brought on a married couple, Michael and Janet Gibson, as co-plaintiffs in the case. Michael and Janet Gibson admitted that in the privacy of their homes, they engaged in the conduct that was made illegal by the legislature, and they feared prosecution for that. They argued their case before Judge Sarah T. Hughes, the same district judge who made the first ruling in Roe v. Wade, and argued that the constitutional right to privacy that had been established in Griswold v. Connecticut, which is about access to birth control, in Eisenstadt v. Baird, which extended that privacy right to non-married couples, that this right to privacy that the Supreme Court had recognized also applied to gays and lesbians, not in the sense of their private spaces, but in the sense that gay and lesbian people should have the right to make decisions about their private sexual lives without governmental interference. Sarah T. Hughes bought this argument for the married couple, right? Not for Alvin Buchanan, didn't work out so well for him, but for the married couple, Judge Hughes said, yes, this is a violation of the privacy right. That was appealed to the Fifth Circuit Court of New Orleans, and as the Fifth Circuit often does with these kinds of cases, they overturned it, reinstated. This went up to the Supreme Court. Henry Wade was determined to protect this law, threatened to go to the Supreme Court. It didn't quite get that far. Nonetheless, despite the fact that this was a failed case, ultimately, it's helping to establish that constitutional precedent of applying the right to privacy to gay and lesbian individuals. So in 1979, when another case was filed against the homosexual conduct law, which the legislature had passed in 1973, Don Baker was the plaintiff in that case. That case was known as Baker v. Wade. Again, Henry Wade, Dallas County District Attorney. Don Baker had never been arrested for violating the homosexual conduct law, but he argued that the law itself placed him in a category with other criminals that made it difficult for him to conduct other areas of his life. For example, if you wanted to practice law in the state of Texas, if you wanted to practice medicine, if you wanted to be a hairdresser in the state of Texas, you had to have a license from the state. And as part of getting that license, you had to sign an affidavit saying you upheld all of the laws of the state of Texas. Meaning if you were a gay or lesbian individual who engaged in the prohibited conduct, you either had to forget about it and get a job that didn't require a license, or you had to perjure yourself to get that position. Police departments didn't hire gay or lesbian individuals because they openly violated the law in their private lives. So Don Baker made this argument that it's not just about police arresting people in the privacy of their homes, because they generally weren't doing that anyway, although they did in Lawrence v. Texas, but never mind that. Generally, police were not bursting down the doors of people to arrest them in their bedrooms, but this law provided a legal justification for a range of discrimination against queer Texans. Once again, in Baker v. Wade, they met some initial success. In federal district court in 1982, Judge Jerry Buckmeyer, who was a Jimmy Carter appointee, agreed with Baker and found that the homosexual conduct law in Texas violated a constitutional right to privacy. He also interestingly found that it violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. That again went to the Fifth Circuit Court in New Orleans, and the Fifth Circuit once again overturned it, reinstating the homosexual conduct law. There are a couple of other cases in the late 80s and early 90s where plaintiffs tried to make a case that the law violated the state constitution, that the state constitution actually provided more protections for privacy than the federal constitution did. Not only that, but the state of Texas had added an equal rights amendment to its constitution. So they made the argument that the homosexual conduct law was a violation of the equal rights movement, because if you were a man, you could legally engage in oral or anal sex with a woman. But if you were a woman, you could not legally engage in oral or anal sex with a woman. And so for that reason, they said it violated the Equal Rights Amendment of the Texas state constitution. That again met some success. At a state district court, they got a favorable ruling. At the appellate court, they got a favorable ruling. This case, by the way, is known as Morales v. Texas. When it got to the Texas State Supreme Court, Justice John Cornyn ruled in a 5-4 ruling that he didn't say anything about privacy or equal protection or gay sex or anything. He said the plaintiffs had filed their case in the wrong court, that you can't challenge the constitutionality of a criminal statute in a civil court. If you want to challenge the constitutionality of this law, you need to find someone who's been arrested, charged with it, and then you can go through the criminal court system. Well, that's what happened when John Lawrence and Tyrone Garner were arrested in 1998 for allegedly having sex with each other. Now, all the evidence indicates they probably were not having sex on the night that they were arrested. But nonetheless, they were charged with violating the homosexual conduct law. And attorneys, activists in the Houston area decided once again to pursue this case in federal court. They filed a federal lawsuit saying that the law violated the privacy and equal protections of the U.S. Constitution. This made it up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And in June 2003, Justice Anthony Kennedy finally struck down the Texas homosexual conduct law and laws like it in 13 other states. However, the only justification for doing that was based on privacy. They didn't buy the equal protection argument, although Justice Sandra Day O'Connor did, and I can talk later about why that is, why her ruling in that case is interesting. But the majority opinion in Lawrence only based that decision on privacy, meaning that this recent Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade is indeed a threat to the rights of queer Americans. And Justice Clarence Thomas has made it very clear that Lawrence v. Texas is one of the cases he thinks needs to be relitigated in light of the Dobbs decision. And if that happens, and if the Supreme Court reverses their decision in Lawrence, states like Texas, which, by the way, the homosexual conduct law is still on the books here in Texas, our Attorney General has said he's ready to start enforcing that law the minute the Supreme Court overturns Lawrence v. Texas. That means that every single advance in the movement for queer equality since then is also in danger. So I think we need to think about that. So I'll stop there. I look forward to our conversation.
All righty. Thank you both for some fascinating stuff there. And I think we will, I'll do a few questions and then we will throw it open to the crowd. So I think you guys can use this. So Wesley touched on some things there that I want to get into in a minute, but before we go down a dark rabbit hole, I'm going to throw you a couple of softballs here. So this question is for those who want to look a little bit behind the curtain. Can you each explain how and why you were first attracted to these topics, the subject matter, and how you sustained your interest through the long process of research and writing your various books?
Well, I think that the answer is a little different for this new project I'm engaging in, so I'll really talk about that. There's personal and professional motivations. You know, I was trained by historians of gender and sexuality, but especially ones that were interested in queerness. And I teach queer history at the University of Oklahoma, and I think that sort of teaching queer history in a deep red state, you know, I always loved the field, but it has made it the most meaningful class I teach, right, is queer history. Those students, like, they've never heard of a queer person in a history class before they come to my classes. You know, it's low-key banned in Oklahoma, K through 12 schools. So, you know, I sort of wanted to try to give something back, even if it's like this very, like, sort of awful story, but I wanted to sort of be a part of the conversation, the field that was sustaining these students. And I guess personally, I was drawn to it, and it's partly because I have a trans parent who is still in the closet, so don't tweet this. But you know, and I grew up in a small town, and so I'm sort of I'm sort of writing this for my parent too, to try to honor that life. So yeah, those are sort of what, and I think that motivates me. And actually being in archives, reading like the amazing queer archives that people have put together is so sustaining. Even though, my book is largely about conservatives, but I spend a lot of time with queer Westerners, and it's actually much easier so far than my last book.
Yeah, I think, so broadly, I'm interested in how American democracy works, and especially how people on the margins have to struggle to get a seat at the table of American democracy and have their voices heard. And I think that's what drives all of my work, and certainly that's what drives the work that I'm doing now. I lived in Houston from 2005 to 2019, and while I was there, the Hero debacle occurred. So this was the Houston Equal Rights Ordinance that would have simply guaranteed equal treatment for LGBTQ people in Houston, just adding a couple of categories to protected classes and employment in Houston. This quickly got dubbed the bathroom bill, right? As it does in a lot of places. This is going to mean sexual predators entering women's restrooms, and we're not going to be able to do anything about it, right? And I was interested in that, and I was interested in whether or not this had happened before, and I discovered that it had. Almost the exact same story had played out in 1984 and 1985, even with some of the same individuals coming up again in 2015 to try to defeat the Houston Equal Rights Ordinance, and with similar results. So I wrote an article about that, and the question I had at the time was, why choose that time? Why 1984, 1985? Why did this seem like the moment when queer activists in Houston could get something like an equal rights ordinance passed by the Houston City Council? And I was talking to the Houston activist Ray Hill, and he told me it was because queer people were legal during those years. And at the time, I wasn't even really sure what he was talking about. And that's when he told me about a case called Baker versus Wade, that the homosexual conduct law had been declared unconstitutional by a federal district judge in 1982, and it wasn't reinstated until 1985. And gay and lesbian people thought that this was the moment they could really push for more rights. So I found that there was a record, there were some records from the Baker v. Wade trial at the Briscoe Center at UT Austin. And so I thought, well, I'll just go down there and I'll get a little bit of information and I'll put a paragraph or two in this article about this case. And what I discovered there were thousands of pages of documents, not only about Baker v. Wade, but about all of these other cases that had been filed on behalf of this organization called the Texas Human Rights Foundation. And I thought, there's a book here. And then I read Dale Carpenter's book, Flagrant Conduct, which is one of the best books I've ever read. And I was intrigued by two things. It's a book about Lawrence v. Texas. And he's a law professor at SMU. And I was intrigued by two things. One, the brilliant way that Dale writes about the real people behind Lawrence v. Texas. But two, he never mentioned a single case that came before Lawrence. And this isn't really a fault of the book. It's just a reality of the projects that we write about. It wasn't in the scope of his book to write about predecessor cases, but I was really intrigued. And that raised the question for me, what about earlier cases? Do these earlier cases in Texas that I've discovered in the archive have anything to do with this ultimate success in Lawrence v. Texas? And the answer was yes. And that's where the book came from. And I think what kept me engaged in this project were the real people that I was writing about. And it became very clear, I'm trained as a social historian, right? I was trained by Mike Campbell and John Bowles. I mean, I like to get my hands dirty in the sources, as Mike Campbell used to say. And I wanted to combine that social history training with a legal history. I wanted to tell the social history of the law. And so that's what I tried to do. And so people like Don Baker, who was the plaintiff in Baker v. Wade, people like Mort Schwab, who founded the Texas Human Rights Foundation, people like Linda Morales, who was the plaintiff in Morales v. Texas, Micah England, who sued the Dallas Police Department when they refused to hire her as a police officer because she was a lesbian. I wanted to tell their stories, and I wanted to bring that social history perspective to this legal history. So that's really what kept me going, is writing about real people that I could identify with in the past.
Excellent. So this is something that's interesting to me as someone who runs an LGBTQ plus history organization. And it's a question that I've been asked in various forms. So I'm curious to get your take so that I can hopefully steal your answers if they're better than mine. And that is, why do you think it's important to get historical perspectives and analysis on the topic of LGBTQ rights? This is a three-parter. So, and why do you think that historical research tells us that we might not otherwise know? And how critical has it been in the development of your own arguments? I'll repeat them if you want me to. It's a lot.
I think that this is the answer I give. It's sort of similar for abortion history too, is there are so many political claims made by conservatives are about how there is not a history of, right? Or they're using really history claims, right? Queer people are not there, or abortion did not happen. It was always, right? There are these like real bold historical claims at the heart of political claims. And so I think that, queer history to me is just the many people in this room and all beyond who have like done this incredible deep work of both collecting and then writing about queer people to sort of confront that clear falsehood, right? And then I get to bring it to people who have been told over and over again, you have no history. There are no people here. You are alone. And there's such an amazing sort of, I think the history gives this incredible gift to people who feel like they don't have a past. And so I think that, I think that's true in all sorts of histories, but I can see it very clearly with queer history, and especially with people who have sort of been cut off from knowledge of that past.
Yeah, so one thing I try to impart to my students that I teach queer history at UNT, like Jennifer does at Oklahoma, and one of the things I really try to convey to them is that progress is not linear, that there's nothing inevitable about what we talk about in history. That any kind of thing, anything we would consider to be an advance in queer equality, it takes time and commitment and sacrifice and money and dedication, and it doesn't just come out of nowhere. And especially with something like Lawrence v. Texas, I'm really trying to convince people this case did not just come out of nowhere. It's not just like these two guys were arrested in 1998 and the state of Texas, yeah, this is kind of a silly law we have on the books. I mean, these things don't just happen that way. They take decades of grassroots organizing and mobilizing, and it takes people willing to step up to fight for them. So I think that's one lesson I think we learn from history, is that progress is not inevitable. I also think we learned that the Constitution is only a living document if ordinary people breathe life into it. This is not an original idea with me. Many legal theorists have argued this, but we sort of think about constitutional change coming from on high when the 9 robed justices pontificate on the Constitution. That's where constitutional change comes from. But actually it comes from below. It comes from grassroots activists who are willing to use the court system to bring about change. And I think this also helps us chart a way forward by looking at this history. It helps us understand what we've been through. It helps us understand similar changes in the past. And those experiences hold lessons for today and for the future.
Yeah, expanding on that, that's something that particularly resonated with me because I do these happy hours once a month, and the crowd varies from, it's predominantly gay and queer, but we do have straight people that come. We have a wide variety of ages. And, we've covered a number of topics over the 2 years that we've been doing it. And the thing that I've noticed that I've been particularly found rewarding is when we have younger people who come and they hear stories about things that happened in our immediate past. We're not talking about ancient history. We're talking about the 1960s and 70s, which I realize some of you are going, oh, that is ancient history. But there are people that are still alive that were alive in those days. So when we tell stories about, how there used to be a bar in the north side of Fort Worth, and they had a little slit in the door that the doorman would look out, and if the police pulled up, he would flash the lights and all the men would grab a lesbian and dance with them so they wouldn't be arrested. The look of shock on some of the young people's faces in the room is palpable. And I'm like, yeah, kids, that really happened. Happened to that guy right over there. He was there that night. So, but the thing that's also important, I think, that you touched on at the end is, we are in a downward spiral again. I mean, we are seeing some really awful things happening to the LGBTQ plus community, and being armed with a little information about how we fought this in the past, because we're seeing the exact same things happening again, might help us to face these future battles that are going to definitely be coming down the road. Speaking of which, let's get a little bit dark. I attended a Queer History South conference in Dallas last year, and Wesley was one of the speakers at that, and I think I asked a question and hoping for like a very positive answer, and I did not get it. So here we go again. You mentioned Justice Clarence Thomas wrote in the Dobbs decision that the court, I quote, should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell. So can you help us understand what that meant, and what potential impact this might have on LGBTQ rights?
Okay, so I'm going to get in the weeds just for a second here, because I think it's important for understanding Clarence Thomas and what possibly could happen with queer rights moving forward after Dobbs. So Clarence Thomas doesn't believe the Constitution grants substantive due process rights that are not explicitly stated in the text of the Constitution. So, there are two kinds of due process rights, right? There are procedural due process rights, which means the process used to convict defendants of crimes. It means that when you're arrested for a crime, you have to be formally charged. To everybody, you remember the writ of habeas corpus from your political science, from your government class, right? You have to be officially charged with the crime. You get a choice of a trial by jury. All of those things are procedural due process rights that are guaranteed to us through the Constitution. But there's another kind of due process right called a substantive due process right. And that is the principle that allows courts to prevent government interference with things that are known as fundamental rights. So a great example of a fundamental right in the Constitution is the right to privacy. Nowhere in the text of the Constitution does it talk about the right to privacy. The right to privacy is a fundamental right because it's rooted in several amendments, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, 14th. I mean, there are several amendments that when taken together constitute a right to privacy according to judicial precedent. And courts have the right to intervene if the government ever tries to interfere with those rights, if they ever try to interfere with those fundamental rights. So Clarence Thomas disagrees that those exist. He doesn't think those substantive due process rights like privacy really exist because they're not stated explicitly in the Constitution. People call him an originalist. He's a textualist. If it's not in the text of the Constitution, then it doesn't exist. So Griswold and Lawrence are both based on the right to privacy, as was Roe v. Wade, this fundamental right to privacy. And again, for Clarence Thomas, that's why these cases need to be revisited, because if the Constitution doesn't really convey a right to privacy, then we've got to revisit all of the cases that are built on the right to privacy. Obergefell is the one that's a little bit different. So the marriage equality ruling is based on the Equal Protection Clause, partly based on the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And I'm not going to claim to really get Thomas's position on this clause, on the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, but I've heard it explained, and it's quite convoluted, and it really boils down to this. Clarence Thomas believes that the 14th Amendment only protects citizens against racial discrimination relating to a very narrow set of civil rights, like owning property and signing contracts. Because for him, that's what the 14th Amendment meant in the 1860s when it was ratified as part of the Reconstruction Amendments. So he doesn't think it extends any further than that, any further than what the text actually says. So I think even a case like Obergefell, even the marriage equality ruling that might be it might rest on firmer ground because it's based partly on equal protection, I think it's also in danger. And I know a lot of queer legal activists today are saying, well, if we relitigate Lawrence v. Texas, then we're going to base it on equal protection. I'm not convinced that that even will be enough to make sure that it's protected from this kind of textualist thinking, like from Clarence Thomas.
I guess I also want to add to that, partly Clarence Thomas was echoing an amicus brief from Texas Right to Life, the architects of SB 8 here, because they had asked the court to not overturn just Roe, but all three cases. And so you can see sort of the anti-abortion movement really spreading out and making clear their multiple investments. But I also think that Alito's decision in Dobbs spells real danger for queer rights, because he uses history so clearly there. And he says, well, when the 14th Amendment was decided, that's like the moment in history that we're going to sort of zoom in on to figure out what people thought and whether abortion should be protected. And only if people thought it in the 1860s should it be protected now, right? And so he was zooming in on this moment that abortion's becoming illegal in the United States, right? Sort of being like, oh no, we're not going to talk about the moment of the founding, because that's when, abortions are largely legal all the way up into the second half of the 19th century, right? No, we're going to pinpoint this other moment, ignore this long past of legal abortion in the United States. So history's at the crux of his arguments, and he's able to sort of pinpoint a moment that helps his argument around originalism. The problem for queer rights is there isn't the same deep past of legalization that there is for abortion, right? Actually, for queer rights, we have this deep past of illegality, right? And it's only in the modern moment. And so they don't even have to cherry pick, right? As soon as there's a moment where they can say, well, when this thing was passed, were states recognizing queer rights? The answer is clearly no, right? For anything beyond like a pretty modern moment. And so if the justices are willing to go there, most of them said they are not, but that is not a thing that we really should trust in any kind of way, because not long ago, all of these justices said, oh, well, Roe's decided we won't touch that one. And so I think that we only have sort of the insights of the court now suggest that these are incredibly vulnerable, these decisions. And I think that ultimately, I think Griswold, because Griswold was the first case to sort of recognize right to privacy in the Constitution. And I think there was this progressive narrative about this is the beginning of when all of these sexual rights are going to be protected and continue, and those rights are only going to grow over time. And I think what we're approaching and what Dobbs has shown us is that was sort of potentially a moment in time, right? Where you have the US Constitution protecting sexual rights. And it seems like at least for the foreseeable future, there are going to have to be other avenues to protect a whole wide variety of sexual and reproductive rights.
And to be fair, Clarence Thomas thinks it's totally cool to accept vacations from a guy who collects Nazi memorabilia. So, he's not exactly big thinker, I think. But I do think it's important to underline that, because I remember David and I were having a discussion about a year and a half ago or something when we got when Trump got his last Supreme Court justice in, and I was saying that I really honestly believed that we would see the fall of Roe v. Wade, and he or another friend of ours were saying, no, the Supreme Court's never afforded a right and taken it away. And I said, until now. And then it happened. So I think it's important to remember that if there is a case that comes before the court that gives them the opportunity, they very well could take away gay marriage. Think about that. Do it. Well, I'm not married. All right, I have one more question, and then we will throw it open to anyone in the room. So finally, how do you balance, if it is a conscious decision, the idea of activism versus objective historical narrative, if there is even such a thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really shy away from the ways in which my commitments in my life, my personal experiences have motivated either of the projects I've started on. And I don't think any honest historian can say they don't have something, right, that has drawn them to the thing they study. And so I think people who try to pretend objectivity needs to be like sort of, you are fully separated. There's no, that's just that's just a false, or a myth that people are telling themselves, that doesn't mean, though, that I think, I am interested in social conservatives. I'm desperate to understand. That's part of what I do, is I'm desperate to understand what motivates people, how things have changed, how things have come to be, and I want to understand that honestly, and I want to get into the weeds and represent that honestly, and I don't think that those things are incompatible, right? So that's sort of where I sit with it, is I am not shy about where my commitments lie. I'm never going to sort of blunt the outcome of this work. Like I know that it does damage. I know it as a historian, I know it as a person, and that's never gonna sort of go away. But I also do sincerely want to understand people. I don't want to paint them as like one-dimensional villains. These are human beings who are motivated to do work that I think ultimately does harm in the world, but they still are these complex humans. So I want to understand why we're going the way we are, why we have gone the way we have gone. So that's sort of how I think about it.
Yeah, I really like this question. I mean, as a bisexual man, I obviously have a interest in studying this history because it pertains to me. I mean, I was a young person in Texas in the late 1990s when it was still illegal to have gay sex, and I was totally unaware that law even existed at the time. So I have a personal interest in this, but I also would say that I very rarely think about this question that you asked, mostly because of the privileged position that I have as a white, cisgender, tenured professor at a university who a lot of times gets read as a straight person. I think I enjoy a lot of privilege, and that means that I don't have to think about this question all that much. I agree with Jen that the kind of old way of thinking about objectivity is gone. I mean, rarely do historians believe in that kind of absolute objectivity. I think what we have is an ethical obligation to the people we write about and to the people who read our work. And what that means is we have to be fair to our source material. So I don't think we can ever really get outside of our own biases, but at the same time, you can't make things up, right? So we try not to do that. Every choice we make as a researcher, from selecting a topic to identifying sources and interpreting those sources and writing about them in certain ways, all of those choices that we make say something about us as a person. And a different person might make different choices when they embark on a similar research project. So my investment in the struggle for queer equality certainly plays a role in those decisions, in the decisions that I make of selecting a topic and finding sources and how I interpret those sources. But it doesn't lead me to invent anything or obscure anything as I go. I think if it ever comes down to a conflict between our activist leanings and our ethical obligations to our sources and our audiences, then I think we have to come down on the side of our ethical obligations to the profession.
I agree. That's one of the things that I'm fascinated about in doing research on the community too, is I am interested in the dark corners of our past, and I don't shy away from it. I think it's interesting. One of the biggest talks we ever had was on where men used to go for public sex. And I think half the people in the audience were there taking notes. And I'm like, I'm not giving you lists of people. We're talking about what used to happen. So I'm curious. Yeah, so that's, I think we're going to go ahead and open it up to anyone else in the audience who would like to ask a question. Yes, we're here.
It's a great question. So the question of does it exist? Yes, it does. Section 2106 of the Penal Code is still there. It still criminalizes same-sex contact, oral and anal sex between members of the same sex. Because of Lawrence v. Texas, it is technically not enforceable. So you couldn't ever be charged with 2106 and that conviction stand. However, there have been occasions since 2003 where people have been arrested and they were told that they were going to be charged with violating 2106. There was a case in El Paso where two men kissed in a restaurant. Now, that's, of course, not even illegal according to the statute. But somebody called the police to complain about this, and when the police got there, they told them they were being arrested for violating the homosexual conduct law. So even though you can't be convicted of it, it's still used to harass gays and lesbians even today. And it's still there on the books, ready to be enforced should Lawrence ever be overturned.
And Texas has a lot of ridiculous laws still on the books. I think it's still illegal to flush a baby alligator down a toilet or something along those lines. We have a lot of ridiculous stuff on there.
I can't recount the whole history of Lincoln, Nebraska's fairness ordinance, but in the last couple of years, there was a real kind of generational divide between an older generation that wanted to have a petition initiative for a fairness ordinance, and a younger generation that said that such an initiative would make particularly trans people vulnerable to harassment because of conservative pushback against a fairness ordinance. And now, of course, we have the state legislature going at it with all of its nonsense. So I was just wondering, in terms of tactics, what you learned from history about those kinds of debates, about whether political action is going to actually blow back on you from the other side. If there's
It's a good question. I mean, I think conservatives said repeatedly over and over again over the last 50 years that they were simply in a defensive struggle, right? That like you'd have a city council or a state that passed some basic non-discrimination act, and then there would be like a movement, right, to recall that, to put that to the people. So I think in that way you could see short term, but I do think that one of the things I do think that's sort of different between anti-abortion and anti-gay activism is that over time, I think in many ways, not just with the Constitution, but politically, queer people have been much more successful at changing public opinion. That if you look at sort of just general polls, it's just been over time. And that doesn't preclude like these kinds of witch hunts, right? Or these kinds of like the ways that like anti-queerness still can mobilize bases. But I think in general, queer people have been incredibly successful. And conservatives have had a very hard time actually at countering, because they are actually like countering human beings that like talk about their experiences, about the ways that they've been discriminated against. And there's only so much you can say, though you were not, right? Like you keep putting people in the forefront, activists, and then of course the media. And over time, it's just been, I think, and so a lot of those democratic measures that conservatives use are, even in Boulder, they're successful at the beginning, right? And they become less and less successful in many places over time. So in terms of mobilizing I think it's so place specific and time specific. I don't think there's a universal answer. And also, even if there is, it doesn't mean that the longer struggle, I think, is lost by having that campaign. And I think that sometimes young people, I've noticed, are a little disillusioned with like sort of old school political campaigns. That like all change has to happen at like having a debate with someone and changing their mind. But I actually, in the archives, I was in the archives in Oregon around some of these early 90s initiatives, and there's so many documents about phone banking. And you're like, wow, there was so much time people put in on these like really mundane, but really important, right? They figured out who their allies were, and they stopped radical right-wing initiatives by doing this kind of work that really no one wants to do, right? Who do you want? No one wants to phone bank, but they did, and they won. I mean, by a small amount, but over time, it was incrementally even more successful. I think over time. I don't know. Do you have a better answer to that question?
Nothing, not really, other than to say I agree with what you just said, and that makes me think of the Briggs Initiative again. I mean, one of the ways that activists defeated the Briggs Initiative, which would have banned gay and lesbians from teaching in California schools. One of the ways that activists defeated that was by going door to door and meeting people and introducing yourself and telling them, hey, I'm gay, I'm a lesbian. I just came to talk to you about this Briggs Initiative because, as Harvey Milk said, if people get to know queer people, they are less likely to want to discriminate against them. And I think that's what we're seeing with the anti-trans movement now. I think a lot of these people don't know any trans people, or they don't know it. They're not aware that they know any trans people. And so I think visibility is always a step in the right direction. Does it sometimes produce blowback? Yes, it does. But I don't know what the alternative would be other than to step back into the closet.
I mean, this is in the context of, it's complicated as far as there was an actual ordinance passed, but it didn't take effect for technical reasons. And now it would be, you'd have to let the voters vote for the fairness ordinance. Yeah. But now you have the state level stuff that now, so it was, it just got very, very messy.
Yeah, because if the state comes in and forces something without a vote.
Discriminatory.
Yeah.
Is going to have discriminatory law as opposed to you're going to have a local ordinance that would protect rights, and now you're going to have a state law that would,
Yeah, it gets complicated, and I agree that I think young people are very hesitant to even engage in the process anymore because they don't see what the point is.
It's interesting because Fort Worth had a very long-term policy of invisibility. We had a somewhat organized community. We formed a political organization probably early 80s, early to mid 80s. But the kind of practice that they were really going after was, if we don't rock the boat, if we don't make a big deal, they'll leave us alone, and everything will be okay. And of course, that was a flawed logic for a good while. But we also saw when we had a bar in Fort Worth called the Rainbow Lounge. On the 40th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, the police and TABC raided the bar, arrested several people, sent a kid to the hospital with a brain injury. And there were a few of us there. I was there. It was my birthday. So yay me. I was there with a lot of my friends, and we started an organization called Fairness Fort Worth, and we made several demands of the city of Fort Worth because this made, with the help of us, we all made this international news in a matter of hours because it was the 40th anniversary of a movement that began from police harassment in a bar. So what did you guys do to commemorate it? You harassed gay people in a bar. So they were eager to make it go away, and they gave us absolutely everything we asked for. But again, you can't get anything if you don't ask for it. And there was a blowback. I mean, there were a lot of people that were very angry about it. We got a lot of trans rights passed, which was not popular with a lot of the people in Fort Worth, but once it was passed, it never left. So, anyone else have any other question? Yes.
I was really curious actually about your conversation with the different parts of the West and how places were seen as more cosmopolitan because of their association with supporting queer rights. When I was an undergrad, I did a lot of research on like Hollywood specifically and the representation of queer people in film and movies. And I was curious if you wanted to, or if you could talk a little bit more. I think that coming from my own, like seeing my own history, like I grew up, I was 13 in 2003, and so I have lived in a world where, it was not criminal to be in a relationship like that. And we've seen more and more queer representation in media specifically, but Hollywood has always been seen as this like breeding ground for I'm thinking even before 20s, 30s, 40s, it was always seen as like very Jewish and very gay, and like it was always like a bad thing in a lot of ways. Can you talk more about how like the change in how media has represented queer people and how that could potentially sway public opinion? Or I would say even more recently it's been doing the other end where people are like, there's too many gay people in these movies, and like can you, not that that's right within the scope of the lead of people, but I feel like in public opinion piece there's more representation, but then I feel like there's also been blowback for that too.
Yeah. I think that speaks to the sort of virulence of the conservative reaction is actually the sort of visibility, the ongoing successes in some ways. I usually when I teach stuff about like a in my queer history class, like TV in the 90s. And, there always were like these limits, right? You could display a queer person could be in it, but they couldn't be having sex in any kind of way. They couldn't suggest any kind. And if you did, that was sort of TV suicide, right? But I think it was Joe Biden, long before he was president, said that Will and Grace did more for gay people than anything else, which is a ridiculous thing to say on the one hand. But on the other hand, like, there is this thing, right? That like Will and Grace came into people's homes and like did something that was important for people who the movements weren't reaching, right? And so I think there is a visibility through the media that only grows, and partly that has to do with capitalism, right? That like you have like movies and TV executives that aren't just like, they're not part of the movement, but they see that there's an audience who will pay, and there's like, there to see, the queer best friend gives like a movie an edge, right? That like will help sell it. And so it's not, because of that combination that you have queer and also groups like GLAAD, that together they really have advanced a lot of queer representation. And I think the interesting thing is the ways in which places that aren't California get imprinted on that particular combination of like, sort of corrosive sexual forces associated with Hollywood get imprinted on a place like Aspen or something like that, right? Like in the aftermath of Amendment 2, people might know Amendment 2 in the early 90s in Colorado. There have been anti-discrimination statutes passed in like tourist towns and Denver, and I think Boulder, and Amendment 2 wiped them away, right? This big, initiative where the state passed, and no one could have anti-discrimination statutes. And in the aftermath, there was a boycott of the state, and all of the conservatives in the state and many other people like blamed the Hollywood for the boycott, and said that like all the anti-discrimination statutes in these small towns in Colorado were a product of Hollywood and all of these very like underlying anti-Black, anti-Semitic, like Barbara Streisand, Whoopi Goldberg, talking about them endlessly as these like sort of corrosive influences in Colorado, right? So Hollywood, this like exactly what we were talking about, but then it gets imprinted on other parts of the West, right? As being somehow outside of a place, like not really Colorado, right? And I think that that's the thing that I think starts to, and queer rights becomes an avenue, even within states, to sort of differentiate places as really from a place versus, no, you're akin to California, you're akin to Hollywood. Right?
Do you see that with like what's going on with Ron DeSantis and his ongoing battle with the Walt Disney Corporation?
Right.
And,
right.
Disney basically owns everything. So he's kind of fighting a losing battle. Not to mention the fact that the House of Mouse is probably one of the most brilliantly litigious organizations in the world.
Yeah, and it's hard to root for that sometimes, but in this case, you're like, oh yeah, but it is like Disney, this like major employer, like the number one employer in Florida, is somehow not of Florida, right? Because they protect queer rights. It's all wrapped up in queer rights. Do you want
to? Go ahead.
Was it confusing?
Go. In blue. You're here.
So, yeah, I was just wondering, right, so Stonewall was a riot, right? It wasn't a political campaign or a court case. So I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on the role of, right, spaces of protest and their efficacy sort of outside of the political and legal channels, right? The role of direct action, civil disobedience, protest, even like doxing, anti-trans activists, those sorts of activities which haven't really entered the conversation yet.
Yeah, I think all of them are important, but I think in the history that gets written about the movement for queer equality, it's the activism in the streets that gets the most attention. And so I think one of the things I'm trying to do with my work is focus our attention somewhere else. It's not to say that an uprising like Stonewall or something like the Compton cafeteria riot, it's not to say that these aren't important, but it's to say that we may have paid more attention than we needed to in the historiography, and we need to look at some other kinds of activism too. But I think, I was talking to students in a class yesterday at Temple University, and they were asking me a similar question, like, well, what kind of thing do we need to do? Because a lot of us feel like we need to be marching in the streets all the time, but we don't really know how to, we don't really know how to do that yet. And so it sounds like you're telling us we should be in the courtrooms trying to fight for our rights. And I think it's going to take a multi-pronged effort to preserve the victories of the past and ensure any kind of future. So legal activism, political lobbying and legislation, registering people to vote and getting them to vote, but also direct action and civil disobedience, I think is an important component.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you can have success without both. I mean, we've seen it. We saw it in Fort Worth with Queer Liber Action from Dallas shouting in the streets of downtown Fort Worth, and Fairness Fort Worth meeting behind closed doors to make this progress happen. We saw it with the AIDS movement, with the memorial quilt versus ACT UP. You couldn't have one without the other. I think people had to be moved and touched by it, but also had to be enraged and angered for change.
Yeah, and I guess I think sometimes people get in the weeds because there are, of course, individuals who have real strong feelings about strategy. And they do, when you look at them, they seem like they're opposed. But I think when you scope out, you see these, like, they work in tandem, right? Like, public protest gives this kind of visibility that, like, makes legislatures more attentive to issues, right? That you raise the visibility and then other people can come in and you've laid the groundwork, right?
Thank you both for all of your comments. I wanted to invite you to maybe think a bit beyond the borders of the West and the U.S. a bit. And I was thinking about this in part because of your comments, Jen, about the connections between anti-abortion activism and queer activism. And we can think a lot about the relative progress and failures within the U.S., but also then there's so much that's gone on beyond these borders, including by some of the same activists that have been involved in these struggles in the U.S. to then push anti-queer agendas elsewhere. So I just wanted to open it up to anything you might think of in terms of some of the connections, these stories beyond the U.S.
This is a thing that I'm so interested in, and I have, we know that American social conservatives are exporting like very concrete political strategies abroad. I mean, one of the guys who was involved in Oregon Citizens Alliance in the early 90s, he wrote a book about basically how Nazis, like core Nazis, were all gay. Like, gay people were not prosecuted in the Holocaust, they were the Nazis, right? And so he writes this book and he keeps selling this over and over again. And once he taps out in Oregon, he moves to Africa and spins the exact same narratives. And he becomes like a socially conservative activist there. And we know that American anti-queer activists have done a lot of organizational work, sort of supporting and promoting anti-gay laws in certain parts of Africa, and certainly anti-abortion activists as well. And I think that, I think more people need to be charting very concretely those trajectories. I mean, Focus on the Family is sort of one of those organizations at the nexus of a lot of this work. And the huge majority of their audience is not in the United States and never has been. And what does that mean, right? What does it mean for all of those people around the world who Focus on the Family is being translated and pitching, right, these socially conservative views over the last 30 years? How was that actually played out? I don't know. But I think there's some people are working on that, but I think that we see it very clearly, not just in individuals, but very concrete strategies being used elsewhere.
I can give you a very concrete one right now.
Oh, great.
So American evangelical groups are promoting anti-gay activism in Cuba, and that's becoming an excuse for the Cuban government to crack down on this being quintessentially American. They're trying to repeal the fact that Cuba legalized gay marriage last year, and the biggest opposition group were American-backed evangelicals.
Actually, there's something similar going on with Tom and Saul.
Well, it was Uganda was another big one.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
I was just going to say that it works the other way too. The blueprint that people like DeSantis are using comes straight out of places like Hungary and Poland, right? Cracking down on what educators can teach in the classroom in an effort to erase the existence of queer people. So I think it's kind of a back and forth.
Yeah, we saw how they welcomed them with open arms at CPAC. So
So I'm curious, in your research into like the motivations of these social conservative movements, is it a political motivation when they're trying to other a group so that they can rile up the population, attain power, and keep power, or do they genuinely like have a moral stance of being against people that are queer or trans, and is that a distinction that matters?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that often when people write about conservatives, and some of the arguments about conservatives lean often into these very cynical, like these are all about like conscious claims to power and aren't invested in the issues. And what I have found is there is consolidating power is absolutely at the center, but it is not cynical for most of these people. There is like a very sincere fear, concern that is motivating them, and then movements help magnify that, right? But I think that if you look at the people, especially beyond sort of maybe legislators who might be interested in that, capitalizing on bases, but if you look at the people, the base, those people are very sincere. And I don't think that precludes them like leading, doing terrible things in the world. I mean, I think that's like often if you're sincere, you can't actually be like leading the country towards fascism, right? Or you can't be moving towards a denial of rights, but that's not true. Like sincere people are doing that work. And they're doing it because they think they're doing good in the world. And I think that, I've tried to understand what that logic is, right? What motivates them, what comes to think that the most important thing, right, is to ban gender affirming care. Like what leads people to feel that so intensely, and I don't think it's cynicism.
is it working though? That's kind of the thing. From a casual observer, it seems like, yes, there's a lot of it. We're hearing a lot of it. We've seen several candidates, but we saw a whole lot of people lose in the midterms. That was one of their primary issues. And that just wasn't resonating with people. They have bigger concerns. They're worried about the economy. They're worried about all kinds of other things. And whether a trans kid can go swimming in a high school swim team was not high on their list of priorities. So it seems like, I don't know, but we have seen a lot of, we've seen a lot of really awful legislation come past. But I'm curious as to whether or not.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just follow up with a question about that. The one thing that's really different about anti-abortion activism is like how anti-queer activism very much is like sort of political whack-a-mole. Like sprouts up and it's really intense, and then it sort of falls off, and then it sprouts up again. It doesn't ever go away, but like it's not this kind of like even ever present. It's just like these mobilizations that just seem to come like all of a sudden, and they really mobilize people. But you're like, does it work? And what accounts for that kind of very roller coaster nature of this movement? And I don't have answers. If you have answers, I'd love to hear them.
That's one of the things.
I was just curious. I haven't heard you mention religion or evangelicalism. And as a lesbian myself, my personal experience has been, in my family and all of my life, has been religion-based. The anti-gay, the anti-trans, anything that's not, what God said. And I don't hear you, I haven't heard anything about that. You say social conservatives, but is that not just is that not just another word for evangelicals?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they are white conservatives. And so even I see evangelicals and Catholics and Mormons as really, they're this like religious coalition. Not all of them, of course, but like they're the root of so they are all religious people. But I think that a lot of explanations for anti-queer activism have in some ways bought into conservatives' own arguments that these religions are inherently anti-queer and they're just statically anti-queer across. And so they just are clearly this bedrock of like this origin point for all anti-queer activism. And I think that sort of doesn't speak to the ways that movements make religious spaces speak about queer people more and more. Evangelical churches are not in the 50s talking about queer people in sermons. They just aren't. No matter what they think about them, they're not talking about them. And so they are, right? Like 30 years later. And that matters. And so I think that like the ways that churches become sites of mobilization is about movements, not about some sort of bedrock theology that always says one thing across time, you know? And so that's why, you know, I haven't worked this out quite, but like that's what I would say about it, religion central, but I also think it is not like a ahistorical answer. You know what I'm saying?
I would have to say that there might be this thought at the top of my head, but I think maybe we hesitate to connect religion with that because there are a lot of religions out there that are much more accepting and welcoming. And it's not just if you believe in God, then you hate queers, right?
Yeah.
And I don't believe that.
Yeah.
But is there a fear connecting those two?
No. I mean, I think that if you had said to me, is religion connected to anti-queerness, I could point you to like all of these churches, right, who change their teachings and become like supportive, right? And a whole host of religious queer people, right, who have like but I do think evangelical churches, a lot of them, not all, and a lot of Catholic churches and Mormons have all sort of worked together to do something for that movement. So yeah. I don't shy away from saying that's very important. I just think it's historical, right?
I think we have time for one more question, if anybody has any. Yes. Okay.
Just to follow up on that question, a few years ago there was a lot of talk about young evangelicals somehow being different from their parents and being frustrated with the direction the movement was taking. So in terms of youth culture, in terms of, you know, this kind of broader, you know, public space, social media space, is there anything to that in terms of generational difference?
I hope so.
We all hope so,
Yeah.
but I don't think so. I don't think we should put a lot of faith in generational change in that way.
Dang it, Wesley.
I know I always seem to get a downer.
a little bit of a sunshine.
On the panel. You know, I think polling tends to show that younger people tend to be more accepting of queer people in society in general. But I'm not sure that really tells us about who has the power to shape the culture. And I think especially right now, it's not young people. I mean, young people like to think that they are culture shapers. And in many ways you are. But they don't have a monopoly on that. And yeah, I mean, I've warned my students continually about don't put your faith in generational change because that leads us into some kind of thinking about the progressive linear view of history, right? That, oh, if we just wait another generation, things are going to be a lot better. Yeah. And I think a good example of that is how religious people have thought about queer people since, you know, before the 1970s, as Jennifer said, they don't care. And it's only when they're challenged on their own turf. I mean, so there's a book by Jim Downs called Stand By Me where he talks about, right, if it was when queer people started demanding a place in religious communities that we start to see this bubbling up of anti-queer rhetoric from evangelical churches. I think that suggests right there that we can't put our faith in generational change, that these kinds of things can continue to recur no matter what generation is at the forefront of the culture.
So for an alternative opinion, I want to invite you guys to come a week from tonight at 7 p.m. The Yes to Queer Happy Hour will be the topic is the kids are all right. Queer youth groups from the Teen Project to the to LGBTQ Saves. We will be talking about the next generation of queer youth and what we hope they're going to do to help make sure that we are still here.
Seems like a great point to circle up there. And where is that?
It'll be it's at Liberty Lounge in Fort Worth. Mm-hmm.
All right, can y'all join me in thanking our panelists?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here bright and early.
I'm Desiree Henderson. I'm a professor in the Department of English, and I have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker this morning. But I also want to just welcome you to the 57th annual Walter Prescott Webb Lecture Series. The topic of all the events today center on LGBT plus history in the American West and Southwest. And I've been asked to point you towards these two placards on the corner here, which are related to two new exhibits in the UTA Special Collections, which is in the 6th floor of the Central Library, and also related to the topic of all of the talks today. So if you're interested, you might go up there during one of the breaks. Yeah.
Okay, so my talk is, oops.
Yes, I think it's there.
He's going to fix the display, but go ahead and
Yeah, okay. Technology is always so fun. Okay, so it is my pleasure to have the chance to introduce the first speaker for today's events. My regard for this speaker is significant and is inspired both by her scholarly record and by the leadership roles she's embraced across her career. Dr. Melissa Homestead is professor of English at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. She is the author of 2 books, editor or co-editor of 3 books, and the author of more articles than I can enumerate. Her first book, American Women Authors and Literary Property, published by Cambridge University Press, is an examination of 19th century American women writers from a book history perspective, attending to the material conditions of authorship and publication that shaped the options available to women at the time. Dr. Homestead has continued throughout her career to pay close attention to these 2 overlapping topics: women's authorship and the social, political, and material forces that determined their access to the public sphere. To address these issues has required her to become an expert at mining archives for obscure documents, the kind of work necessary to recover the lives and stories of women whose lives and stories have often been obscured in the historical record, including and relevant to the topic of this year's Webb Lectures, the lives and stories of lesbian women. More recently, Dr. Homestead's research has centered on an American woman writer who is not obscure, who has indeed canonical standing and may be beloved by many people in this room. But as Dr. Homestead's research has revealed, much work remains to be done to fully understand her and her writing. I refer, of course, to the American author Willa Cather, who is the subject of Dr. Homestead's marvelous joint biography. Here it is, and for sale out there. The Only Wonderful Things, the creative partnership of Willa Cather and Edith Lewis, which was published by Oxford University Press in 2021. And you're going to hear more about that in just a moment. Dr. Homestead is without a doubt one of the world's leading Cather scholars. I was tempted to say the leading Cather scholar, but there would be somebody, jumping up at the back to correct me. But I dare them to match this. Okay, so she is the director of the Cather Project, associate editor of the Complete Letters of Willa Cather, a digital archive. She's served as editor of the journal Cather Studies. She's directing an NEH Summer Institute on Cather Place and Archive this July. And of course, she has been the author of numerous scholarly publications on Cather. Through these publications and roles, Dr. Homestead has, as I mentioned, exercised enormous influence over the field of American literary studies. She also deserves to be acknowledged for her less public work to support junior scholars, the invisible labor of mentoring, advocacy, and collaboration. I am one of the lucky beneficiaries of this support, and it is not an exaggeration to say that I stand here as a full professor in the Department of English because Dr. Homestead advocated for me at a critical moment in my career. So it is with particular pleasure that I ask you to join me in welcoming Dr. Melissa Homestead.
So I'm an Apple laptop user, which accounts for all of the drama about getting my PowerPoint up here. And we'll see how well I do using a Microsoft, anyway, here we go. So I appreciate the invitation to speak here today on some very preliminary research about how during the early years of the Cold War, Willa Cather was remembered and memorialized in Nebraska, where she lived for 12 years, actually only 12 years, and where many of her novels were set. In my book, The Only Wonderful Things, published in 2021 by Oxford University Press, my epilogue considers how the Cold War climate around homosexuality made Lewis, Cather's partner of nearly 40 years, invisible to many as Cather's partner, even though the relationship had never been hidden,
And Lewis, who survived Cather by 25 years, never obscured her relationship with Cather, although she also didn't label it. In the course of this research, I came across many references and correspondence to the founding of the Willa Cather Pioneer Memorial in Red Cloud, which is Cather's Nebraska hometown, now the National Willa Cather Center, on whose Board of Governors I serve. I've just begun to pursue new research in the NWCC's archives. And as a literary historian, the kind of work I do makes me a bit of an oddity as a literary historian. And at this symposium, my status as a literary historian makes me an outlier. I have precisely, as I've told a number of people already, zero training in history as a discipline. So I hope you'll be tolerant of me, and also I look forward to learning from you about how I might move forward with this research. So now on to my talk. In the summer of 1979, make sure I can get this to, nope. All right. Oh wait, that's my book cover. And then we move on to, what do I have to, oh, there's Willa Cather and Edith Lewis, sorry. Is there a delay when I hit the key? I guess that's what happens here. Hold on. Okay, sorry, here we go. In the summer of 1979, Bruce Bennett, and this is going to get confusing because his name sounds like Bennett, and there's another person named Bennett here, but Bruce Bennett, a young reporter with the Minneapolis Star, traveled to Webster County, Nebraska, to write a story about Willa Cather and the sites associated with her life and works there. In this 4-page, lavishly illustrated Sunday magazine story, Bennett lyrically celebrated Cather as a novelist of the pioneering era on the Great Plains. He called pioneering our heritage, assuming that his readers were descended from the same Eastern U.S. Immigrants and European immigrants depicted in Cather's novels. He was also concerned with Cather as a person and the Willa Cather Pioneer Memorial, founded in 1955 and designed to attract literary pilgrims to Webster County. Sorry. Which key should I be hitting? Do you know? You don't know? All right, let's try arrow. Oh, there we go. There we go. While conceding that Cather had a mannish image and there were phases in her life where she cut her hair very short and wore unfeminine clothes, Bennett reported on his conversation with Professor Bernice Sloat of the University of Nebraska, who assured him that the image has been overemphasized and that Cather was feminine, but had to dress comfortably but simply and had to be aggressive because she was in business in a man's world. She also characterized Cather's unmarried state as in line with her focus on her career. Mildred Bennett, who was the moving force, Mildred Bennett, who was the moving force behind the founding of the WCPM, but it put a distinctly regional spin on Cather's unmarried status in her conversation with Bennett. So it's Bennett and Bennett. I'm sorry, it's confusing. Although she also characterized Cather's choice not to marry in terms of her career ambitions. Quote, she would not marry a man she couldn't look up to, and she would not marry a man who would dominate her. She also remarked, if you're in the East, they'll tell you she was a lesbian. And maybe she was. I don't know how anybody is ever going to prove it. In this question of proof, I have a lot to say, but not in this paper. Bruce Bennett soon reported an irate phone call from Charles Cather, a California lawyer and oilman, who was Willa Cather's nephew. He had succeeded to the role of his aunt's literary executor after the death in 1972 of Edith Lewis, with whom Cather had lived for nearly 40 years in New York City. As Bruce Bennett reported to Mildred Bennett, Charles Cather was very upset at the quote about Cather's possible lesbianism, and he and Charles Cather had a long and interesting discussion about historical inquiry and rights of privacy and so on. I was glad he called, although I do believe it is important to take a full look at historical or literary figure. I think if I had known how strongly he would object to that passage, I might have left it out. He is, or sounds like, quite a conservative man, and felt that this was a sign of how bad the times have become. He said it is completely untrue, but, as you said, how can anyone know or prove? Bruce Bennett also reported that he had suggested to Charles Cather that he might write a rebuttal for publication in the paper, but he preferred not to bring the matter up again. The Cold War was still lingering in 1979. I was in high school and remember mutual assured destruction hanging over my adolescent pacifist head. It was also, however, a decade after the Stonewall Uprising of 1969, claimed as the beginning of the modern gay rights movement. This is the context, perhaps, for Charles Cather's sense of how bad times have become. Today, however, I'm going to turn the clock back to the 1950s to consider how, in its earlier decades, the WCPM reckoned with questions of gender and sexuality in memorializing Willa Cather. Mildred Bennett and her family moved to Red Cloud, and that's her, in 1946, before Cather's death. She had an undergraduate degree in English and Spanish from Union College, an Adventist school in Lincoln, and a master's degree in psychology from the University of Nebraska. Her husband, Wilbur, was a physician, and a nurse, Marietta Bush, soon joined their household in Red Cloud. Something odd's going on there. We'll hear about them again later. Mildred Bennett was not, at the time they moved to Red Cloud, interested in pursuing preservation of sites associated with Cather in her novels. Rather, her ambitions were literary. As she later told Bruce Bennett, the reporter from Minneapolis, a college professor told her, quote, the first person to write a book about Willa Cather after her death would make a substantial contribution to literature. With the aid of Carrie Miner Sherwood, one of Cather's childhood friends, she began gathering information for a biography even before Cather died in 1947. Shortly after Cather died, she made her first attempt to expand her research beyond Red Cloud by traveling to California to interview the musical Menuhin family. So Yehudi is the best known, but his sisters were also musicians, at their ranch. However, the matriarch of the family, Marutha, asked Edith Lewis whether or not she should speak to Mildred Bennett, and Lewis told her not to. Lewis knew, from a lot of correspondence I've read after Cather's death, that she couldn't prevent Bennett from writing a book about Cather, but she also had no obligation to do so, especially after she authorized E.K. Brown to do the authorized biography. Foiled in her attempt to write a true biography, Bennett wrote and published The World of Willa Cather. This is actually a later paperback edition, but you get a sense of it. An anecdotal and photographically illustrated book focusing primarily on Cather's Nebraska years. In contrast, E.K. Brown's biography was a critical biography that focused more on Cather's work and had no illustrations. As a result, it was Bennett who first brought to public attention the since widely circulated images. Oh, this is E.K. Brown, but here we go. The since widely circulated images of Cather as a gender nonconforming adolescent who used the name William. In The World of Willa Cather, in a chapter with the title Drama, Bennett glossed these images in terms of performance, and let me show some others. So this is the earliest one. And then we also have the hat. This is college. We'll get to this in a second. But several years before her graduation from high school, Bennett wrote, Willa began to play a continuous role that lasted in her second year at the university. And that's the second year at the university. And that's Louise Pound, who will return with her. Claiming that Cather first cut her hair short because of her mother's postpartum illness, she elaborates, at the same time she was planning to become a surgeon and she wished to dress the part. She affected the character of a boy wearing a jacket and a derby or cap and a white shirt, and she carried a cane. She also described how Cather continued to wear her hair in short masculine style for the first 2 years at the university, but was persuaded by friends in Lincoln to grow her hair. And there she is by her later years at the university, taking part in a dramatic performance with her hair on top of her head. At the time Willa Cather in Her World appeared in 1951, what historian David Johnson calls the Lavender Scare was in full flower. With the nation on moral alert because of the Cold War, he explains, monogamous heterosexual marriages were seen as a key weapon in the arsenal against degeneracy and internal communist subversion. Notably, Kenneth Wherry, a conservative Republican U.S. Senator from Nebraska, was a moving force behind the efforts to purge gay men and lesbians from the federal government. As he asked on the Senate floor in 1950, quote, can you think of a person who could be more dangerous to the United States of America than a pervert? As Mildred Bennett would later describe it, her efforts to found the WCPM grew out of her research for The World of Willa Cather. As she told the Minneapolis Star in 1979, quote, the interviews she did for the book convinced her of the need to preserve historic sites in and around Red Cloud that played a part in Cather's life and writing. Well, there's certainly a case to be made for reading Cather's adolescent nonconformity, gender nonconformity, through the lens of trans identity and practices. And I've thought a lot about this since I published my book. My guess is in the 1950s, the photos of her as an adolescent with short hair would have been read instead in terms of butch lesbianism. She was a baby butch. And it's here that my impulse to speak on this topic began, as I wondered how the Willa Cather Pioneer Memorial navigated this lesbian possibility in memorializing the dead author. So I was expecting to find an aggressive interpretive program. But in my research thus far, I have come to realize that in the first decade, the WCPM was too much of a shoestring, seat-of-the-pants operation to have an interpretive program, really. Instead, the organization relied on donations of both objects and money, the latter particularly from Cather family members, making its physical displays in its museum a sort of hodgepodge. And I'll give you some of the hodgepodge here. Oh, that's back to her. Another gender nonconforming picture, but, you know, did this desk was it actually associated with Willa Cather, or did someone just have some random old furniture? We probably will never know. Here we have a very low-tech educational display with your heterosexual families reading about My Antonia and one of ours, two of her novels. Random taxidermy. This is supposedly a room dedicated to a lost lady. None of these creatures, there's a hummingbird who gets its eyes cut in the very beginning of the novel. It's a terrible, terrible scene, but none of these there's no skunk. It makes no sense. And there was a whole wax figure diorama. This is just one picture from the sculptor's funeral, one of her early stories. And there are just, there's so many pictures of the diorama, but I just gave you one. So we've got the sculptor there in his in his coffin in wax. So that the name included the phrase Pioneer Memorial gestured to a broader project of memorialization. Like Bennett's book, which is a really strange book, it includes many anecdotes about the pioneer era that have only tangential or even no relationship to Cather and her works. She collected these stories and she just put them in the book. The WCPM celebrated the pioneer era as much as it celebrated the dead author. It thus performed cultural work akin to the statue Cynthia Culver Prescott analyzes in Pioneer Mother Monuments, Constructing Cultural Memory. There are some key differences, however. So first, the WCPM did not have the financial resources to commission and erect the sort of monumental bronzes Prescott analyzes. And second, while these monumental bronzes commemorated the movement of Anglo-American white women west during the pioneering era, the key figure for the WCPM was Anna Sadilek Pavelka, an Eastern European immigrant from Bohemia, now part of the Czech Republic, who served as the prototype for the title character of Cather's 1918 novel, My Antonia. And I really have no idea what the sort of heavy concentration of descendants of Eastern European immigrants would have meant during the Cold War in Nebraska. And that's one question I'm interested in trying to figure out. So even before the founding of the WCPM, Annie was central to a 1951 Life magazine story that Bennett had pitched to the magazine and which became part of an effort to promote her book. Now 82, a photo caption touted, Annie Pavelka of Bladen, Nebraska, Willa's lifelong friend and inspiration for My Antonia, still has what the writer called the full vigor of her personality, battered but not distinguished, of her youth. And here is the wonderful conflation of real people in fiction that you find every time you go to Red Cloud, Nebraska. The granddaughter of Annie Pavelka recently died, and to the end of her life, she would say, I am the granddaughter of My Antonia. And I would think, no, you're the granddaughter of Annie Sadilek Pavelka. You are not the granddaughter of a fictional character. The accompanying body text, like the photo caption, conflates fiction and fact. The farm wife and mother of 13, readers were told, to her friend Willie Cather, Annie was all her life the symbol of a conquest of the new world by pioneers from the old. So in both Cather's novel and in the life of Annie, an extramarital pregnancy before her marriage to a Czech immigrant farmer was a key life event. Furthermore, when Bennett started her research by interviewing Carrie Minor Sherwood, Cather's childhood friend, who also served as a prototype for a character in My Antonia, she learned of an even earlier extramarital pregnancy, the result of a rape by a privileged Anglo-American young man in Red Cloud, which resulted in Annie suing her rapist for bastardy. The suit had to be dropped when the child died as an infant. And I don't know if any of you read Western Historical Quarterly. Donna Devlin, a PhD in history student at the University of Nebraska, published an article on this case, which she uncovered, and she's got a whole book that's about remedies for sexual assault in Kansas and Nebraska in the late 19th century. But notably, neither extramarital pregnancy figures in the World of Willa Cather or the Life magazine article promoting it. Readers of both who didn't know the novel might have presumed that all of Annie's 13 children who survived infancy were the result of her monogamous heterosexual marriage to Anton Pavelka. One of the pictures of masculine adolescent Willa Cather appeared in the article as well, but it's dwarfed by the prominence given to Annie. In its early branding of itself, the WCPM similarly foregrounded Annie Sadlek-Pavelka as an immigrant pioneer woman. Cather had worked closely with Polish-American artist W.T. Benda on the pen and ink line drawings commissioned to illustrate My Antonia. So this is Annie with Jim Burden, the Anglo-American male narrator of the book, so she's on the right. This is actually supposed to be Antonia when she is pregnant with that extramarital pregnancy in a snowstorm. This is another immigrant woman. This is Lena Lingard, a Norwegian immigrant out tending the family cattle, and my friend Geneva and I are threatening to get matching tattoos of Lena Lingard knitting. And this is Antonia at the plow when she is, this is earlier than the pregnancy, but she says, I like to be like a man's, because she is working hard for her family and helping them to make their farm successful. So clearly when Carrie Sherwood drew these pen and ink designs used as a masthead for the early newsletters of the WCPM, and these certificates designed to be awarded to affiliated Willa Cather societies, she was evoking Benda's illustrations. There is no William Cather, MD, represented here. Instead, the pioneer woman at her plow has central prominence. And we also have a plow, we have some animals, we have, some bison, but there is basically Antonia at her plow, Annie Sadlek-Pavelka at her plow. To return the complaints of Willa Cather's nephew about the suggestion that at least Easterners might call Cather a lesbian, Mildred Bennett had broken a key role about the WCPM and Cather during the Cold War era. Although that Cather was, or at least might have been, a lesbian was widely presumed. It functioned as an open secret. As Eve Sedgwick writes in The Epistemology of the Closet, the open secret structure of literary history entails questions about the homosexuality of authors being answered, don't ask, you shouldn't know. Whether or not Bruce Bennett, spurred by the pictures of the masculine adolescent Cather, recovered by Mildred Bennett, asked about Cather's sexuality when he visited Red Cloud, Mildred broke the open secret rule by stating publicly what was regularly said in letters and likely in an in-person conversation. So just before organizing the efforts for the WCPM went public in 1955, Mildred Bennett's family generated its own open secret that violated the norms of Cold War sexuality. In late 1954, Marietta Bush, the nurse who lived with the family, became pregnant, with the baby's father clearly being Wilbur Bennett. In January 1955, when she was 3 months pregnant, she traveled to St. Paul, Nebraska to marry James F. Blue, described as a merchant from Washington who then vanished, never to be mentioned in Nebraska papers again. Mildred Bennett went with Marietta and served as a witness for the wedding. In June, Alicia Blue was born in Red Cloud, and life carried on, with Marietta and Alicia Blue living in the Bennett household with Wilbur and Mildred and their son, until Marietta's death shortly before her daughter turned 18. I remember when I first heard about this, it was about 5 years ago, and I was like, what? What's going on here? But I'll get back to Cather. But to return to my main subject, the open secret of Cather's sexuality, Mildred Bennett wrote. She wrote about it in a lot of letters, and she was a pack rat. Her archive is still barely sorted, and it's just enormous. My preliminary foray into her papers gives some idea of what her inner circle, people whom she befriended and then brought into the WCPM as members of the Board of Governors, thought about Cather's sexuality. A key correspondent was L.V. Jacks, a classics professor at Creighton University in Omaha, who also taught creative writing and published fiction and popular nonfiction. She had met him when she attended the Nebraska Writers Conference, and he was a key advisor as she was researching and writing The World of Willa Cather. In 1949, Bennett was trying to build a relationship with Louise Pound, as a source, an English professor at the University of Nebraska, who had been Cather's classmate and the object of Cather's intense crush. It's not clear whether Louise Pound returned the affection. Cather's letters, though, to Louise Pound of the era are just like painful to read. She's crushing so hard and it's not being reciprocated. I wrote some of those letters in college. I hope nobody ever finds them. In any event, Bennett wrote to Jacks about her initial conversations with Pound, and Bennett's letter's not extant, and this is Jacks' response. I think you have Pound sized up about right. She is the old maid type, crabbed and perhaps a little jealous of Willa's success. It may be that she was the original source of the tale about Willa being queer. She probably never said that in so many words, but hinted at it, and if confronted, would say she never told such a story. It would be hard, if not impossible, to trace it home to her. She might be worth watching along those lines. In 1957, Bennett first met Virginia Faulkner, who at that time had just joined the staff of the University of Nebraska Press. Faulkner deserves a whole book to herself, and in fact, Bruce Bigelow is writing a biography of her under contract with the University of Nebraska Press. Born and raised in Lincoln, she had a colorful and very, very queer life in the East as a journalist, playwright, and novelist. And also, I mentioned Bernice Sloat earlier, who was saying, oh, Willa Cather was just all about her career. They were a couple, by the way. But she had developed her own interest in Cather's life before returning to Nebraska. It seems that she had approached Mildred Bennett about a collaboration, writing a biography. As Jacks wrote in response to Bennett's report on meeting Faulkner, I think I would make some cautious overtures towards the family first and see how they feel. I think he means the Cather family. It would certainly have to be done tactfully. Still, Willa was an oddity in several ways. And of course, it is no secret anywhere that some people are very puzzled as to just what kind of sex equipment she had. Ms. Faulkner may have material that would be of immense value. I've seen what Virginia Faulkner had, and it's not of immense value. But I think if I were you, I would try first to read it and evaluate it a bit, and then you can decide better if you want to have a hand. I do not have any doubt that sooner or later, someone will write a book about her on a strictly psychological lines, and if you got in the first blow, it might be a good thing. Of course, if it's a co-authorship affair, you could, if you wish, confine your part to general history and let Ms. Faulkner take the psychology. She was actually taking all of the published biographies, Virginia Faulkner, of Cather at that point, and color-coding them according to Jungian themes to find the secret of Willa Cather's sexuality. So there's a long whisper tradition in Red Cloud and Webster County of using garbled versions of the word hermaphrodite to categorize Cather. And somebody on a plane last year who lived in Kansas, south of Red Cloud, actually told me, like she said, oh, I heard that Willa Cather was a hermaphrodite. I was like, that's still out there. Which we see traces of here in speculation about Cather's sex equipment. It's clear to me, however, that these rumors have no basis in fact. Cather was not intersex. Rather, they were an indirect way to talk about Cather's gender nonconformity and sexuality. Another letter from Jacks to Mildred Bennett in 1961 is more direct about sexuality and about why using the label in relation to Cather should be avoided. WC and the problem of homosexuality is a sticker. For my part, if it is not absolutely necessary, I feel I would shy off. On the other hand, if the problem is real and some squirt like Randall, I think that's John H. Randall, who wrote a book called Willa Cather, something in the Looking Glass, a critical study, plunges into it, there will be more harm than good done. Well, you could go back and read the memoirs of Hadrian a few times. This is a 1951 novel by Marguerite Yourcenar, presented as an autobiography of the Roman emperor, and it also includes his love for Antinous, which is a sort of famous episode from the classical era. The French are really very slick at that. The basic question is, can any real evidence be uncovered? I venture to say no. Not that it might not have happened, I'm not enough of an authority to know anything about it, but just because Willie was shrewd and probably played them close to her chest if she had any. So it is going to be very hard to prove anything. And if you can prove something, there is not much gained by going into it, especially if it is a smelly subject. So, another person, Don Connors, an Omaha high school English teacher who then moved to California, became part of Bennett's circle a decade after Jack's. Connors also corresponded with Bennett about Cather's sexuality. When Bennett was writing an article about cruelty in Cather's fiction, she wrote to Connors in 1962, what do you think of sadism and its ramifications? I think Willa Cather had a good streak of it in her. How does it tie in with other possibilities? She was cruel because she got a certain satisfaction out of it. In a follow-up letter on her thinking on the same article, Bennett noted that Cather had a strong relationship with her father, but a tempestuous relationship with her mother. She mused, for a woman who loves her father and hates her mother, why is the homosexual life attractive? Hello, Freud, right? Is it looking for a mother, being unable to substitute another man, the father place? What is the mechanism, do you think? So my final example, like I said, very preliminary, is a somewhat mysterious letter. It's a fragment and it states unclear. However, some of the things that it references Edith Lewis, Cather's partner in the present tense, and there's a definite perception that Lewis was obstructing Bennett's efforts in relation to Cather. So I think this places the letter in the period I'm looking at, the late 50s, the early 60s. The writer was John March, senior editor at Collier's Encyclopedia, who commissioned Bennett to write an article for the encyclopedia on Cather, and then became a friend, Cather researcher, frequent correspondent, and member of the WCPM Board of Governors. So I'm just gonna, it's a long passage, but I still just don't know what to do with this. But apparently the idea that Cather was a lesbian is gaining momentum, and I expect Lewis et al. Is helping this along. Twice lately, I've been asked this question, once by a would-be novelist who admires her very much. Now I get a letter from Paul Riley in Lincoln, who is associated with the Nebraska State Historical Society, saying the question is being kicked around there by the big boys. In both cases, I have said I do not believe so. I don't. For sure, she has avoided anything that looks like a sex situation in her writings except for O Pioneers. She avoided it because she didn't know anything about it. I'm sure she never had any kind of sex experience. From her analysis of men-women relationships, I'd say her reactions were perfectly normal, that she never broke over is her business. I do not believe there was ever any overt relation on her past. There would be some suggestion of it in her writing. From my meager knowledge, I never saw anything I recognized as lesbianism in anything she wrote. From what you have told me, I'd say that Lewis, excuse me, that the Lewis-Cather relationship was not a happy one. Mildred Bennett had a whole kind of picture of that relationship that has no relationship to reality. But this is what she told him. I think Lewis realized C was a genius and wanted in on the glory. Otherwise, why so jealous? It was her only claim to fame. Cather hung on to her as Lewis was a buffer and took the knocks. Why else was Lewis such a bitch? I expect C did most anything to keep her in that position. The whole thing was not normal, and I believe C would have developed differently had she married and had children. I believe all of the instincts were there. At least they show for me in her writings. No two people can deny the world and live as they did and have anything more than detriment. Cather was afraid, and part of her inspiration arose from that fear. It became a vicarious experience. How wrong am I? The people here in New York brand everyone lesbian or homosexual, and Cather wouldn't have escaped if people who knew had ever suspected anything. A lot of people knew she was a lesbian, but anyway. Lewis and her actions have led to it. It is no one's business but Cather's, only it has had an effect on her writing. The whole mess will be aired out someday. I hope whoever undertakes it is sympathetic and honest. If the gossip gains in volume, some bright psychoanalyst will open up that situation in a good Freudian manner. I rather hate to see that happen. No matter what they find, I feel we have the best of Cather without dissecting her too. So this letter has haunted me for a while now. This is one I actually first encountered several years ago, especially because I feel pretty sure that John March was a gay man, and that he was what we called back in the day a self-oppressing homosexual. But it also returns us to my opening vignette from 1979 in the sense that homosexuality was a coastal urban phenomenon. People in New York City were asking March if Cather was a lesbian because that's a thing people in New York City would ask, because that's where all the queers were, right? And this is where Cather herself spent most of her adult life. This is the idea that has become be known in queer scholarship as metronormativity, right? That's the real queer culture. There was also a threat, however, of Nebraska taking the idea seriously. The big boys at the Nebraska State Historical Society also thought it was true. And March, he's got a name that's hard to track, and all I can really find is stuff from his publications. March, who worked at the University of Oklahoma before moving to New York to work at Collier's, found the idea of Cather as a lesbian threatening. As L.V. Jacks wrote to Mildred Bennett in 1949 to encourage her to continue after The World of Willa Cather had been rejected by Doubleday, stick strongly to your position as a champion of the best woman writer, probably the best writer that Nebraska has ever produced. A little of the old flag waving is called for now and then. Nebraska ought to be proud of Willa Cather. She was a fine woman, courageous, a great artist, a world figure, etc. And she was as generous as the day is long. In order to suit the ambitions of Bennett and later the WCPM, Cather couldn't be a lesbian. In order for some Cather family members to support the WCPM financially, Cather couldn't be a lesbian. And this really does feel Cold War to me, because during Cather's lifetime, there's no hiding of the relationship with Lewis. They all, I think that there's just a real shift that has to do with that shift into the 1950s. Of course she was a lesbian, and the National Willa Cather Center does not shy away from her life now. But in Cold War Nebraska, the lesbian author who lived in New York City when she wrote My Antonia was less the public face of her memorial than was the prototype for the novel's immigrant pioneer woman protagonist. Thanks. Questions? Plenty of time for questions.
Start us off here. So I'm wondering about the ways of thinking about how the memorial, so that the historian in me wants to kind of investigate the way the memorial itself was set up in the 1950s and that sort of thing. So your argument is part about the Cold War, but part about
Memorialization.
Memorialization, generally speaking. So is it your suggestion that they couldn't do that, or they wouldn't do that? The actual memorial where they're creating those little dioramas, and very creepy, by the way.
Yes. No, so, the documentation of the creation of the memorial is pretty sparse. You've got the bylaws, there's a couple newspaper stories, and, it basically is like the purpose of the memorial is to commemorate the life of Willa Cather and sites, whatever. It doesn't say much. But as far as an interpretive program that is clear and directed, it really is pretty much Mildred Bennett. And she was the director she was the director of the whole thing for like more than 30 years. So it's very much a personality project. She wasn't a good record keeper. She kept a lot of stuff, but it's also, there's no good record keeping. There's no accession records. There's no, so it's hard to know exactly what was going on except from this correspondence. But it is clear, and talking to Tracy Tucker, who's the archivist, that they just really were taking whatever the hell came in, right? So as far as like trying to, like, I was expecting to find a really sort of clear interpretive program, and you just don't have it because they really are just seat of the pants.
Have you done any oral interviews?
There's a man writing a biography of Bennett right now, and he's trying to convince me that Mildred Bennett was gay friendly and sympathetic to Edith Lewis, and I'm not buying it. And he's a gay man who's written books about historic preservation related to gay experience, like that's his thing. So he's talked to a lot of people, but I've been, pushing back against his claims, based on his archive about what Edith Lewis was up to. And I'm like, no, I know that's what everybody you're talking to said Edith Lewis was doing, but there's a whole nother archive saying what she was doing. There's a sense that Edith Lewis was an obstructionist, and Mildred Bennett, Edith Lewis is the villain in Mildred Bennett's narrative about her work to preserve and promote Willa Cather, and then Edith Lewis is the villain. But I mean, one of the really extraordinary things of all this correspondence is that, she lived with Edith Lewis for nearly 40 years, and everybody's like, well, there's no proof. How could you know? And I just think, really? I mean, yeah, I've seen that in so many archives and so many letters. It's just really kind of extraordinary. Yes, Chris.
I love the photographs, and you get to see a lot of ambiguity in the presentation. And so I wanted to ask, how is non-binary identity or just gender non-conforming presentation shaping your interpretation of the archive?
Okay, so I'll just choose this as one of the pictures that we could talk about. This is part of Willa Cather's life that's before my book, right? So as I always say, she didn't meet Edith Lewis till 1903, so somebody else can do that work. So in this picture, for example, the hair, definitely coloring outside the lines. The rest of the clothing, people will say that she's dressed in boys' or men's clothing. She's not. They're puff sleeves, women wore neckties in the 1890s. So it's not, I see claims all the time that she cross-dressed, and except for pictures of her performing in plays where she did breeches parts, you don't see that. For me, the thing that I've really started to think about, and we talked a little bit about Jen Mannion's book, Female Husbands, yesterday, Chris and I did. So a lot of the people in Mannion's book, when they start living as men, they often have disappeared from one place and reappeared in another place, right? That's kind of the way that works. Cather was embedded in a family as an adolescent, and there are so many studio pictures of Cather during this period, and I'm avoiding pronouns right now because it's like, well, how do you transition to, think about the later part of Cather's life? I think if Cather had wanted to live as a man, that would have entailed picking up and moving and assuming a new identity someplace else, and I don't think that was going to happen. And one of the things that Mannion says in her book is, says, okay, for this book, trans is a verb, not an identity category, which is not to say that they are unrelated, but so people can transgender and then stop transing gender. So my sense is that Cather was transing gender and then stopped. What does that tell us about Cather's own internal sense of gender later in life? I'm not sure, but all of Cather's letters, Cather's, self-presentation later, all is as a woman. So, yeah. Yes?
Could you tell us a little bit about, really enjoyed your talk, a little bit about the history of the ebb and flow of Cather's image has she ever been a gay icon, for example? And what about...
She's in the Butch Lesbian coloring book, yeah.
like in the 70s versus, is there an ebb and flow? How has that conversation...
Well, so it's interesting. In the 1970s is when, so Jane Rule in Lesbian Images, she's in Jane Rule's book. But the sort of, in the 1970s, as you start having the sort of gay liberation movement, there are moments when Cather is identified in print as a lesbian, gay, however they're going to say it, and then Cather family members write people, and they don't really have the ability to sue, but they try to make trouble. So, like, remember the Book of Lists? Anyone old enough for the Book of Lists? Cather was included in a list of American artists who were gay or lesbian, and it was not Charles Cather. It was another set of, it was nieces. They wrote to Alfred Knopf, who was, still Cather's, the publisher of the firm, and they wanted to try to sue. And they actually did get her removed from the list in a subsequent edition. And you can see Charles Cather here. Charles Cather was always out there on the prowl. I've heard many stories about Charles Cather. But the other people who were pushing against Cather as a lesbian were Virginia Faulkner and Bernice Sloat, who were lesbians. And I've heard lots of stories about them shutting down conversations at conferences and everything. But so Cather, in popular culture, she does get taken up as a sort of queer icon pretty early on, I'd say like in the 70s. But there's this whole kind of pushback. And we think of Bernice Sloat and Virginia Faulkner. So Bernice is in the English department, Virginia's at the press. Who else was, in the English department in the 1970s, there was also Julia Penelope. Does anyone know who she was? She was a radical feminist, linguist, a self-proclaimed fat working class dyke who wanted to teach classes only to women students, which you really couldn't do at a state university, but they were sort of these like critique of language. And Audrey Rich's poem for Julia in Nebraska, which mentions Willa Cather, is for Julia Penelope, about how she wasn't able to sort of enact her separatist politics in her teaching in the 1970s. So, if you see pictures of Bernice and Virginia, they look like, buttoned up. I mean, Virginia Faulkner used to sort of dress like Radcliffe Hall when she lived in New York. In Nebraska, the two of them are wearing kind of like, the tailored dresses that women professionals would wear, and they're all buttoned up and they're wearing heels. And so I think they felt threatened by that. And then also, Lewis Crompton, everybody heard of the Crompton Knoll Award from the GLQ caucus? He spent his entire career at Nebraska, and 50 years ago let me think about this now, I have to do my math. Yeah, we had this, in 1970, he taught the first catalog listed course in queer studies in the United States, a seminar in homophile studies. So there was a lot going on at Nebraska, but then there were also people trying to sort of like keep Cather out of that conversation. So yeah, it's pretty complicated.
It occurs to me then that the story isn't just about 50s Cold War politics. It's about the politics of the early gay liberation movement, right? Like, what's the best strategy? Is the best strategy maintaining respectability and blending in, or is it being, in your face and claiming your difference?
Well, that's a later moment. I'm not quite willing to dive into those archives yet. So mostly I'm telling you sort of the stories that I know from people who have told me those stories at that point. But yes, yeah.
Right, but your way to get at those the 50s is always filtered through the politics of the people who produced and talk about that.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you say a little bit more about, like Chris said, the photographs are amazing, but I wondered how they were collected and used by the family itself. So you're talking about the family kind of challenging this idea of her as a lesbian, but presumably they're the ones that took and kept these photographs in which we see gender nonconforming.
So actually, I'm pretty sure that Mildred Bennett did not, in the first instance, get these photographs through family, but they were, if I go back. So these are essentially carte de visites, and so they weren't just in the hands of her family. I think they were in the hands of various people in Red Cloud because Cather was handing them out to people. And they're still floating around out there. Like my friend Paul Erickson is director of the Clements at Michigan, and he just acquired a copy of one of these that's sort of floating around on the market. And I think that there were just lots of copies out there. And I think, and even now, sort of our digitized image gallery, you'll see some of them are from Cather family papers, others are from different papers. So I think that, but this all just speaks again to the no secret, right? Because there were just many copies of photographs. And I think generally, in the 1890s, when people got photographs, they got multiple copies. And so you'll just sort of see that kind of circulation of images in that way. Yes?
I guess I have a question. I got your point that the center was trying to foreground the woman who's sort of essentially the basis for Antonia, and that there's this pioneer woman, right? But it seemed like that, as you said, is also conflicting with Cold War notions, but also stories about what Western families, right? That pioneer quote unquote myth, right, is told about women in the West. So how do they reckon with their pregnancy? Do they just sort of say of a bygone era, especially the one that's like not of sexual assault, but actually with extramarital?
Right. So in the world of Willa Cather and in the story in the Minneapolis Star Tribune and other things I've said, they basically say she overcame some early challenges. It's just, yeah. So they don't. I mean, it's in the novel. It's very prominent in the novel. So if you read the novel, you kind of get what's going on, but they did just kind of slide past it in an interesting way. And Annie Pavelka herself, one of the incidents in the novel that is actually sort of supported by photographic evidence again, is that, so apparently she was, supposed to be engaged, and then he didn't marry her and she got pregnant, and that's that pregnancy. But she got this elaborate photographic portrait, which was sort of like crayon colorized, and in the novel, and I think this is the actual photograph exists, the prototype photograph, that she didn't hide. She didn't hide the pregnancy, and she was proud of her child, and got this beautiful photographic portrait of the child made. And Evelyn Funda is retired from Utah State. She's writing a book about Cather and Czech culture, and she's done actually a whole lot of research about Annie Pavelka's family history in the Czech Republic, and the level of extramarital or early births in marriage in the area where she came from in Bohemia was quite high. So the norms of the culture that she came from, and I think I've heard this, in my own family, there are extramarital pregnancies on both sides. And I think in Norway, my great grandmother had 2 children before she got married. And it was just like thing in Norway, and even the statistics, the difference between the levels of pregnancy, but then come to the United States, and then my father did not know that his step-grandfather was not his biological grandfather until after he died. But I think in Norway, this man married a woman with 2 children, and it was just like, fine. So I think that there's some kind of, there's interesting layers, but in the way that they're memorialized, they just kind of like gloss over it.
Bennett in this seemingly polyamorous marriage and home life situation. But
yeah, I mean, I think people think she just sort of tolerated it. I'm thinking maybe she clearly, Marietta is a big character in her letters, and I think that there was, I think poly is possible.
Yeah, so you've got that, you've got these lesbians that are then denying lesbian in other lesbian characters like Jane Menn doing the same. You've got families that in this early period are yes, you can be like this and have to be photographed, right? But then in death, family members are oh no, right? So the private acceptance and then this public disavowal of that. So is it do you think it's that, or do you think that this has something to do with an earlier kind of acceptance and then this shift in Cold War where it was okay in the earlier period, the
I think my sense is that it is a historical shift over time. Although there could be, elements of both in the historical, periods, I think that it really is, and this is part of what we were talking about yesterday. I think it is the Cold War shift and the regression in terms of acceptance. For me, one of the most poignant moments in researching the life of one of Edith Lewis's dear friends, John Chapin Mosher, who was the first film critic at The New Yorker, who needs a biography. He's a fabulous queen, very out, very gay. He was made into a character in a Dawn Powell novel. He's that gay. His partner, Philip Claflin, was a stockbroker, and he joined up during World War II, and Mosher had served in World War I and was in his 40s, so he was under no obligation. But when Philip left, it kind of broke his heart, and he died of heart disease before Philip came back. And Philip came back and immediately married a woman. Right, that sort of post-war moment. He married Agnes Ringe, who was an art history professor at Vassar, and I'm pretty sure they were mutual beards because they were part of the same. They were friends with Virgil Thompson. He wrote musical portraits of both of them, so they'd known each other for years. And I think it was basically like, all right, time to cover. And they didn't. They were married for a long time, never had children, and so that kind of like shift. I mean, I saw a lot of that sort of historical. The flipping the switch in a way that's kind of discouraging. But it's also encouraging to know that there was an earlier moment when John Chapin Mosher was out there, being the most fabulous queen in New York City. Yeah, they were the first gay property owners out at Cherry Grove Fire Island, him and Philip Claflin, so.
So we have all these people saying, like, there's no proof, there's no proof.
Okay.
So obvious. But of course, you've also written this marvelous book that is proof of both their relationship and also their literary collaboration. Now that the book has been out for 2 years, I'm curious if you've got any pushback from people saying, like, if we still want to defend who's, Heather, or has our historical moment shifted to the point where that's not even an issue anymore?
Yeah, I mean, Oxford University Press did a terrible job of promoting the book, so the people who might have pushed back, I don't know. And there's some people I know who still don't believe me, but I've known them for 30 years, so they just are like, oh, that's Melissa, right? But the proof question, yeah. I had a version of the introduction to the book, which was very much more defensive, and I was, advised to stop being defensive and to say what I was going to make my argument and stop defending. But the whole kind of proof question is, what do they think proof is going to be? I always say it's like, what is it going to be? Diagrams of sexual positions, or right? I mean, seriously, or pictures of them naked in bed together, but then you would say, well, that doesn't count, right? That's not, right? So, and even actually when Edith Lewis's friends, her friend who was her college classmate, she married a man. They were both painters, and after she got pregnant with their one and only child, he was getting very, devoted to Hinduism and the study of yoga. They decided to have a spiritual marriage, and they never had sex again. But they were still married, right? So those questions about, what constitutes proof, especially for lesbians, right? So, yeah. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's 11:03, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Paul Conrad. I'm an associate professor here in the history department at UTA. And it's my honor to welcome you to the second lecture in the 57th annual Walter Prescott Webb Lecture Series. The theme of the lectures this year is LGBTQ+ history in the American West and Southwest. There will be 2 additional lectures this afternoon, so definitely take a look at the program and come to those if you can. I also encourage you to take a look at the information here about archival collections here at UTA related to LGBTQ+ history. So definitely take a look at those when you get a chance. There's also some refreshments next door after the lecture. You can grab something. just right now. It's going to be gone. Don't go now because we're getting started. So, all right. But it's my honor to introduce our speaker for the second lecture, Dr. Greg Smithers. Dr. Smithers is a professor of history at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. He is also currently a British Academy Global Professor, which I learned last night is something that we should all aspire to be if we want to have a 3-year sabbatical to research and write about things we're interested in. Dr. Smithers' research has focused on African American and Native American histories from the 18th century to the present. And he is the author or editor of at least 10 books on a wide range of topics. In fact, I found myself wondering if there's more than one Greg Smithers. As I was reminding myself, I'm familiar with a number of the books, but he's written on topics that I had no idea that he had interested in, including race and media studies and all kinds of interesting things. So take a look at his catalog of books that he has been involved in creating over the years. Especially near and dear to my own heart is a book he published a while back, The Cherokee Diaspora, which brought a focus on Indigenous peoples' histories of mobility and identity formation that to me was incredibly exciting and fresh and led me to think about my own research in a new way. His talk today is going to be drawing from his most recent book, which you see here and you can purchase outside, Reclaiming Two Spirits, Sexuality, Spiritual Renewal, and Sovereignty in Native America. This book won the 2023 Prose Award in Cultural Anthropology and Sociology and was finalist for the Randy Schiltz Award for Gay Nonfiction, among some other honors. So please welcome Dr. Smithers.
Thank you, Paul. I should say Paul's one of my favorite historians, so it's really quite an honor to be introduced by him this morning. And it's an honor to be back on the campus of UT Arlington, or to be here physically. This is the second time in 2 years. The first time was a teach-in last year. So someone on campus is up to good trouble. Was it UT Dallas? Oh, I'm getting you all confused. Okay. Well, someone's up to good trouble anyway, so keep up the trouble. This morning, I'm going to talk a little bit about a portion of the research that is in the book, Reclaiming Two Spirits, that I didn't fully flesh out. And the paper that I'm going to share with you this morning is still a work in progress. There are parts here that I'm going to share via reading to you, and there are other parts that I'll try and walk you through, and then there's some art towards the end. And I am going to try and keep to time, but if I do speak over, please give me the hook. So let me start. I thought I was going to contract AIDS and die, Marty Fixico recalled. That's Marty up there. I was in DC at the time, in the thick of everything. It was a raw confession, a story of fear and anxiety that Marty and I had skirted in our previous conversations. I'd got to know Marty, or Marlon Marty Fixico, a Southern Cheyenne Two-Spirit elder, over social media, phone calls, and at in-person events. Warm and generous, Marty possessed a keen intellect and an infectious laugh. Among his many accomplishments, he pointed most proudly to the formation of the Two-Spirit LGBT Center of Equity. Marty was a beloved elder in the Two-Spirit community. His sudden passing in August 2022 proved a painful loss for many. But in March 2019, Marty and I had arranged to conduct a formal interview. He felt like reminiscing. Just 3 weeks prior, the Bay Area American Indian Two-Spirit, or Bates, powwow, had brought people together from communities across the United States and Canada, and often from the Pacific Islands as well. Bates is a special powwow. It's a celebration of Two-Spirit history and culture. Two-Spirit, of course, being an umbrella term for Native people who embody both male and female spirits. Like previous Bates powwows, the 2019 event proved joyous, filled with love and laughter, conversations about the past, the present, challenges for the future. In the days after the powwow, social media platforms lit up with photographs and stories of what turned out to be the last in-person Bates powwow before COVID-19 shut the world down. And only this past February did folks get back together in person. So perhaps it was the buzz around the powwow that inspired Marty to agree to sit down to a formal interview. Whatever his motives, I was grateful. He had agreed to devote several hours to sit with me and talk about Two-Spirit history and culture. And we talked about a lot of stuff, some of which was deeply personal and which I'll never write about. But his reflections about HIV/AIDS stuck with me. They still do. Marty began our interview by recalling how he worked through his sexuality in his native Oklahoma in the 1960s and 70s. He studied briefly at Haskell University, and then in the early 1980s at the University of Oklahoma. He moved to DC at the end of the 1980s following the breakup of his marriage. As Marty reflected that while he eventually became good friends with his estranged wife, it was the separation from his kids that almost broke him. That's what prompted the move to DC, where he started a new life, where he shared a house with his, quote, Seneca boyfriend, a Mohawk guy, a Lumbee guy, and a Puerto Rican, our token straight guy. The housemates partied a lot, but it was the 1980s. In fact, it was the mid to late 1980s, and the party soon stopped. Marty and his friends could not hide from the realities of the world around them. Reports about this new virus filled nightly news broadcasts with ever greater regularity. Some journalists and social commentators called it the gay disease, a cruel slur. White evangelicals like Billy Graham burnished their celebrity by making provocative and frankly ridiculous statements about AIDS being a judgment of God on the nation. Marty Fixigo and his housemates interpreted such remarks as hate speech. Indeed, they were. But they weren't silenced. Infuriated, they got to action. They got their marching shoes on, and they headed to the March on Washington for Lesbian and Gay Rights in 1987. Marty also made a point of attending another event the following year. This was the first annual American Indian Gay and Lesbian Gathering held in Minnesota in 1988. The people that Marty met in Minnesota in the summer of 1988 became lifelong friends. They also sparked a movement that confronted HIV/AIDS and changed Indian country. In fact, it's still changing Indian country. Overcoming his fears of an AIDS-related death, Marty Fixico threw himself into activism, and he wasn't alone. Together, he and his new friends embraced life. They worked to reclaim traces of gender-fluid traditions in their respective native cultures and returned to the circle of community in their respective tribal communities. As they looked to the future, the people Marty formed lifelong friendships with at that Minnesota gathering were both guided by history and carving their own path together. And it's that I want to focus on this morning. Firstly, the HIV/AIDS pandemic and the impact that it had on gay and lesbian Indians, as they were then called themselves in the 1970s and 80s. This notion of the circle and the return to the circle and the medicine wheel, and it's important in bringing community together. And then as a second generation of Two-Spirit activists and leaders emerge, the early reflections on HIV/AIDS in the 1980s and 1990s and how it is sparking a creative new energy among Two-Spirit people, indigiqueer, gender fluid, and sexually fluid identities throughout Indian country. So across Indian country, to give you some background here, the circle endures as a powerful symbol of kinship, well-being, and interconnectedness with all life. In the late 19th century, for example, the anthropologist Alice Fletcher learned about the importance of the circle from a Pawnee informant. According to Fletcher's account of their conversation, the circle motif features prominently in a number of ceremonies, including the Hako ceremony, a celebration of friendship, unity, and the origin of life. Fletcher's informant told her that a Pawnee priest uses the circle to represent, quote, a nest, and is drawn by the toe because we are imitating the bird making its nest. And this is something actually I've found across indigenous cultures. I'm currently writing a book on Cherokees and their relationship with rivers. Kids, until very late in the 20th century, were continuing to do very similar things. They were play acting happy families by pretending to be birds. This was a fairly common sort of kids' play and acculturation that seemed to be going on the Qualla boundary in western North Carolina. In other contexts, the circle appears in petroglyphs, art, and architecture. The Crow people, for example, position large poles into the shape of a circle. And there are many other examples, but I'll skip over them in the interest of time here. But to return to the circle then involves being part of a place, of tapping into a historical sense of connectedness, and of nurturing a sense of well-being. The medicine wheel, in this light, occupies an important place in the epistemological world of Native nations across North America. Sometimes referred to as the medicine hoop, it also invokes the values of balance, of responsibility, and as I mentioned, well-being. In the 1980s, the medicine wheel assumed a heightened importance. Gay and lesbian Indians, as they then called themselves, invoked the medicine wheel in the context of the deepening AIDS crisis. However, the use of the medicine wheel brought into sharp relief a painful reality. Too many gay and lesbian Indians felt locked out of the circle of fellowship in their respective tribal nations. Randy Burns, our good friend, a Northern Paiute man, addressed the realities of social ostracism head-on. With Barbara Cameron, a Hunkpapa Lakota activist, Burns co-founded Gay American Indians, GAI, which was just pronounced out gay, a San Francisco organization in the 1970s. As HIV transmission rates exploded in the 1980s, Gay educated members about HIV/AIDS and provided circles of friendship and support. In 1986, Burns wrote that the society on the reservation is real harsh on issues of homosexuality. He wasn't wrong. And to the issue of AIDS, Randy went on, which a lot of Indian people are not informed about. Plus, there's poor health care on the res. That circle nest that a solitary Pawnee informant told the anthropologist Alice Fletcher about in the late 19th century seemed like a faded memory in the context of the 1980s. Homophobia compounded the new terror of HIV/AIDS. To escape homophobia on the reservation or in rural communities, hundreds of gay and lesbian Indians did as Burns and Cameron did and migrated to cities like San Francisco, New York, Minneapolis, and elsewhere. In recalling his journey, Burns wrote that, like so many gay men and lesbians, I traveled to places like San Francisco. We came here openly to express our self-love and self-acceptance as homosexuals. Burns left his reservation community with very little money, taking the Greyhound bus, which he sardonically labeled the Gayhound bus. Randy was a good time. He was fun, he brought people together, and he had a really keen wit. I like him for all his flaws, and we all have many flaws. So he rode the Gayhound bus to San Francisco before starting a new life. In no time, Burns was at the center of GAI Gay. And at first, it was a bit of a social club. They partied a lot. And Randy has admitted that on a number of occasions and a number of interviews. But Barbara Cameron was also there, and she began to get things together and organized in a way that it wasn't when it was just potlucks and drag shows in people's apartments and getting to know other members of the Pan-Indian community that had come to San Francisco in the 70s and early 80s. AIDS was stealing lives. And so by that very fact, the party kind of petered out and became something much more serious. And it became something more serious very quickly after the first member of GAY died in 1985, a young Navajo man. In this moment, in the mid-'80s, politicians were continuing to slow walk their response to HIV/AIDS. And if white American politicians were slow walking their response, the response of tribal leaders on the reservation communities, was to pretend as though HIV/AIDS wasn't real. Most tribal leaders were of the opinion that HIV/AIDS is a white man's disease. In fact, many of them believed that homosexuality was a white man's disease. And so it was very difficult to get tribal councils and tribal leaders across many parts of Indian country to take this healthcare crisis seriously. Burns, who worked in the healthcare industry, understood all of this and the shortcomings in the Indian Health Service. As a gay Indian, he wrote in 1985, "I am in total support of AIDS research, better healthcare for AIDS patients, and an eventual cure for AIDS. However, there were immediate, urgent, and ongoing needs. Many American Indian healthcare programs," Burns insisted, "are already facing a 40% reduction by the present administration." And here, the 40% reduction in funding and resources that he's referring to is President Reagan's 1984 veto of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. And it did have a terrible effect on the provision of healthcare in indigenous communities. Burns predicted that this veto will result in the closure of 39 urban health clinics. And that's not insignificant in the mid-1980s, when the vast majority of people in Indian country live in urban America. Gay and lesbian Indians felt unseen. Burns understood this, and Barbara Cameron got it. It frustrated them. They had both witnessed on a daily basis the unmet needs of gay and lesbian Indians. Burns, for his part, responded by busying himself organizing community members and writing letters to elected officials. He was also really good at picking up the phone and harassing local, state, and federal politicians and historians. And he urged better health care. He wrote letters and published pamphlets and contributed to books in the 1980s and early 1990s. The felt experience then of contemporary trauma piled upon historical trauma extended across Indian country, and people like Randy Burns and Barbara Cameron were giving voice to it. Gay and lesbian Indians viewed homophobia and AIDS as related, and the deaths caused by this pandemic as connected to homophobia. Looking back on the 1980s, Susan Beaver, a queer Mohawk minister, reflected that, these are her words, "If the HIV virus attacks our bodies, then homophobia lets us die." Too many Native people felt what Beaver described. Roxanne White recalled that she went into shock after learning of her AIDS diagnosis. Roxanne White was an Ojibwe woman from the Red Lake Nation, and she recalled visiting her doctor for a routine screening. The test results changed her life. "All I did was cry for the next 2 weeks," White remembered. "My son and my fiance both started crying. Her daughter also cried when she got the news. White's family was devastated, but they rallied around her. Her mother proved a tower of strength. She remained, quote, calm, talking to me about my health, about taking care of myself, and so on. White's mother learned everything she could about HIV/AIDS and took a training course to better care for her daughter. Reflecting on her mother's dedication and love, White explained that she was, quote, inspirational because she talked about her own experience of surviving TB 40 years ago. And this was something, those who had the support systems and networks in their families and communities, the reflections are of people who are able to draw strength from past traumas and use it to address present traumas and try and press forward with life, using all of that energy as medicine in the present. So Roxanne White's diagnosis was clearly traumatic. Her family's response, as I mentioned, highlighted the importance of strong families. In practical terms, the White family returned to their own private circle of care to tend to a sick member. Small everyday acts of care and kindness often get overlooked in social science scholarship. Examples of studies focused on Native American healthcare vulnerabilities, a lack of information or poor information, and theories that advance models for better social service delivery, they abound. This scholarship was and remains important. It should not blind us, however, to the deep wells of indigenous knowledge that families like White's share with each other and often shield from the prying eyes of people like me, academics, and journalists. So in communities across North America, people with gender fluid identities historically took on roles like Roxanne White's mother, roles as caregiver and medicine person. When I interviewed Marty Fixico in 2019, he told me that, quote, we Two-Spirit people didn't realize it at the time, he's referring to the 1980s, but we were performing the role of carer for those living with HIV/AIDS. Clyde Hall, who I also spent a good deal of time with in preparing the book, he also took on the role of carer. Hall, a Shoshone Bannock man, doctored friends and loved ones living with HIV/AIDS. His dedication moved Marty to tears when we talked about Clyde's work. When I spoke to Hall, he was more modest. He remembered that when, quote, AIDS first hit, I was in San Francisco. And there were these little flyers, he recalls, in the windows of storefronts, talking about this new disease. It was some sort of toenail fungus or something. The severity of this disease quickly became apparent to Hall and all of his cohort. It became clear that he needed to help those who'd been infected. Hall sat with gay Indian men in pain and afraid who were dying from AIDS. No one else would. He held their hands. They cried together. They burned sage. And they talked about their respective tribal communities. Clyde Hall is quite possibly the most impressive human being I have ever met. His compassion, his patience, his care for the sick and dying gay men that he tended to in the 1980s and 90s reflected a level of empathy and kindness that seems almost gone today, but is endemic to the medicine wheel and the circle motif in Native American cultures. Storytelling is also fundamental to care, to empathy, and to the motif that is the medicine wheel. In October 1988, Bay Shawanda, an Ottawa Potawatomi tribal member, emphasized the importance of, quote, storytelling, ceremonies, and ritual in helping form our identities as children, develop into adults, and function as families and clans. Like Clyde Hall, Shawanda knew that without stories, the spoken word's medicine lacked the power that came from being part of a community, a circle, with tradition that is alive with meaning and possibility. Although each tribal nation inheres in the circle motif meaning particular to their understanding of place, kinship, and community, in general terms, the circle historically symbolizes the flow of life, That flow includes everyone, human and more than human relatives. As Clyde Hall told me, traditionally, no one was ever thrown away. This meant that in Native communities across North America, people with fluid gender and sexual identities had a place in the circle. A single line with no beginning or ends that brings life together in an interwoven sense of community. The circle, therefore, connects individuals to something bigger than themselves, to knowledge of the ancestors, to celestial bodies, to seasonal cycles, to place, and much more. To be cast out of the circle or to ignore the teachings of the medicine wheel is both emotionally painful and potentially physically and psychologically debilitating because it cuts one off from the very relationships that nurture life and well-being. And this is something I talk about a little bit in the book. Several people told me, Curtis Harris, for example, told me, who I'll talk about it momentarily, told me that the most painful thing, in addition to be called queer growing up, was being shunned by his community, the San Carlos Apache. It's only in recent decades that he's reconciled. So for over 5 centuries then, European colonialism has disrupted Native communities. From demographic collapse due to disease and genocidal violence, to the United States forced relocation of Native nations from traditional homelands, the removal of children from indigenous communities, place them in boarding schools, and the seemingly endless attacks on Native languages, cultures, and social structures. Strategies for indigenous survivance have been routinely stretched to their creative limits. Building on the analysis of Patrick Wolf, who was one of my mentors as an undergraduate, we disagreed on a lot. Scholars of Native America often preface their studies nowadays by talking about Wolf's eliminationist logic and associate it most acutely with settler colonialism. Wolf's framework is particularly useful in understanding European and Euro-American attitudes and actions towards gender fluidity in Indian country. Beginning in the 16th century, European armies slaughtered so-called sodomites and hermaphrodites. Christian missionaries sought to save the Badash, and so on it goes. There was also an erasure in the archives, something we talked about this morning with one of the panelists who will be on this afternoon. That erasure exists in many forms. Again, I talk about that in the book, so I won't go into it here, but the important point I want to express about that erasure is that it expresses itself in increasingly vicious forms of homophobia and anti-Indian racism. Cherokee scholar Daniel Heath Justice has written about these intersectional prejudices, arguing that they reveal how settler colonialism targets Native communities with both physical violence and epistemological work, where settlers could not destroy Native bodies and eliminate their beliefs using violence. It sought to simplify the social and cultural complexities within and across indigenous kinship systems. That's what the archive does. That's what Hollywood does, etc. So how to address these evolving, I'm not sure how I'm doing with time. Let me check real quick. 10 minutes or so? Is that right? Okay. So how to address these evolving racisms, this misogyny, this erasure, this silencing in the context of HIV/AIDS and the 1980s? Well, I'm going to skip over a whole bunch of stuff and get to that and tell you how gay and lesbian Indians were dealing with that at the end of the 1980s. Okay? So remember, HIV/AIDS infection rates are spiking, particularly among American Indians and Alaska Natives in the 1990s. Actually, both ends of the 1990s, the early 1990s and the ends of the 1990s, we see this rapid spike in infection rates among people of color generally, but particularly in indigenous communities. Getting accurate data was difficult, but folks on the ground knew that there was a problem and infection rates were ballooning. Still, tribal leaders weren't paying attention. Okay, so how do we address this lack of visibility and this inaction and inertia on the part of Indian health services and on the part of indigenous leaders? Well, the first annual gay and lesbian gathering in Minneapolis was a start. It catalyzed something. This is the event that I talked about at the beginning that Marty attended in 1988 after the 1987 March on Washington. This 1988 event was hosted by American Indian Gays and Lesbians, a Minneapolis-based group. And meeting organizers explicitly confronted the impact of isolation from tribal communities and visibility in the media. They wanted to be seen. This was the gathering, as I said, that changed Marty's life. It was also a gathering that brought together people with fluid gender and sexual identities from across the United States, Canada, Mexico, the Pacific Islands, Australia, New Zealand. In fact, there's an Aboriginal elder in the Northern Territory who's now an elder and leader in cool burning, fire technology to care for the landscape. He attended these early events. He's an incredible person himself and deserves a book. Now, out of that first meeting, the overwhelming feeling was one of optimism. At the second annual gathering in Wisconsin, delegates resumed discussions about how to reconnect gay and lesbian Indians to the wider circle of community throughout Indian country and to elevate their visibility in the general population. Between August 25th and 28th, 1989, gathering attendees took explicit steps to build a self-conscious sense of community. The gathering's minutes highlight the priorities of attendees. These included a desire to remember and celebrate our roles in traditional Indigenous cultures, to bring people together, promote health and well-being, to provide cross-culture resources and connect people, and to, quote, reclaim the spirituality of our cultures, nations. The second annual gathering instilled a renewed sense of optimism. Something special was building. Lee Staples, one of the gathering's organizers, captured this optimism, telling a reporter that we made history. Staples explained that everything we do, we incorporate our traditions and our ceremonies. And co-organizer Cindy Bensrud agreed. We wanted to bring everyone together in a natural setting to share stories and feel the energy of nature. That energy carried over into the third annual gathering, held at a campground outside of Winnipeg, Manitoba. The gathering was billed as spirituality in the 90s. Between August 1st and 5th, 1990, delegates discussed issues as far-ranging as chemical dependency, AIDS, coming out, relationships, and much more. The Winnipeg gathering proved transformative. After several days of discussion, and out of respect for their hosts, delegates agreed on a new term for themselves. Terms like gay and lesbian failed to adequately capture the individual and collective identities that delegates longed for. Moreover, Western gender terms seem to perpetuate the invisibility that so many Native activists worked against. While Indigenous people viewed sexual nomenclature, such as badash, as offensive and productive only of further erasure. The Ojibwe term, Nij Manitowoc, was chosen. In English, it translates as two-spirit. And so, an umbrella term was born and quickly popularized throughout both Indian country and the general population. Phil Tingley, who's one of my heroes, a gay Kiowa elder who died of AIDS in the early 1990s, was one of those champions of this new term, declaring that Indian people who are two-spirited are becoming more visible in our communities. He shared these insights with Barbara Cameron, who herself insisted that Two-Spirit people must reclaim and revitalize our language to include the heritage and contributions of Indian lesbians and gay men. Right, and this is something that happened incrementally then over the 1990s and in the early aughts of the 21st century. It's important for a couple of reasons. One is it dispelled stereotypes and derogatory labels that were associated with gay and lesbian within indigenous communities. That made it almost impossible to get tribal leaders and those with resources to actually do something about HIV/AIDS in Native American communities. So it was breaking through. It was using language, in a sense, branding, but drawing on Native tradition and giving it some new energy and life that broke through. The second thing it did was it genuinely fostered this pan-Indigenous sense of community. People began saying, oh, you're Two-Spirit. Oh, I'm Two-Spirit. And that opened up, that umbrella term opened up this sort of pan-Indian political space. And from that sense of empowerment that came from knowing that that space now existed, people then went back to their own tribal communities and started pushing on some of the old folks in their communities to give up some of the stories about people who we know today as Two-Spirit more generally. Right? So people start digging into their own particular tribal nation's culture and history. And that's where you see this ongoing fight in Indian country for same-sex marriage. There's still only, from last check, maybe 40 or 50 tribal nations out of, what is it, Paul, 500 something, that recognize same-sex marriage. So there's still a ways to go. But this is where it comes from, and this is why this moment was so important. And it's important in the sense that we need to recognize that out of another trauma comes something really quite profoundly positive. It's not without its problems, but it's something quite profoundly positive and unifying. And it's up to the people who have a part of that movement to take it on its further journey. Let me briefly, I want to conclude briefly by talking about this little guy here. He's a good friend of mine, Ken Harper, Cherokee Nation citizen. I mentioned to Paul last night that Ken said to me at brunch many years ago, I'm so sick of you historians talking about the military and thinking you know everything about Indians. And I said, Ken, he had a couple of mimosas. I said, Ken, I agree with you, but what can we do about it? He said, you should write a book. And I said, I don't know, but he worked on me and we talked about it for years, and Reclaiming Two-Spirits is 20 years after that initial conversation. Ken, though, himself undersells himself. He was really integral in getting Bates going. He was part of a drag troupe called Brush Arbor Girls that raised money for Bates. And he put together this incredible retrospective on HIV/AIDS posters and awareness campaigns. So some of them, I know it's not a great image, but I wanted just to give you a sense of them, right? Because what Ken was upset about in 2005 and 6 was all of these retrospectives that were going on HIV/AIDS, and none of them included anything about Indigenous people and their experiences. And so he started collecting. He started collecting all of the brochures and the pamphlets and the posters, and they range. Oh, and the condom packets, all of it. He collected it all, and he put together at the American Indian Community House in New York City an exhibit in 2007. And they range from sort of informational like this one to artistic and sort of trying to attract your eye to the image, and then by virtue of you being drawn to the image, engaging with some of the text and maybe following up on it, to playing on the sense of that we all may know someone with a gender and sexual identity that is fluid, and that they are all incredibly precious and part of this circle that I've been talking about, and that we need to be looking out for them, and they need to be knowing that we are there for them. So this is this one. And then there's humor, a lot of humor in Indian country. The purple at the top is my favorite. I don't know if you can all see that. If you can't read it, I'm going to happily read it for you, because it says, "Do the trick with a rubber on your dick. Two-Spirit people of First Nations." It's a worthwhile message. So I'm going to conclude there, but I will say that in concluding, that I am so incredibly grateful as a foreigner, as a non-Indigenous, non-Two-Spirit person, to have been allowed into the lives of some of the people that I've spoken about, and to have the opportunity, but also the responsibility to care for these stories. It has been one of the most extraordinary journeys of my life, and I hope I've done it justice. So I'll take questions. Thank you. Yeah.
I was sort of wondering about the sort of idea of the circle and sort of that being connected to place and the way that sort of maps onto these stories.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that sort of there's this initial story of moving out and being, and you know, towards the city, towards sort of urban communities.
Mm.
I wonder if the move back to Two-Spirit changes the relationship to place and that sort of thinking about.
It does a bit. And it does in both a geopolitical sense, but also in a psychological and cultural sense. And this is something that is not particularly new to this moment. You know, there are elements of this. I mean, there were elements of this in the Cherokee diaspora and Apache diaspora, where people carve out and create stories to provide themselves a renewed sense of psychological space and community. But that then also does inhere in the physical spaces that people remember, and the political structures that they remember, a responsibility on those structures and those spaces to change back to something that was before. Right? There's this sense that because of colonialism, it's messed up all of that stuff that had, and there's this sort of, you know, there's, some people do have this sort of mythic understanding of our communities were perfect before Europeans came. I have met people who have said that to me, but most people don't in Indian country. They know things weren't perfect, but they didn't have the tools, the intellectual and structural tools stolen from them. And so this is sort of taking that back to that actual physical place, whether it's a reservation community or the tribal government building, and putting pressure on people who have become complacent and used to doing things in a heteronormative world to say, that's not our world, we don't have to accept it. And there's some wonderful people who are still doing this. I mean, one of my heroes in the book is Heather Purser, who did this with her community in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, she was so gutsy. She had no idea what was going to happen, and she did get serious persecution from tribal members for a period. Lots of misogynistic jokes, but she stuck with it. She had the support of her parents, who were divorced at the time, and her brother. And by God, she won over that community. And that's happening again and again across Indigenous communities. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers the question, but it's... Other questions? Yeah.
Thank you for your talk. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the Indian country storytelling concepts or traditions have changed your understanding of and how that has affected your work. Because one of the things that I really appreciate about your talk is you're a great storyteller as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it has changed. I mean, there's some. I don't pretend to know everyone, right? In Indian country, it's a big place and it's a diverse place. But there are communities that I've worked with very closely, and there are people who are really much more gifted storytellers than I am. But what I've done over the past 25 years is typically just sit and listen. And in fact, Ray Fogelson said to me a long time ago when I was still in grad school, late anthropologist, sometimes, Greg, you just got to shut up and listen. And we scholars, we don't like to do that, right? We like to think we've got all the answers and the fancy ideas and the theory and everything, but often we don't. Often there's something really beautiful and original that people are carrying with them that they will not share with you unless you spend time and build trust and relationship and responsibility. One of the things my students often sort of grumble about is how difficult it is to set up oral history interviews with tribal members around Virginia, central Virginia. And I'm like, have you gone and helped them with the river cleanup or, at the powwow or, little things that show them that you're in this, not just for yourself and this paper that you need to finish, but for something bigger, that you're willing to contribute to a community. So there's that. It's funny you mentioned this question because we were talking about this yesterday afternoon, right? About writing and stuff. And I mentioned it to someone yesterday as well, so I'm trained as an 18th and 19th century historian, but a lot of my more recent stuff is also bleeding into the present as well. And when I was writing this book, I was acutely aware that many of my quote-unquote sources were still alive and they could talk back. And I knew they would talk back. Some of them have called me up and said, one in particular called me up not that long ago and said, you spent too much time talking about the bad guys and not enough time talking about me. And, he's probably right, but, I felt it was important in terms of the historical record to get the bad guys on tape, so to speak. But, that's just one example of how when I was writing, I was thinking very consciously about, am I doing their story justice? Is this taking their story too far? How far should I take the story? What should I reveal? What should I not reveal? I mean, some people reveal once they get to know you such intimate and painful stories that there were occasions where I just thought, no, there's no way I could publish this. It would be unfair to them, their families, and their communities. Maybe if I was an unscrupulous journalist, I might have published it, but I'm not. So being highly cognizant of the fact that my sources are still alive, and in fact, I don't view them as sources. In many cases, I view them as friends. And I want to do justice to them in the same way that I want to do justice and make my own family, in some small way, proud.
Yeah. I have a similar question about pedagogy in the history classroom. When you try to teach two-spirit subjectivity, what is the best equitable way to go about that? Because we talked even yesterday about sources.
Yep.
Some sources are found in the archive.
Yeah.
But other sources are lived experiences.
Yep.
And a capital H historian might not like that source as much as they like a traditional archive.
Right.
So after writing this book, how do you think we can continue to engage this milieu of two-spirit subjectivity?
Well, I mean, one of the things to say about that is I've never really worried about what the capital H historians have thought about my work, or the capital T theorists have thought about my work, because I don't seem to please any of them. And that's just the nature, I think, sometimes of doing interdisciplinary work and wanting to take scholarship and knowledge in directions that most other people are not, because they want to take very safe, career in mind steps in building on the canon or the historiography or the literature. And I've never sort of lived my life like that, much less been tried to shape my scholarly career in that way. So there's that on one hand, but then on the other hand, there is just this need to recognize that there's no singular answer. And two-spirit itself, I tell students this, two-spirit itself should be understood less as a pronoun, less as a noun and more as a verb. And I write this in the book, right? This is a term that should be seen as people living and connecting their lived experiences with historical memory and historical experiences. And as they navigate those worlds and think about how those worlds collide together, the past, the present, and the future, that notion of what it is to be two-spirit is going to change. And it does. There's incredible debate within Native communities about what two-spirit means. I gave you the very basic Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. But as I note in the book, there's many other definitions. So it's alive. It's a living term, and it's not, as Land O'Lakes said, it shouldn't be seen as scripted. We shouldn't live our lives by a script. It should merely be a guide, and we can take the guide wherever the hell we want, right? And so if that means redefining two-spirit, fine. If that means adopting a term like indigiqueer, fine. If that means solely embracing a term that is specific to your tribal community like Nadlihi, fine. But it's creating the space for all of that to come together and just live, I think, is the most important message that I'm hearing at the moment. Yes?
I was curious, you said that you were not indigenous and you're not two-spirit. What sparked your interest for passion about this?
Well, so I grew up in Australia. And when I was in college, back in the early 90s now, that was the era of land rights in Australia, a great promise for Aboriginal politics and land rights in Australia. And as one of the things I did over the summers, a couple summers, was work as an intern, a researcher for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission. It was the most wonderful experience of my life. I was the only white guy in this office. I was charged with doing some historical research for a couple of the communities that were trying to get their land back. And Aboriginal Australians have always been acutely aware of the historical context of Indigenous North America. In fact, Black America too. The Nation of Islam was really popular among some Aboriginal people in inner city Sydney back in the 1960s and into the early 70s. So some of those communities wanted me to do some comparative work and to put their claim into a sort of larger frame. And that's what really got me, I was seeing commonalities everywhere, not only about the sort of settler structures that stole stuff, but also the sort of nature of community building and the bonds that people made and how people tried to hold on to knowledge and story. And so that's what sort of got me started on this, and I made a very climactic decision and decided to move to California for grad school. And that was where I met people like Ken Harper in San Francisco Bay, and we just became friends before we were interested in this sort of scholarly stuff. So for me, it was just, it's about caring for people. And I genuinely do believe as well that one of the things that history is meant to do is to get you out of yourself and to empathize with other people. You don't have to like what they say or do, but you gotta try and get out of yourself and get out of your head and try and figure out why people think and act and move in the way that they do. And history can do that in a way that most other disciplines can't, because we're not as tied to theory. We sort of pick and choose our theory if it emboldens or if it illuminates our analysis, but if it doesn't, whatever. Sort of the scavenger methodology of history, I think, is what makes it such a wonderful discipline and why students should be majoring in it more often. Yeah.
So the HIV/AIDS pandemic, unfortunately, is not over, despite advances in preventative care like PrEP, which are now threatened, I think.
Yes. Yep.
So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to what's going on in tribal communities now in terms of HIV/AIDS and how U.S. government bureaucracies like the Indian Health Service are doing.
Yeah, you may know this yourself, Paul, but it's a real patchwork at the moment. And it's a patchwork for a number of reasons. So on one hand, there's some really wealthy tribes, like the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, where I spend a lot of my time catching up with people and doing research and river cleanups and what have you. They have a fabulous healthcare system, probably the best in, one of the best in the South, if not the country. So they have the resources, and that's largely a product of gaming revenue. And there are a number of other communities around the country in a similar situation. But then there are other poorer communities in the Southwest, as you probably are well aware of, who really struggle. And some of the things that I've heard out of COVID was stories that sounded awfully like the 1980s and early 1990s, when people were going to IHS clinics and they were really afraid to reveal all of their symptoms because they live in these small communities. And small communities are small communities are small communities. I mean, people know each other and they gossip, which was one of the struggles in getting, back in the 80s and 90s, accurate data on who was infected, because a lot of people just disappeared. They didn't report. They didn't get treatment, which to me is very tragic. But because of a cultural issue within the IHS, and then because of funding shortfalls that persist in parts of the IHS system, this continues to be a struggle. Yeah.
I'm a little hesitant to ask this because it kind of shifts the focus off the two-spirit people themselves, but I'm interested in the ways in which the aspect of your talk about how it, aided in decolonization and the impact it had on people who were convinced by the two-spirit argument, who were not two-spirit themselves, changed their understanding of their own past. Is that part of your story?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and particularly so in the book. And it's not only the decolonization aspect of it. I don't think decolonization actually goes far enough. I'm one of the evangelicals for indigenizing spaces, and recognizing that the vast majority of us in this room, some of us more recently than others, are fairly recent arrivals, and that we need to recognize that these are indigenous spaces that we are teaching on, are living our lives, are raising our kids on, and they're from small things like recognizing the indigenous names of these places, to the spiritual significance of them, to some of the work that I'm involved with public history river work down on the Kuala Boundary. We're rebranding parts of the river with QR codes and old-fashioned signage with Cherokee Story. So that story lives literally in the river in buoys, in some buoys with QR codes, and as you paddle down, you can scan it, and when you get on shore, you can then sort of have, not pardon the pun, a deep dive into the story related to a certain space. So that's what I'm talking about indigenizing spaces. So it's both the sort of the decolonizing, which is a lot of work in and of itself, and it's multifaceted, but then it's also another step on top of that, which is indigenous. And this relates to things like sexual sovereignty, which is immensely important in Indian country. The ability for tribal communities to be able to set and police their own laws as it relates to gender and sexuality, and how people are allowed to exist unmolested in their community, but also to have the prosecutorial powers to then go after perpetrators of sexual crime, particularly as it relates to women and trans people in Indian country. Oh, is that hand? Can you speak up a little bit? I'm getting old and deaf.
Going back to like your suburbs and small towns, how do you as a professor go about having that conversation with like former secondary students, so like from different various areas? So that was a lot of people that like have found out that they're like low income areas, like low income like kids, but they're from various like different parts of the world. So like how do you go
Right.
about having that respectful conversation without being different with these various like different
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I work on a campus in Richmond, Virginia. Not dissimilar. We have a lot of first-generation students. We have a lot of students from Latinx and African-American communities that are lower income. They're hungry to learn, but they haven't had the background because they haven't had the opportunity to have the background knowledge. And so, you approach it. My approach has always been to approach with humility and care. Look, I never ever went into this wanting to be the professor who thought he was right and then walked out of the room. I had some of those as an undergraduate, and they were terrible teachers. Not very good writers either. So I never wanted to be that. And so I always wanted to be the type of teacher who had care and took the time to work through some stuff that took me years to figure out too. And to be fair, is still taking Indigenous communities time to figure out and recalibrate themselves. I have 2 teenage daughters, and they get all anxious about this too. They want to know, but it takes time. It takes time to sit with the information and think about it. It takes time to talk about it with your professors. You gotta go to office hours and not look at your phones. Good thing there's no teaching evaluation. Because it takes time. It's not like Googling something and, finding it on Wikipedia, finding the right answer on Wikipedia. You gotta build, knowledge is about building relationships, which is why I like the history that I do and the work that I do. And it's the same in the classroom. And so, yeah, people come with different backgrounds and perspectives and religious beliefs. You work with that, but so did I, I came from, my parents and family are crazed Catholics. We have nothing in common. They've changed. I've changed them. But yeah, you just work through it slow. It's about relationship at the end of the day, yeah, and respecting those humps that you all need to get over together. It's too much shouting. We were talking about this just a minute ago. Twitter. Too much shouting on Twitter. It's too angry and vile and disgusting. People are not holding each other's hands and walking things through together. I hate that. I really hate it. Yeah.
When you look on Twitter, like when you look at leaders in our society today, in like all sorts of like diverse places, like on Twitter you have this weird thing where you just see all the negativity.
Yep.
Sort of, right?
Yep.
So like in a lot of these Native American communities that you went and visited and learned about,
Yep.
like the leaders there, like what sort of things are holding them back from acceptance that they're trying to achieve?
Oh, well, yeah. That's an ongoing struggle. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday afternoon, too, the whole visibility and representation in popular culture. I mean, social media is not the only part of it. I mean, we have built into our cultural infrastructure ways of seeing and representing Indigenous people, Black people, people from Central and South America, Asia, and it takes an awful long time to undo that damage. And I'm not sure we're fully there yet. And again, like yesterday afternoon's conversation, I'm not sure it's a straight linear line to progress. Because although we've seen a lot of mascots retired and Confederate monuments torn down, I know a lot of colleagues around the country who get some pretty nasty messages about the type of work that they do and the teaching that they do because it's perceived as woke or politically correct, or my wife's also a historian. She was accused of being a member of the loony left, the Sussex Squad. Anyone heard of the Sussex Squad? The Sussex Squad is if you believe Meghan and Harry have just been deeply, darkly persecuted and you support them unwaveringly. My wife's a member of the Sussex Squad. She's also a sugar cube, which I think is cute. So, this stuff's not going to go away. And the thing about it is you just have to persist. It's like revolutions don't and movements don't, they get you an incremental change. But unless you keep at it at various levels, on the street, legal, cultural, the multi-pronged attack, then there's always people willing to claw back and reinscribe what they imagine was the good old days. We've seen that over the last decade or so. Melissa?
I think I wanted to reframe this question a little. I think he was asking more about the internal leadership in tribal communities and what's holding them back.
Well, some are not held back. Some are actually moving forward.
But the ones who aren't.
But the ones who aren't just don't see it. They don't see it as a problem. To give you a quick example, the leadership of the Navajo Nation has sort of vacillated on this for decades now. And the reason that they generally vacillate towards not dealing with it is because no one's coming to them. They're saying, this is not a problem. No one's writing letters or calling our offices saying that this is a problem, same-sex marriage. So why would we deal with it? There is also, and this is something I see quite explicitly in Western North Carolina, on the Qualla boundary, there's still homophobia there. There's still a belief that homosexuality is a Western poison that was introduced to Native America. There are some people on that reservation, for example, who won't talk to me anymore because I've worked with Two-Spirit people on the Qualla boundary. It's Western North Carolina. I don't know if you know anything about the politics of Western North Carolina, but there were a lot of Trump signs when I was up there back in January. So, they're part of not only their own communities then, they're part of a broader community, and they do get worried, to answer your question directly, they do get worried about how their non-Indigenous neighbors will react, and they do get worried about sources of funding being pulled. It's a sad but old tale, I'm afraid. Yeah.
You said that the politicians ignored HIV and back in the 90s and pretended it wasn't there. What drove them to address the HIV issue, and what did they do to help the community?
Yeah. So I talk about this in the book, which is for sale out front, by the way. People like Curtis Harris, for example, San Carlos Apache, he worked on a program with the American Indian Center in New York City. And communities around Long Island and upstate New York, Native communities, were very resistant to actually talking about this issue in the 80s and early 90s. And yeah, as I mentioned, some of the tribal leaders believed that, that none of their members were infected, so it wasn't a problem. They literally believed it was a white man's problem. And they engaged in programs of education, but they didn't do it in a sort of, as he put it, in an in-your-face kind of style. They slowly wove themselves into the community. So they would be part of local events, become part of local events. They joined powwows. They would get together with youth organizations and slowly but surely build a consciousness. Rather than getting out on the streets with placards and trying to get in people's faces and saying, "You dumb hicks in upstate New York, why aren't you dealing with this?" No, that wasn't the approach, and it wasn't going to work. So yeah, it was a slow, incremental approach, and ultimately, that approach combined with Curtis bringing data on, well, here's what the trajectory is of people infected. You need to, if you're going to be a leader who's going to be remembered as someone who did something about this rather than sitting on your hands like that white guy in the White House, you might want to act now. And so they partnered up and they applied for funding to supplement IHS funding to support the programs about safe sex, awareness, education, clinics. So yeah, that was the approach that they took. And there's other approaches too. I mean, there are a number of private clinics that were established throughout the West and Southwest. Another guy by the name of Curtis Harrison, he opened a clinic in New Mexico. And Curtis faced a lot of harassment. He was accused of being gay himself. He's not. But that clinic, Curtis was very successful for about 25 years getting funding, applying for grants, getting funding, providing the services, both medical and support services to support people living with HIV/AIDS, but also people needing specialized trans care. It was a safe space, and there are not many safe spaces for trans people in New Mexico. At least they weren't in the 80s and 90s.
Right, we're out of time now, so let's give Dr. Sims
Thank you.
Hi there. It's 2 o'clock, so why don't we get started? I hope you didn't get wet coming over here. I certainly did. But it's my pleasure today to welcome to our Webb Symposium, Chris Klein-Hernandez, who is an assistant professor at Connecticut College. He's a native of El Paso, and he received his PhD in American culture from the University of Michigan. And when we were looking for the roster of speakers for this year's Webbs, I came across a terrific talk. He doesn't seem to be very proud of it, he tells me, but I loved it. It was a talk, it's on YouTube, that he gave at Texas State entitled Trans Lives in U.S. Empire. And that was drawn from the book that he's almost finished, entitled The Color of the Army, Forts and Race Making in the 19th Century U.S.-Mexico Borderlands. And in this project, Chris examines how the built environment of U.S. Army posts reconfigured race relations in the West, and especially for Mexicans, Native Americans, African Americans, who are part of the broader communities that sprang up around these military installations. But today, he's going to give us a peek into a new project, Lavender Desert, the history of multiracial queer nightlife in Texas borderlands. And he'll be focusing on the Old Plantation, which is El Paso's oldest gay nightclub. Right? Take it away, Chris. Thank you very much. Please welcome. Amen.
Thanks everyone for joining me today. Some of you have had lunch, so it's my job to re-enliven you back into the room. First, I want to give some thanks. Thank you to the Walter Prescott Webb Lecture Series for inviting me, the Department of History, Sam and Stephanie for inviting me, and of course, UT Arlington. It's a pleasure to be back in my home state. It's warmer here, there's sun, sort of, and that's always nice for me. First, I want to turn your attention to this picture. This picture shows us a building. This building, as you can see, has brick. It's square-like, but it looks very post-industrial. It doesn't have a lot of color. When someone walks by it, they might not think that it's El Paso's longest-running gay club. But this is a picture of the old plantation, the second location. And many people believe that the built environment, the makeup of the building, was purposefully made plain to make sure people who attended or entered the club would be protected from anyone who's trying to out people. I like to start by showing you what I'm going to be talking about. With a show of hands, does this look like a gay club to you? Okay, two. Great. If it doesn't look like a gay club to you, raise your hand. Yeah, it really doesn't. The first iteration was a bar, and that looked worse than this. But it's very particular that this building is very plain, and we'll get to that in the talk today. Today, we will embark on a journey of queer-built environments in the U.S.-Mexico borderlands, specifically within El Paso, and focusing on El Paso's longest-running gay bar and club, first the Pet Shop, and then eventually the Old Plantation. These bars and clubs are located within El Paso. El Paso is a border city east of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and of course north of Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. Lavender Desert, which I've decided to call this talk today, will explore a spatial history of queer nightlife since the 1950s up into the 20-teens, paying attention to interracial interactions within two main queer spaces: the lesbian bar, the Pet Shop, which was one of the first lesbian bars in West Texas, and then, of course, the decades-long Old Plantation. This paper, built around oral histories and ethnography conducted by myself in the late 2000s, 2012 to 2014, and then finally 2020, offers an analysis that utilizes the built environment of the queer bar and club, the interactions between military soldiers from Fort Bliss, and the predominantly Latinx or Mexican-American queer communities that neighbor the military base. In doing so, I argue that the militarization of the border and the increase of Army presence over the late 20th century shaped the sexual practices for Anglo, African-American, and Latinx men who have sex with men, MSMs, which I will refer to hereforth. These influenced border sexual identities. So for today, I'm going to first contextualize the history of queer nightlife in the region, followed by an examination of the Pet Shop and then the Old Plantation. I will conclude with a study of how club promoters eventually start to deploy Army iconography that sought to embrace Army and civilian interpersonal relationships on the dance floor of the club. Scholars of militarization, such as Kelly Lytle Hernandez's Migra, A History of the Border Patrol, or Miguel Lavario's Militarizing the Border, When Mexicans Became the Enemy, illustrate how the Border Patrol and immigration bodies emerged as militarized agencies to surveil and occupy border peoples. Yet, these studies do not incorporate the regular Army or other armed forces, but rather how federal agencies like ICE, the Border Patrol, and INS have militarized. This paper, my research, builds upon that scholarship by bringing the Army back into the discussion of militarization. Moreover, I suggest that militarization affected sexual minorities in border cities like El Paso, vis-a-vis the building of queer of color queer spaces. I ask how this federal presence affected queer Latinx Mexican American men who encountered African American and Anglo service people within the queer border bar and club. I refer to El Paso as a lavender desert for its diverse queer historical imagination, found within the pages of novels like John Rechy's City of Night and Arturo Islas's The Rain God. I utilize the color of these oral histories referred to. Since El Paso is very much a binational and bicultural border city, queer life must be examined through different methodologies, which is why I decided to employ both oral history and ethnography. And ethnography has a unique position within the discipline of history. We see this in anthropology, geography, sociology, but it's not a methodology that historians typically use. For me, going into these nightclubs, I am conducting an analysis based upon my own positionality as a queer Mexican American. My job is to obtain oral histories, but also make sense of the interactions I'm seeing. So for this project, I am utilizing oral histories and ethnographies to help tease out some of these undocumented histories that don't make it into the archive or don't make it because the people partaking in these nightclubs want to be anonymous, maybe because they're serving in the military. Amidst the polarizing Cold War era political and social sentiment of 1960s West Texas, queer life, according to self-identified El Paso lesbian Cristina Hernandez, was, quote, hidden within McElligin Canyon or past the border into Mexico. McElligin Canyon is a desert recreational area at the base of the start of the Guadalupe Mountains, nestled next to central North El Paso. Hernandez, a 55-year-old Mexican-American, lived her entire life in the Borderlands region. The history of cruising or driving slowly through city alleys and streets scouting for sex had been one of the main vehicles for El Paso gay men to find each other, but not lesbians. Because of a lack of queer nightlife, El Pasoans negotiated the national border to experience the vibrant entertainment of Ciudad Juarez. Ever since the 1950s, Ciudad Juarez was deemed a cultural hotspot for northern Mexico and the southwest United States, hosting famous celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and James Dean, who publicized their visits to the city for its vivacious lifestyle. Scholars such as Rachel St. John have even proposed that the most northwestern Mexican border cities experienced a golden age of vice and international nightlife during the first half of the 20th century. El Paso resident Cristina Hernandez commented that before the rise of the disco era and the year 1973, Ciudad Juarez had, quote, become the city of sexual expression that lesbians could retreat to when we were not living different lives as heterosexual women in the city of sexual repression, El Paso, end quote. For several decades, El Paso queers not only separated their public life from their private lives, but also traversed the US-Mexico border to fully experience and perform their private sexual lives, especially when Cold War America retaliated against their conception of sexual freedom. In 1973, the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission lowered the legal drinking age from 21 to 18. And, quote, many lesbians who crossed the border for alcohol and partying could now remain within the US consuming booze, end quote, stated Hernandez. Perhaps it was of no coincidence that the legal drinking age changed, as the American disco music movement was concurrently growing in tandem around the United States, especially, quote, among Hispanic and Black demographics, end quote. Hernandez alleged that the disco movement brought mainstream gay culture into straight bars and clubs, allowing for lesbians and gays to return to El Paso and participate in a new, revitalized gay nightlife. The Pet Shop, one of the first lesbian bars in El Paso history, opened sometime in the early 1970s. According to El Pasoan lesbians and historians Yolanda Chavez Leiva and Irma Montelongo, the Pet Shop was located underground in a pre-war building that would later become the San Antonio Mining Bar, another gay bar that will manifest down the road. Leiva, a leading 58-year-old Chicana lesbian, moved back to the city after completing college in Austin. Montelongo, a 52-year-old El Pasoan, experienced many changes in the nightlife within the region along with Leiva. Both revealed that the social environment of the bar, the Pet Shop, was distinct from established disco bars and clubs as, quote, working-class femme and butch lesbian couples made up most of the patrons as they listened to a mixture of rock and roll, blues, and disco, end quote. Furthermore, Montelongo maintained that many of the butch lesbians, quote, embodied masculinity and at times flaunted their masculinity by confronting lesbians they felt were hitting on their femme girlfriends, end quote. Word of mouth about the success of the Pet Shop reached other parts of Texas, and soon more alternative bars would spring up in El Paso's downtown. What you see in front of you is some advertisements. At this time, in Houston and Dallas, there are people who are creating a bar that would become a club called the Old Plantation. And so as you see, the Old Plantation has several locations throughout Texas. El Paso will soon become the third location. In the mid-1970s, businessman Bon Bonaventure was sent from Craven Entertainment in Dallas, Texas, to scout for possible locations to create an alternative bar that would not only bring lesbians, but also gay and hetero disco communities together. Bonaventure, according to friend and co-worker Jack Klinikowski, was thought to, quote, believe the trade secret to gaining a large audience, whether gay or straight, was to position a large alternative club away from other clubs, end quote. Klinikowski, an Anglo-American El Paso native, worked in many of the queer bars in Houston and Dallas throughout the last decades of the 20th century. The space Bonaventure eventually purchased led to a conversion in El Paso's queer culture. In 1977, he discovered that 219 South Ochoa Street had become vacant and founded the 35-year-old bar that would go down as the longest-running gay establishment in West Texas, the Old Plantation. According to several lesbian and gay oral histories, the OP bar was mixed with both women and men patrons. During its first year, the bar included multiple performances of drag shows, film parties, all-girls nights, and military nights. The minority Montelongo and Klinikowski recalled were, quote, Anglo troops, which was understandable given El Paso's large Latinx demographic, end quote. The OP, like the Pet Shop, became a prime location for queer sexual expression and intimate encounters. Montelongo mentioned that the most unique part of the business was the female bathroom, where, quote, lesbians, straight men, drag queens congregated with each other, end quote. She recalled that the conversations that took place in this bathroom were illustrative of how different each woman viewed fashion, boys, girls, and chisme, or gossip. She said, quote, I remember talking about hair, dancing, and music, and I even learned new colloquialisms, end quote. The bar brought the queer population of El Paso together on a single dance floor and in a closed, safe space like the Old Plantation, but more importantly, the Old Plantation's bathrooms. Others found that this space included queer Latino spaces where folks who identified as, quote, fags, dykes, friends, strangers, end quote, would often invite each other. After homosexuality was removed from the DSM in 1973, It was assumed that lesbians and gays were able to express themselves with the understanding that their sexual identities would no longer be classified as disorders. This was not the case for trans communities, as American psychiatrists maintain the notion that trans identities were and maintain an illness synonymous with GID, or gender identity disorder. Trans historian Susan Stryker has argued that after 1973, trans populations throughout the U.S. felt left out of the national gay rights discourse because their identities remain stigmatized. Stryker upheld that the transgender movement's politics toward the medical establishment were very much like those of the reproductive freedom movement, less than those of the gay liberation movement. Stryker has suggested that trans people, quote, wanted to secure access to competent legal medical services, but this was not a concern shared equally by their queer sisters and brothers. While the political activism and awareness of lesbian and gay communities mobilized nationally in El Paso, trans people met legal immobility. As legal transgender rights idled, trans culture flourished within the old plantation. Clint Kowalski pointed out that in the early 1970s, he saw a, quote, rise in drag king culture and trans participation at the OP in Houston, followed by Dallas, and then eventually El Paso's old plantation. Many of these drag kings decided to start wearing military uniforms. Chanel, who was a drag queen at the time, maintained in her oral history with me that she, quote, met many trans women who would perform as drag kings within the OP because other queers and friends were more accepting of their lifestyles as drag kings and queens when they wore military outfits, end quote. Chanel commented that when she witnessed many trans women pushed to perform drag, she questioned her own desire and sexuality. But this was all done within the built environment of the old plantation. Through Chanel's eyes, one of the few avenues through which lesbian and gay communities embraced trans visibility was for these trans individuals to perform drag within lesbian gay bars and clubs. While 1970s El Paso nightlife evolved to include more private spaces for lesbians and gays, it reinforced at times the overall discrimination of trans people living along and crossing the US-Mexico borderlands. With the interest of GRID, which will eventually be renamed HIV/AIDS, sexual practices reformed at the old plantation. In 1992, Fort Bliss issued a proclamation banning military personnel from going to the old plantation due to, quote, allegations that service people are contracting too many STDs. Today, we call them STIs, end quote. This is one of the documents I'm examining that's exploring how Fort Bliss is taking an interest in the private lives of its service people, primary service people who are identifying as queer. This is a moment right before Don't Ask, Don't Tell, but what I start to see within these archives is that the military is trying to control what service people do off the post, not taking into consideration that in my oral histories, I find that many of the service people are conducting same-sex sexual practices on the post. So moments like this where the US Army, vis-a-vis Fort Bliss, is banning spaces for service people to visit is not making much of a difference. The biggest change is that the old plantation is nestled in a predominantly Latinx neighborhood. Fort Bliss is not. It's a military base. Because of this banning, the old plantation responded with events that were geared towards military visibility. The OP, unlike other night bars like the Pet Shop before, attracted the, quote, most diverse clientele out of the clubs, blacks, whites, cholos, and drag queens all shared the floor with service people, Chanel tells me in our interview. Attendance at this bar remained high for decades. But eventually, Bonaventure realized that his bar was too small to accommodate El Paso's queer and straight ally audience and decided to move the Old Plantation to a larger venue. That venue is what you saw here. So this is actually the second Old Plantation. It's bigger and it's got 2 stories. And part of the reason why there's 2 stories is because there are more spaces beside bathrooms for people to congregate and socialize. The new Old Plantation, as it would be called, was advertised as, quote, bigger, better, and operated by gays and lesbians, end quote. The OP's move added more publicity and audience to the nightclub, and its existence was fully recognized and felt throughout West Texas. Chanel, the drag queen I mentioned, stated that tipping, or the process of drag queens engaging in sexual acts with black and white military soldiers, increased in the new Old Plantation. This is because there was 2 floors where individuals could retreat to and maintain a sense of privacy. As the dance space of the new Old Plantation was split between different stories, people could get to choose their crowd and ambiance. Chanel remembered the sexual politics and gestures of the club. Quote, younger Latinx boys situated themselves at the focal point of the club, while older military men circulated the periphery, scouting for any bottoms, people who, in the act of sex, would receive receptive. If they had luck, he and his boy would go upstairs and move to a corner to make out or just socialize. End quote. It became apparent that while the club featured the same demographics of the original Old Plantation, sexual encounters and meetings were executed in new spaces in this new 2-story gay discoteca, where service people and queer civilians continued to encounter one another. The club's dance floors allowed for multiple performativities of gender and sexuality in comparison to its original, which was more styled as a bar than a club. While Kowalski and Chanel mentioned that straight Army men came to find Latino men, Mexican Americans and Mexican nationals from Ciudad Juarez also interacted with military soldiers. The space of the club had perhaps transcended nation as well as ethnicity. Adrian Gutierrez, another gay attendee during the early 1980s, noted that, quote, the only reason why the Old Plantation was different was the inclusion of Anglo service people, end quote. Gutierrez, a 49-year-old contractor for the Army Military Medical Center of Beaumont, was a teenager when the Old Plantation first opened. Gutierrez remembers that at first he did not find enlisted soldiers there. With the new Old Plantation, they were paramount to its success. He believed that the rush and taboo associated with sleeping with military soldiers made the act more attractive. Gutierrez stated that the masculine or straight acting men were most desirable for gays, mainly because they embodied a masculinity and sexuality that he and his friends envied and craved. The club became a site of consumption for masculinity. But when thinking about service people, and in this case specifically Mexican American men, there's also conception of Latinidad within this club. Historian George Chauncey has explored a similar sexual exchange of masculinity and culture between effeminate fairies and more masculine queers in New York City earlier in the century. We see this in The Border in West Texas. Gutierrez also desired Anglo military men because of what he believed was a, quote, modern power dynamic that was colonial, end quote. but Gutierrez and others felt that they were exoticized by the soldiers. Scholars have studied how consuming Latinidad has been a practice within media and within culture. But Gutierrez and others believe that what made the New Old Plantation exciting was these interactions with the U.S. Army soldiers. What you see in front of you is one of many advertisements I'm going to start to show, where instead of focusing on vibrant colors of drag performers, we start to move to drag performers who are either interacting with service people or start to use the colors of the uniforms of the U.S. Army within their material culture. It is notable that the impact of Fort Bliss and its men held a unique position on the behavior of persons who attended the club. The presence of Fort Bliss had long been felt before the opening of the first old plantation in 1977. Historian Leon Metz writes in his Desert Army, Fort Bliss on the Texas border, that Fort Bliss was founded in response to the U.S. war with Mexico in 1848, citing that the U.S. Department of War felt the need to form a military post to occupy, protect, but also surveil Mexico's Paso del Norte. Fort Bliss was created in a time when Mexican nationals and Anglo-Americans fought a borderless conflict. And for over a century, the fort was steadily growing and represented a facet of the past and presence of military history in El Paso. When the original old plantation opened, there already existed this military presence. According to the 1960 through 2000 census records, the size of Fort Bliss's military population progressively increased through time and through wars, showing a total population of almost 9,000 persons, or almost 15,000 or 1,500 households and families by 2000. That figure did not include troops who arrived at the fort for deployment or for contract work. And this is a huge difference because at times Fort Bliss currently now occupies so much land that reaches into New Mexico. And at moments during war, Fort Bliss receives service people before they go abroad. This population is not taken into account here. So while I did say 9,000, we have to take into consideration the tens of thousands of soldiers who are going to come briefly to get ready for their deployment overseas. Many of these soldiers, because of their transience in the city, are going to go to this nightclub. Clint Kowalski, Chanel, and Gutierrez revealed all in their oral interviews that the dance stage was filled with military attendants. Quote, "We began to see not only whites and Latinos, but Afro-Puerto Ricans, Middle Eastern men, and African Americans from the Northeast," end quote. Why did the old plantation environment attract so many agents of the state? In one of the interviews with an enlisted soldier who wanted to remain anonymous, the club had become, quote, "the only homosocial space where we could be intimate with each other and acknowledge our desires. Being on post, Fort Bliss, every day takes a toll on you. And you must act straight-edged all the time in an environment dominated by men," end quote. What's interesting about this anonymous oral history is that I met this soldier while I was conducting my ethnography. He came up to me, he gestured for sexual intercourse. Instead, I wanted to learn more about why he was there. So while I'm talking about the fetishization of queer Mexican-American men by soldiers, in many ways, the ways I get my oral histories is through that exact moment where I go in the club and I myself am hit on, but also I see it as a moment where, why are you here? The last oral histories I conducted were with service women, folks who identify as lesbians, who would also make their way to the old plantation. One servicewoman stated that, quote, lesbian bisexual life was easy to navigate at the new old plantation because there was a lot of space. But due to the success of the new old plantation, starting in the 90s, there was a proliferation of more queer nightclubs. Nightclubs such as Noa Noam, the San Antonio Mining Club, and the Whatever Lounge. These were all sites that were configured in proximity to the old plantation, but were never close to Fort Bliss. And this was, I believe, purposeful. Another servicewoman told me that she looked for femme lesbians because femme lesbians at the new old plantation because this was a nightclub that included female Army officers who felt that they could be anonymous as well. They did not find this presence at any of the other queer nightclubs. By 1986, Clint Kowalski left the employment of the new old plantation, and Bob Bonaventure, the man who helped with the old plantation in Houston and Dallas, sold the new old plantation to two Latino patrons, Jesus Santillan and his partner Gilbert Morales. Under the leadership of Santillan and Morales, whose club ownership included other queer bars in the area, they began to advertise through local magazines such as El Paso 411 and El Paso Pride, a gesture towards an exclusively gay male clientele. So this was a huge change. For 2 decades, the old plantation and the new old plantation was a site where lesbians, gays, and also trans people would come. Under the new direction of these two Latino owners, they changed the bar's configuration to focusing mostly on the interactions between Mexican-American men and servicemen. So this then becomes a place that's predominantly cis gay male. Soon, the new old plantation tried holding events aimed to spark the interest of younger Latino males while also portraying a nostalgic 1970s theme. Therefore, themes such as Don't Ask, Don't Tell Dance and July All Red, White, Blue Block Party were commonplace at the club. The argued result was that the new old plantation would see a return of past attendees. What that also meant were these attendees were cis male and not much else. The process of recreating a male homosocial gay club by projecting Anglo-military culture as caricature speaks to the notion of Jasbir Puar's homonationalism. Homonationalism is the process through which national homosexual subjects who have been historically white Anglo males, quote, seek to dismantle any foreign homosexual culture or politic, end quote, and impose a uniform Anglo-military homonormativity that aims to destroy any other racial other. The themed events that Santillan and Morales constructed illustrated how beliefs of imposing homonational sentiment in the new old plantation would assist in attracting a larger male audience. Gutierrez, one of my respondents, noted that during the late 90s, quote, many middle-aged men lost interest in the old plantation and club, as the new old plantation now featured a predominantly young population of mostly men. And this population was between the ages of 18 and 21. The multiculturalness and diversity of the new old plantation shifted to a new model that made military presence paramount within the dance club of the nightclub. So you'll see here are some more advertisements. We see that service people can get in free in one of the advertisements. And in the other, the old plantation embraces Fort Bliss's presence within El Paso. Chanel stated that at the beginning of the war in Iraq in 2003, quote, more Puerto Rican and African American vets began to be seen in the club, something that they recall was new and called attention to the gay community, end quote. When Chanel came to these men and asked if they were veterans, they responded they were. It seemed more than often that service people started to embrace their queer identities through the time of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Santillan and Morales had succeeded in revitalizing the level of male attendance at the club vis-a-vis homo-national propaganda. The Iraq War and the proximity of Fort Bliss to the new Old Plantation reaffirmed the need for military men to escape government land, claim government land, indigenous land, and perform their desires of gay behavior, which presumed anonymous sexual contact in the club with Mexican national and Mexican American males. At the same time, homo-nationalism and a post-9/11 Anglo-gay male identity became difficult to completely impose in a border city like El Paso. Santillan and Morales began to employ new social media outlets via Facebook to illustrate how important the military was to the community. These posters also circulated throughout downtown El Paso and on other social media websites like MySpace. Seems so far away, MySpace. In a study of archived posters produced by the owners of the Old Plantation, one can view how these advertisements conflated traditional images such as the military uniform with national holidays such as Labor Day. Moreover, veterans who revealed their military IDs at the door would receive free admission more often than not. Santillan and Morales hoped that appealing and commodifying the military to the OP's diverse clientele, the club would remain busy or at least regain its historic demographic of military men and gay Latinos. The backdrop of the Iraq War persuaded Santillan and Morales to recreate homo-national imagery. After 35 years of evolution, El Paso's queer identity transmuted, and El Pasoans could no longer tolerate a non-tangible queer identity. The new Old Plantation was officially shut on October 27, 2012. But through this last decade, it would reopen briefly 3 times. First, in 2015, 2018, and then most recently opened during the pandemic. Fortunately, today it is closed. But through a study of the advertisements, these oral histories, it's revealed that when the Old Plantation appealed to a diverse clientele, which included lesbians, gays, and trans people, the club was most successful. Through the process of implementing military presence, this is when we saw a decline in the club's attendance, which eventually leads to its closure. I have decided to focus on first the Old Plantation and then the new Old Plantation to illustrate why it's important to study the military and sexuality within a border city. While people have studied militarization in other federal agencies, I think it's very important to think critically about sexual identity and how militarization has shaped that in Texas's borderlands. Thank you. Questions?
So, Chris, I was struck by the connection between what we learned last night and today. In particular, the whole, as I understand it, for at least half the time that the period that you covered, what was the actions there would have been quite illegal. Is that kind of is the law at part of its experience, particularly in the 90s before 2003?
Yes, I think So for the new old plantation, which is much bigger, I think one of the goals in making it bigger was to engage in these acts that currently were illegal at that time. In the bars, like the Pet Shop, which was primarily lesbian, and then in the original old plantation, which was also a smaller bar, you probably could get away with these acts in their small dive bathrooms, but there just wasn't enough space. The new old plantation was dark enough within the inside on the dance club where people could go off. So I think the original owner, Bob Bonaventure, knew that he had to create space to allow people to engage in these acts. Otherwise, you could do it outside the club. But this was an issue. 2 people who attended this club decided to go to Chico's Tacos right after they went dancing. And, they kissed each other. They were dating. Chico's Tacos is one of the longest running mom and pop Mexican fast food places in El Paso. What ended up happening was because it's owned by a family that is conservative, police were called and these 2 men were asked to leave because they were breaking the law. But this all happened after they went to the old plantation. And so I think centering the old plantation illustrates why spaces allow us to either get a place or space to engage in our acts without being criminalized. But when we focus on the old plantation, we see that there's connections to how queer people interact in the built environment of El Paso after they've had their fun at the old plantation. I think that is significant because that then shapes why buildings like the old plantation are essential for people who have been criminalized, especially in that time period. Who's first?
Chris, it strikes me, I love George Chauncey's Gay New York, and it strikes me that, I know you had the oral histories and the lived experience, but for the earlier period, Chauncey's able to do what he does because of a history of public sex between men, right? And so they open bathrooms in the New York subways, and suddenly you have all of these arrest records, right? And it strikes me that it's harder to track lesbians because there really isn't that kind of record that has to do with criminal conduct and arrest, right?
Right.
And it strikes me that you also had maybe a harder time tracking the lesbians in your research. And I was wondering if you could think about that question a little.
Yes. So with cis gay men, I can focus on these buildings, but for the self-identified lesbians, they mentioned it was the Guadalupe Mountains where they would go hike and engage in acts. And this was because the El Paso police was not in that area. They were downtown surveilling some of these bars. So it's both interesting because, at least for the lesbian respondents I spoke with, they were choosing places away from urban spaces. So then the acts themselves are anonymous, but they're also within the canyon. So it's hard to, unless you're there, see what's occurring. So I think they were very smart in knowing to stay away from urban spaces, probably because of previous experiences they've had themselves. So on the one hand, it's hard to track it because I can't say there's a specific place in the canyon that these lesbians are going to. But the other thing that's going on is when I spoke with these women, they mentioned that they create friendships once they meet each other at the canyon, and then networks are formed. Whereas at the old plantation for gay men, they are engaging in sexual encounters, but they're not getting to know one another. It's you come and you go. This was an experience for lesbians.
Yeah, that's actually surprising to me that they were having anonymous hookups to begin with and then creating networks, right? Because that's still
Wow. Yeah. Thank you.
I guess I'm thinking about the ways in which like two very racialized and sexualized institutions are sort of at play in here. One you talk about a lot, which is the U.S. military in place. The other is the old plantation, right? The name and the picture is very much referencing, slavery. And I guess I'm wondering, like, how does that kind of like racialized sexuality frame these institutions, both through the military, but then like what happens in the club, is that like a reversal? Or is it, how does that affect sort of power between people in a club?
Mm-hmm. So first I'll start with the representations of the old plantation, even within its name. So when I first heard about the old plantation, I was like, why is it called the old plantation? This is El Paso. What's up with that? So I had asked Clint Kowalski, Chanel, and Gutierrez in their oral histories, because they knew Bob Bonaventure, who founded the old plantation. According to them, they said Bob was not racist, so this had nothing to do with plantations. But look at the visuality you see. I mean, there's a lot to be taken from that. So I think if Bonaventure chose this name, there is a story there, and that's something I am trying to work through by hitting up interlocutors who knew him. But everyone shies away from discussions of race. I mean, when I'm doing this research in El Paso, a lot of the folks I'm talking to are not people of color. They're white men, and so I think perhaps the absence of race is perhaps maybe a response to perhaps an obvious link, which is that the plantation has been a carceral site for racialized populations. Moving towards the club itself, I think that's exactly what the club is trying to do. Initially, it is a space that's very open. People are seeking belonging, and these people are very different. Eventually, then the U.S. military comes, and through my oral interviews, people felt that they were being fetishized by the U.S. Army. What Santillan and Morales, the Latino owners, eventually start to do is turn that power dynamic around and suggest, well, let's imbue the club with military presence so we can get more people that we think should be in the club there, which is mostly gay men. And the emphasis on a military presence then shows why they're trying then to perhaps fetishize the military. So I think the club is trying to respond to the decades-long fetishization of Latino men by then fetishizing the U.S. Army itself. I think I don't know if they did that intentionally. When I had asked, I was like, why this emphasis on these advertisements that focused on the military? And these are businesses. This is how you make money. So I think they were thinking about money, but they were also being subversive. They were then turning the consumption on its head.
It's also like free admission. That's like ladies' night. So the military men you need to let them in for free because you need more of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You spoke to it briefly, but I'd love to hear more about Melissa's response, right? You spoke briefly kind of at the beginning, but the life of the club is essentially the life of an El Paso hotel, right? The lifespan is almost exactly the same.
Yes.
Is there any kind of official correspondence coming out from Fort Bliss? I don't know if people attended that or not.
Yes. So initially, they asked service people not to go to the old plantation. They did not say they couldn't go to other bars or clubs. It was just that the old plantation was so popular. And this was done, the last speaker talked about HIV/AIDS. This was a response to their fears that service people would contract HIV/AIDS. Fort Bliss at the time felt that if service people were acquiring HIV/AIDS, they would have to then deal with the outcome of Don't Ask, Don't Tell was that, well, now you know. So then what happens? Discharge. I think the other reason why, based upon my oral histories with service people, that Fort Bliss decided to make the old plantation a place where people could not go to is they wanted to make sure they wouldn't have to out their troops and soldiers. So on the one hand, it's cruel and benevolent that they're saying you can't go to this space, but we also know you kind of exist. We just don't want to have a moment where you are in TRICARE, their military healthcare system, you have to then disclose, well, I'm HIV positive. I think Fort Bliss physicians are trying to avoid that by then making this space illegal for service people. Eventually, though, after 1996, the Fort Bliss then takes or puts the new old plantation back on the list of places service people can go to. So I think quickly they realized this was a bad idea. And then, of course, in the last 2 decades, Fort Bliss is very aware that many of its service people do frequent the club. But it was really in the 90s where you saw Fort Bliss really trying to make these places illegal to service people. And I think HIV/AIDS has a huge importance in that decision making.
I'm curious, to continue on that point, prior to HIV/AIDS, so did you have, when there was a larger presence, like you talk about police monitoring the bars, it seems to me like you would have like a double problem because you would also have military police monitoring the bars, because I know they may have been a little more benevolent when HIV/AIDS came on the scene, but prior to that, I can't imagine they were thrilled with any of their service people going to a gay bar. Picking up men. Do you at the club had any kind of records of, military police coming in and looking for people in the base?
So one of the anonymous oral histories is with a member of the military police who would frequent, but that's a later time period than the one you're asking about. The initial answer is that more research needs to be done on 60s and 70s. Because I am a 19th century historian, a lot of the people I study are dead. With this project, some of them, or many of them, are alive. So I have a good sense of how the military police is responding after the 90s. Many of them identify as queer, and they're frequently the club. And alongside their friends, they're maintaining anonymity in the dance floor, but then they return to their job. So I think I'm not trying to say there's a coalition or some sort of community between these policing bodies, but more and more of these policing bodies have people who identify as being queer. So I think that is both helpful because you then have people who realize the stakes, the danger in going to a place like this. But then, as you mentioned, before this, there are many moments that El Paso Times covers where right outside other gay bars and clubs, there is harassment, there is arrests, and this is something that I find more prevalent before 1981.
So we were talking earlier, and you said that this was a project that you got interested in when you were at UTEP as an undergraduate. And then you went to Michigan, you got a PhD in 19th century history, and then now coming back to it. So do you approach the subject differently after a hiatus of a decade or more?
That's an excellent question. So yes, I was at UTEP. I wanted to be a queer historian. I was told I wouldn't get a job as a queer historian because of homophobia in the academy. So my mentors had mentioned, well, you're studying Fort Bliss. When was Fort Bliss erected? And I was like, I don't know. That's a great question. And during the U.S. War with Mexico, Congress sanctions the the establishment of 138 military forts in Texas, New Mexico. So this is then when I pivoted my research to the 19th century. And I'm still looking at individuals that I would identify as non-binary and queer, but it's a little bit different because these folks have been dead for over a century, whereas this project, it's current. It's starting in the 60s, people are still alive. Now that I'm coming back to the project after assessing a long history of military presence, I find that oral history is so hard because people will tell you something, and the next time they tell you, it will be in a completely different iteration. And then for me, I'm like, well, which source do I use? Because at this time, this person was suggesting that they felt that there were a lot of African-American soldiers, but then the next time I talked to them, they called them Afro-Puerto Rican soldiers. And so it gets hard because then people's recollection make the research blurry. But the exciting thing is hearing how people relive their lived experiences in the dance floor. That, for me, brings about a narrative that's harder for me to do as a 19th century historian. Because these folks tell me it was bright that day, or it was raining out when the arrest happened at Chico's Tacos. That's exciting to me because then I'm like, well, that's detail. Whereas in the 19th century, I have to find weather records for 1870, and then I'll say, yeah, it was sunny, maybe. So I find that the upside to doing more recent contemporary history is how much I get to play with my sources even more. So I think going from 19th to 20th, I'm seeing the sources as more dynamic. Yeah. Yes?
What were some of the stories that you wish you could have found, in more detail? What are the things that you wish you had found?
Wow, that's a great question. So I'm an academic because I like to study myself. And my sister and I grew up on military bases in entirely POC communities. So I have always felt when I left the base that cities, towns were very homogenous and that the military world was very diverse. So going into these oral histories, I was hoping to find moments where these soldiers talk about interracial coalition building. And I did find that. But I wish I would have found more of that, because mainly what the time period these soldiers remember and talk about most often is 2003, the start of the war on terror, and then the time period following 1981. I wish I would have found more linkages to perhaps issues around undocumented Latinx people. How can these movements be seen on the same coin? We had a speaker yesterday who's talking about movements and how people utilize and deploy the rhetoric. And so I think I was hoping to find that, but I didn't find it as much. But that's also, I'll say this, if you're thinking about historical research, the exciting thing is there's always more out there. So, I've only interviewed 20 people. It might look different if I interview 200 or more. So maybe what I hope to find is there, but I didn't find it. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Did you notice any express solidarity between soldiers and officers that were seeing one another in a band establishment?
That's a great question. The only time, so first I'll say enlisted people would often frequent the old plantation. Officers, however, the distinction, you get an education and then officers can perhaps become generals. Enlisted people, their highest rank is senior chief sergeant. So the class difference, the salary difference, it's very vast. So officers, I found, would go to different bars and clubs. And I thought it was either because they make more money or perhaps they don't want to be seen alongside their enlisted counterparts. The enlisted people who did frequent the old plantation, however, I found that they, at least their sexual desires, were very much multiracial. So I saw a lot of interracial relationships, whereas the officers that I interviewed, I did not see that diversity there. But that means I just have to do more work on officers who are utilizing these other nightclubs and why that pattern might look different. But I thought that both officers and enlisted soldiers would equally go to the O Plantation, but that wasn't the case. So that is something for me to continue to look at. Thank you. Yeah.
So a question for like the beginning of your presentation, but did establishments like the Old Plantation and the Red Shop kind of kill the El Paso residents in Ciudad Juarez, or not entirely?
That's an excellent question. I'd say no, up until the 80s. Because of border violence, I would go to dentists, I would go to doctors in Juarez when I was young in the 90s because it was cheaper to get dental work and everything there. And then people would go there to party because you just had to be 18, not 21. But because of the border violence, the femicides at the turn of the century, Juarez did become very dangerous. So more and more people stayed on the US side to frequent the clubs, and then Mexican nationals would also do the same. Recently, however, a lot of the border violence has moved down to Reynosa and that region. So I'm starting to see, well, at least through my ethnographic work in 2020, that people are returning to Ciudad Juarez and embracing their nightclubs. And I think this is because the violence has moved. And I think if the violence didn't exist in the late 90s and 2000s, you would still see a nice mixture, a two-way street of traffic of people who are engaging these sites for queer nightlife.
I see like a really big correlation between like stories that my parents have told me because they are Mexican immigrants, and they talk about how they would see Mexican Americans or American nationals travel to places like Ciudad Juarez to take advantage of things that they could get there, such as medical and dental help, but also the way that Mexican nationals would come to the U.S. to work on border cities or military-based cities because of the safety, just everybody kind of going back and forth.
Yes, the migration patterns, they're not stagnant and it's not a one-way street. Studying queer history shows us that these migration patterns are both south to north, but very much north to south as well. And that I think that's important for the future of at least Texas queer history. Thank you. Yeah.
So this is a little bit more of the like end part of that.
Mhm.
Did anyone speak to what repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell did to the people coming to the clubs? I know that you said the club closed in 2012 and Don't Ask, Don't Tell repealed in 2011, so there was much of an overlap. But
Right.
did it potentially? I mean, I'm thinking off the top of my head, would it have potentially attracted more people because they felt more free to actually come to those spaces, or if it made any difference at all?
Excellent question. So Gutierrez, one of the respondents, said that during the era of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, that's what made it exciting to hook up with military men, was that there was levels of illegality. First, soldiers aren't supposed to be there, according to Fort Bliss. And then on top of that, in the 90s, gay sex is made illegal. So for Gutierrez and others, the idea of embracing these varying levels of illegality made sex fun and exciting. Now, after the repeal, I don't know if there's a correlation between its closing, but what Gutierrez and Chanel and Clina Kowalski did mention for the second half of the 20 teens is that sex was still very much desired, but I feel, as a researcher, that the levels of illegality, this is after 2003, Lawrence v. Texas, I'm wondering if the act of engaging in sex with military soldiers is still exciting for other reasons, because it's been repealed. They can interact and still engage in these sexual acts, but there's in the interviews they're saying they still find it very exciting. So I'm not sure if there's another catalyst that's making it an exciting experience. What scholars like Michael Hames Garcia, Larry LaFontaine Stokes have mentioned is there's a history of colonial queer dynamics between white men and Latino men. So that could be a trope that is allowing these acts to still be exciting and something that people want, but I'm not sure. So I think more research. Yes.
Yeah, so I guess I'm really interested in the spatial dynamics that you're kind of exploring with this, and I think especially because you have a sort of public-private thing happening, but also the state, right? The base of the location of the state, sort of different traditional landscape and things like that. All these things are kind of overlapping. And the one place that I was thinking of immediately as you started explaining the social dynamics and the spatial dynamics that were playing out was San Diego, and being a border city, and also having this big military culture in spaces that are there.
Yes.
And so, I mean, I guess I was just wondering, I mean, not necessarily just if you've seen, within this research, maybe people, taking this kind of comparative angle and thinking through, like, the dynamics of community formation in these different places at the same time. But also, I guess, I'm curious if you've seen, like, as you're talking to, say, service members who are passing through these different bases, if they're saying, like, oh, this is very much like this place or that place, and if there's this kind of network actually that's happening, and it's not just a kind of a place-based thing, but it's this broader story. I don't know, it's just really.
Yes. So when I first started this project, I was looking at three places: the naval station at San Diego, and the traffic from Tijuana, and then, of course, Old Plantation, and then Nogales also had a bar. So I was really interested in assessing why in these Sunbelt cities or cities that have a large military presence, why these nightclubs flourish. The hard thing about the San Diego example is that it's a naval station. Most of my knowledge operates around the U.S. Army and a little bit of the Air Force, after the First World War. In terms of the Navy, that is, the Navies and the Marines are a whole nother beast that I know very little about. I had chose the Army because the Army was important for these military bases on the border. So for San Diego, I see a lot of similarities, but I don't know why or if they are similarities because of the Navy and their makeup on their stations. But all the respondents I did have been to these cities. They have been to Tijuana. They've made the trek between Chula Vista. They've made the trek between Nogales and Nogales. And they do frequently say, oh, the Old Plantation reminded me of this nightclub in Chula Vista. So I think there are comparisons, but then also the Navy and the Army are different. They have different, we call them commissaries, but these commissaries are run by different independent agencies. The Navy's has a completely different set of independent contractors. So this is something that I'm interested in, but then I have to leave the Army and my knowledge of it and then enter the Navy. And of course, they are a little bit similar, but I think they're also very different. Thank you.
Chris, thanks very much. Our final speaker will be at 3:30, Alyssa Ford. So hope to see you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Call. I'm the interim chair of the Department of History, and I'm so glad to see you all, and especially here at the shank of the afternoon and all this rain. But I was trying to make this all seem a little bit better for Alyssa, because back in the day, the last lecture came after a banquet, and it started at 7:30 or 8 at night. So this is a way easier audience than that. I also, while I have a few minutes here to kind of summarize things up and to open up our last session, I want to thank some people, and I want you to help me thank these people. First off, I'd like to thank Joe Walcott and Julie, where's Julie Hazard? Oh, she stepped out of the room, probably busily doing things. Joe's in the back. Julie's out back. She's in the orange jacket trying to compete for that. So thanks so much. They're the reason things are where they're supposed to be, and food comes out when it's supposed to, and all those other sorts of things. I'm very grateful to them. I'm also grateful to Gabe Rodriguez, our videographer and a member of the staff of the Department of History, for 2 more days. He leaves us next Monday. So we're very grateful to him. I would also like to point out that the lectures, if you missed any of the lectures that you wanted to see earlier, they will all be available on our YouTube channel. It's the UTA History Department YouTube channel. So you'll be able to find those there if you'd like to see something, re-see something, see something you didn't see. And there are lots of other people to thank, here at the center and elsewhere, but we're really grateful for the opportunity to, I'm so grateful to have such a staff to help us put this on. I'd also like to thank my co-organizer, Sam Haynes, whose idea this was, and who has done a lot of work for it. Now my job is to introduce Alyssa Ford, who's another native of Texas, Eastland, Texas. What they call here West Texas, which as a non-net Texan always sort of confused me, right? Like, isn't West Texas further west? But this is how history matters, right? Because Abilene and Eastland were west back when history started calling, white folks started calling Texas, writing Texas history. So Eastland is West Texas, even though it's nowhere near the geographical west. She is currently Associate Professor of History and the Public History and Museum Studies Director at Northwest Missouri State. She received her PhD from Arizona State University, and her research focuses on gender and sexuality in the American West, and specifically about identity and memory. Her first book, Rodeo as Refuge, Rodeo as Rebellion, published by the University of Kansas Press in 2020, and a book I was very privileged to read and review for the Journal of American History. It's a fascinating study of groups that are that have held on to their rodeo roots and conducted their own rodeos outside of the better known professional Western rodeo circuit, and an occasion even after they had once segregated, now been integrated back in. So there's a really fascinating chapter on Black rodeo, on Indigenous rodeo, on Mexican American, and I can never say the name. What are these people called? What's
Charreada, or the kind of whole culture, which I'm sorry, I cannot roll my tongue, so it's really bad.
Yeah.
Charreria,
right. that kind of rodeo, and Hawaiian rodeo, which was really interesting as well. And the 5th case study was gay rodeo. So there's part of that is already published there, but her second book focuses on gay rodeo itself. She has a co-author on this one as well, Rebecca Schofield. This study, the way she's integrated her stuff, her ideas, is to think about the ways in which the history of rodeo helps to shape not only these various communities' experience with rodeo, but also serves as a way in which they can form their own identity in a rebellious sense against the white Christian patriarchal narrative that we often associate with rodeo. I, every summer, spend some time at rodeo with some members of my family, and I'm often quite taken with just how narrow the focus is, the kind of cultural focus in professional rodeo is. So Alyssa's work is the antidote to that, and she's going to tell us more about that today. Thanks, Alyssa.
Thank you so much for having me and for inviting me to speak as a part of this lecture series. And thank you to everyone who has hung on to the bitter end, even though it's not 7:30 at night, at 3:30 can feel late as well. So thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here to talk with you about gay rodeo, especially when I'm from Texas, but I'm coming from a place that is Missouri. And Missouri, just like a lot of other states in the country, is in the midst of adopting some really horrific anti-LGBTQ plus legislation, anti-diversity legislation. And all of the I think this whole series is just really, it's such a unfortunately timely topic, because everything we've been listening to since yesterday is so important for us to know, to understand, and to talk about as a country. Additionally, it is vital that we are able to have these conversations in public and in the university setting. And with students like yourselves, when the states increasingly are saying we cannot have these discussions at public institutions with 18 and over students, and this just absolutely blows my mind. So I felt like this quote was a really great place to start. So straights beware, we're gonna talk about some gay stuff. That's what's gonna happen. And so I really actually wanted to start by doing a little bit of what Stephanie helped do, to talk a little bit about how I came to this topic, and how my work as a Western historian and a scholar of gender and sexuality studies has kind of evolved over time. So this is part of I have written in my notes a larger project, but obviously a smaller project. Began with my master's thesis now over 20 years ago. So when I was a senior in college, I realized, oh my God, I don't actually want to do the thing I've been studying for 4 years, which is not to say I made a mistake. I absolutely loved what I studied in undergrad. I would never change it. I just didn't want to work in it. And so then I went through a moment of crisis where I was like, I'm graduating in 4 months. What am I going to do? And so I thought, okay, well, you love museums, you love women in the West, let's figure this out. And so I did an internship in January of my senior year at the National Cowgirl Museum and Hall of Fame, which is just next door to y'all in Fort Worth. If you've never been, go. It's amazing. It's right in the middle of the museum district in Fort Worth. You can head up all the other museums too, but the Cowgirl Museum is not the best in Fort Worth, but it's one of the best. And so while I was there, I got interested in the story of non-white women in rodeo. And I was really interested when I started my master's program in looking at non-white women in the early days of rodeo. So the 1900s, 1910s, 1920s. And then really quickly, I realized there's literally no sources about that. And that was not doable in a master's program. And so I began to look at non-white rodeo circuits instead. So from my master's program, from my thesis to my PhD dissertation, and then eventually to my first book project, I would kind of add chapters and topics and eliminate others. And for my book project, I expanded from these race-specific rodeo circuits to also include sexuality for the first time. So I included gay rodeo as one of these chapters. When my book came out in 2020, just before my book, Rebecca Schofield, who is at the University of Idaho, had published her book with University of Washington Press. Both of us were looking at these in kind of sometimes overlapping, but not always overlapping, different groups of people in rodeo. And both of us had a chapter on gay rodeo, and we were both interested in gay rodeo becoming our next book project. And so instead of becoming mortal enemies in the area of history and going on these dual paths of dueling books on gay rodeo, we decided that we would do an unusual thing and co-author our project. And so for people from other fields, co-authorship is not this unusual thing, but historians were really stuck in the mud. And this is mind-blowing to people. It's been fantastic. So if anyone has questions about co-authorship and how to go about that, I'm more than happy to talk about that. But that has led to our book, and I'm really excited to share the cover with y'all. We just got the cover last week, and 2 days ago, I got approval to share it with you, so that you are the only people outside of my family who have seen this. So our book, Slapping Leather, Queer Cowfolks at the Gay Rodeo, is coming out this fall. And it looks at a lot of different topics within gay rodeo. Today, I'm going to focus on the origins and development of gay rodeo, its like rise and its fall. But in this book, we also include chapters on masculinity and sex, the AIDS epidemic, camp events and drag, consumerism and politics, and inclusion and often the lack thereof within gay rodeo. And so if you listen to one of those, if you heard one of those and I don't talk about it much today and you think, oh my God, I have to know more, let me know and I'll be happy to talk about it. So I want to do some of the grounding that Stephanie helped lay because it's going to help us understand gay rodeo and how it's different than these other types of like non-white rodeos. These non-white rodeo circuits have not just survived, but instead have flourished since the end of legal racial segregation ended in the United States. And that's really unusual because other separate racial sporting leagues have really ended. And rodeo has not, and this is strange. And my argument about this that I made in my first book is that it's because there's something different about rodeo. Rodeo is not just a sport in this country. Rodeo is something that its participants and often the larger community identify as uniquely American, though it is not, but we kind of identify it as such sometimes. We see it as intimately connected to the American West and to an American identity, okay? So it's got something different beyond just competing and beating someone in a sporting arena. And so these other circuits like rodeo in Hawaii, Black rodeo, Native American rodeo, are not just about rodeo, but these separate circuits are a way for these groups to purposefully recall their connection and their own group history to the West, to ranching, and to rodeo. Okay, so this is where we have a significant difference with gay rodeo, because it is clear that, of course, there were queer cowfolks involved in ranching and in rodeoing from the origins of both. However, it's very, very difficult to identify them, right? To have this clear ability to tell a historical origin story for gay rodeo that these other non-white rodeo circuits have, and they do tell, right? And that has made them more visible and more purposeful and more lasting. In contrast, gay rodeo has not been able to successfully make, or has even really tried very hard to make, that same kind of historical origin story or claim an educational purpose. Okay, so instead, gay rodeo in the US has really kind of ebbed and flowed with the changing cultural interests within the country and the societal acceptance of LGBTQ plus people in the US. And so those are two kind of key things that I'll get back to at the end. So early promoters of gay rodeo, when I say a rodeo promoter, those are the people who put on rodeos. In the 1970s, they framed gay rodeo as a place to fundraise for your community. And by your community, they meant the community, not queer people, okay? So to do fundraising, to be out and proud, and to embrace a country Western lifestyle, all while in a space that was safe for you to be as a queer person. The gay rodeo welcomed most people with open arms. Gay men, lesbians, drag queens, trans people from within the LGBTQ plus community. They also welcomed straight riders. There's a significant number of straight women who compete on the gay rodeo circuit. And also curious onlookers and who go to gay rodeo to, and I quote, see some gay stuff. And I have literally sat behind or in front of people who were behind me disappointed that gay rodeo was not gayer. They were really disappointed that it was in fact just a rodeo. But that's okay with gay rodeo, right? They're okay having these straight kind of curious tourists to gay rodeo that are there to participate or there to just watch. So it's this place that's really allowed people to be who they are and also be kind of who they want to be, right? And that's kind of a key note, and largely without judgmental eyes. And so because of this, gay rodeo has kind of become this refuge. I like the word refuge, for queer people to escape discrimination, both from mainstream society, but also from within the rodeo world. However, the story is like not actually like that nice and like we all hold hands, because while these different groups of people have all found a place within gay rodeo and have found acceptance, and gay rodeo from its start in the 70s has these like really amazing diversity and like inclusion statements, the reality is that gay rodeo was made by gay men for gay men. It has always been explicitly gay man. And it was also modeled on the straight rodeo. And a lot of these early founders really yearned for acceptance by the straight rodeo world, meaning that they really aligned purposefully with traditional gender stereotypes. By doing so, they created an environment that was like not very friendly to women. It was really not friendly to lesbians. There was this incredibly contentious relationship that's always existed between the drag-based royalty pageant, which are the primary fundraisers of gay rodeo, with the masculine-presenting male rodeo competitors. There's been a systematic failure to track race kind of ever in gay rodeo. And there's been this really kind of assumed whiteness that you can see within both the public-facing rodeo programs and also the like members-only newsletters, association newsletters that come out. And that's not, I mean, and that's really like not unusual for, it's not particular to gay rodeo. That is rodeo more broadly, right? The whiteness of a lot of rodeo in this country. It's also really reflective of a lot of LGBTQ plus organizing in the 1970s and 80s, which was very white, middle class, gay male led and dominated. So with some of this framing, let's go ahead and dive into things. So where does gay rodeo come from and why did it emerge when it emerged? And so to understand that, we've got to understand that gay rodeo was rooted, like deeply rooted in what was going on in the United States in the mid and late 20th century. So in 1989, a photo spread in Esquire magazine said, if you're an American male, somewhere buried deep somewhere, well, if I could read, buried somewhere deep in your soul is a little bit of a cowboy. This is not the first time, right, that there has been this like obsession with the cowboy and the ideal in American history. Like this claim was at least a century old by the 1980s, but like, why, right? Like, where does this interest in the cowboy come from and this interest in the West? So let's take a look. This is just a little excerpt, but can you all read through that? Okay, go ahead and take a look at this excerpt from the Lancaster Intelligencer in 1881. So based on this briefest of clip, how does the author of this intend you to think about cowboys? Like what adjective would we be using to describe cowboys? Good guys, bad guys, friends, enemies.
Lawless.
Why lawless?
Because a murderer is taking refuge among them.
Okay, it's like, where does Billy the Kid go? He goes to the Cowboys, okay? And it's not like, he goes to the Cowboys and America's like, yay, the Cowboys. Like, no. Cowboy outlaws, okay? So in the 1860s, 70s, 80s, early 1890s, cowboys were the anti-hero. These are villains, these are working class outcasts who are highly suspect, okay? So how do we get from this to this, right? Where cowboys have become the hero. And this is something that happens really quickly. So as we have this like kind of so-called closing of the American frontier in the 1890s, there was this anti-modern backlash that's driven by cultural producers like Buffalo Bill with the Wild West shows, like these dime novels, like Remington with paintings, other artists as well. So through all of these different like avenues, we see the cowboy anti-hero becoming a hero who is intimately associated with a national American identity, right? Like we don't want to be this guy, but like we really want to be this guy, okay? And as the West becomes increasingly mythologized and divorced from actual Western experiences, you see rodeos, Wild West shows, early movies, right, where you see this like highly stylized, kind of gaudy performing cowboy who's like vying for your attention, right? So you got to look flashy in order to do this. And so throughout, like, then the next century, we see this interest in cowboy. Like, we can see like an interest being like here, but then there's peaks in it at different times. So in the 20s and 30s, we see this through dude ranches and marketing towards potential dude girls, who I kind of love. We see this peak again in the 1940s and 50s with a rise again of Hollywood Westerns and especially of Western wear that's being marketed towards Easterners. And my God, look, who do we see? Billy the Kid is now someone you want your child to dress like, right? He's gone from outlaw murderer to like, he's a cool dude, okay? So this all happens yet again in the 1970s and 80s. So 78, we've got the premiere of Dallas. 80, we've got Urban Cowboy. 81, we've got our cowboy president, Ronald Reagan. And yet, before you have this like mainstream popularization of the cowboy in the 70s and 80s, you have in the 50s, 60s, and 70s this growing interest in the cowboy as this kind of idol, both fashion and sexual, in these growing urban gay enclaves, bi-coastal areas like New York City, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. So gay masculine subcultures, particularly leathermen of various sorts, and if you don't know what I mean, we'll take a look at some pictures, became increasingly popular in the post-World War II era and became one of the key figures of gay masculinity. So we see things like gay motorcycle groups that appear post-World War II, starting in California, spread all across the country. And this was like an interesting contrast to the cowboy, because the cowboy was like, now like the sexy good guy, and the biker was like, ooh, the dangerous, sexy bad guy, right? But they were both had similar interests. So you see both of these leather subcultures, so black leather, the biker, and then brown leather, the cowboys, who really sought to like fight the assumed effeminacy of gay men in particular. And they sought to fight this both in terms of like their own appearance as gay men, but also in terms of the bodies that they identified as erotic. And you see a lot of this kind of leather erotica that's emerging. So a lot of Tom of Finland is really this idolization of like muscled working class men. You see bikers appear a lot, but you also see cowboys appear from time to time. The physique magazines of those decades. This is actually like a reader submission, but you also see like on the covers and things and in the pages, like the physique magazines commissioning their own cowboy imagery. So you've got bars and communities that are developing for these leather communities. And sometimes we're maybe more familiar with the biker bars, gay biker bars, but we also have gay country western bars that are opening. And you actually have a lot of like gay discos that are transitioning into gay country western bars in the 1970s and 80s. And sometimes you see overlaps. So like Griff's is actually a leather bar, like a more biker leather bar in Los Angeles, but you have like country western nights that happened there. And obviously in dress and appearance, like chaps and vests and things, you got some overlap, right? In kind of interest and appearance in these two groups. So the new country-focused bars catered to this growing subculture of gay cowboy devotees and wannabes, right? So you had this idea that like the cowboy is like who I want to have sex with, the cowboy is who I want to be. This is my idol. But it's also really important to understand that these gay country western bars and gay rodeo were also spaces that allowed men and women who grew up in rural areas, who had moved to these urban cities and like just were not feeling comfortable in those spaces, They didn't like the urban, like gay hookup culture at bars, and that these new country western bars and gay rodeo provided a space for them to reconnect with like this sometimes forgotten part of themselves, and also a part of themselves that like this part of their history that was really quite painful. Okay, these communities you'd been like extracized from, and so like this provided a different avenue to like this melding, right, of the kind of like rural past and like urban present that they were able to participate in. So the first identifiable gay rodeo organization was founded in 1969 in California by a group of 9 gay men. This was not a rodeo group. These were just like guys who were into cowboys. So this was a Western lifestyle group, and they got together to socialize and to attend straight rodeos together. Here's all the names they bandied about before they settled on the Golden State Cowboys. So they intended, and I quote, to expose and maintain a fitting and proper representation of the American cowboy image to society. So to become a member, you had to pay $60. That's a lot of money in 1969. Additionally, later gay rodeo associations in the 80s, like a decade and a half later, you only had to pay $20. So like this is a pretty pricey group. You had to prove you could ride a horse, and you had to go to all of their events in complete Western apparel, and those lines are underlined. So you had to show up in complete Western apparel. So they want to be this image of the cowboy, but then they also say, quote, and provide reason for all to respect our individual habit of living. So that's interesting, because they don't say what they mean by that. And I think that could be easily interpreted in 2 ways, and maybe both of these ways. Is this something that's meant for straight people, that you need to respect our individual habit of living as a group of gay men? Or is it meant for other gay men, like the urban biking culture or some other areas that like you need to respect our interests as someone who's interested in like this Western cowboy stuff? It could definitely be either of those. So even though they themselves are not a rodeo organization, you can tell from these images, especially the one on the right, that they started to do things that like felt rodeo-esque. They were holding these roundups. This one at the bottom, you actually can't see it because of these images, but it says they've got Western events, but also biker events. So like you see this kind of melding together of the bikers and the cowboys. This is the last year of their existence. They folded in 1976. The archives do not say why. My guess is because like they actually didn't want anyone to join. They capped membership at 25 and never really like had new members. So I think they just got too exclusive for their own good. But the same year we've got the disappearance of the Golden State Cowboys, we have the start of gay rodeos themselves in Reno. So we're going from the GSC group who like wanted to be the cowboy in image to you can actually now be the cowboy in like function in what you're doing. So gay rodeos started by the man you see here, Phil Ragsdale. He was a Reno businessman. And in 1975, he served as the first emperor for the imperial court system in Nevada. So the imperial court system started in the 60s and came out of the drag balls and drag bars in San Francisco. And it was really focused, like, so there's this crowning of the royal courts, they held balls, it was very drag focused, but it was also a philanthropic organization that did a lot of fundraising. And so in the 70s, they actually expanded from just having an empress, so a man who was in drag, to having an emperor, which would be a cisgender gay man who did not appear in drag. And so Ragsdale was the very first emperor. And for his fundraising efforts, he decided he wanted to hold a gay rodeo. And this rodeo was going to be a fundraiser for Toys for Tots. His was a local senior center. The previous group, they were fundraised for Toys for Tots. So his was going to be a senior center. And then later he switched to muscular dystrophy. Those were the areas of interest. So he wanted this to be a fun event for gay men in particular to come to, but it wasn't just open for men. But he also described a lot of the same concerns that people in both these brown and black leather groups had been describing about the perceived effeminacy of gay men. So he really wanted to show the masculine side of gay men, to show that they could do rodeo. He said there's no limp wrists here, for instance. The first rodeo went fine. Like, there were contestants, they raised $1,000, like it was okay. But he decided, I want to do more. And so he decided to hold it again the next year. And so this is the start of what becomes known as the National Gay Reno Rodeo, or National Reno Gay Rodeo. You see a couple different variations of that. And this became a really pretty big deal. It was a weekend-long festival. They had cowboy-themed parties, parades, drag royalty pageants. They had a talent showcase. Like, they had you could bring your art and like they'd judge your jam. Like, it became a county fair in a sense. There was a women's concert, all sorts of stuff. They also raised more than $40,000 for muscular dystrophy over the first 4 years. So they were really effective in what they were doing. By 1982, they were attracting up to 10,000 spectators. Joan Rivers came and was the Grand Marshal for the parade that year. Like, they were getting a lot of attention. And soon you had riders, not just spectators, but riders from out of state who began to attend the rodeo and then go back home and form their own gay rodeo organizations. And Ragsdale welcomed this. He kind of acted as the mentor, but he was also like not so secretly happy that he was the only one who could successfully stage like a gay rodeo. Like, he kind of was like, oh, like, I can do it so bad you can't. And for a while this worked, but like all of these riders, like they really wanted, one, a rodeo closer to home. You had people from like, there were riders from Texas and Colorado were some of the first people from out of state to go. They wanted a rodeo closer to home, but everyone also just wanted more rodeos. Like, they wanted more than just one each year to participate in. So what ends up happening is we can see some kind of rise and fall here. So you can see, like, that might be too tiny for y'all to see, actually. A Utah group forms in 79. 80, Pacific Coast is like Oregon and Northern California. Then you see Texas, or Colorado, then Texas, and very quickly Colorado and Texas are forming, holding their own rodeos. And then in 1984, very abruptly, the Reno Gay Rodeo disappears in the midst of like some like tax evasion and other sordid things. But just as it disappears, there now were enough of these different state associations that they formed the International Gay Rodeo Association, IGRA. So IGRA was going to be the governing body for all of these new state associations. They managed memberships, they started seeking large sponsorships, they sanctioned rodeos, they trained officials. This all became very like professional in focus, and it was designed exactly off of professional rodeo. As we have this happen, gay rodeo just explodes across the United States in the late 80s and early 90s. As you can see on the right, it first is appearing in like Western states with a rural ranching rodeo background, but pretty quickly it's showing up in like DC and Georgia and Kentucky, which admittedly do have some rodeo, but like not as deep and as long and as expansive as in some of these other areas. By the end of 1986, you had associations in 8 different states, and they hosted 5 rodeos collectively each year. Some states were so large that they had multiple chapters. So by 1985, and so like in Texas, which had just been formed 2 years earlier. So in 2 years, Texas, TGRA, had 5 separate chapters in the state. California had 2 chapters. Eventually, California has 6 chapters. Like it's just really growing. In 86, IGRA hosted its first royalty competition. In 87, they hosted their first dance competition. If you want to talk about a subculture within a subculture within a subculture, right? You've got leather, and then you've got gay leather, like cowboy leather, but then you've got like gay cowboy dancing stuff. And so they had square dancers, two-steppers, and cloggers, which like Canada and like the US was just wild about clogging in these gay Western bars. So if you're curious what gay rodeo looks like, I already told you it looks pretty straight. But so you've got things that are going to look really familiar to you if you know much about rodeo. A lot of their events align really closely with professional rodeo and Western rodeo. Though gay rodeo does have a few unique events, there are also some that they put their own spin on. So instead of goat undressing, you've got goat dressing and things like that. You also see events that at some rodeos are like youth events or high school events that you don't have into the professional circuit. You have here, all of these events are open to men and women. So barrel racing is not just a women's event at gay rodeo. And then, of course, we've got the inclusion of the camp event that is a bit different. And then some of them also have different rules. So like bull riding and the bareback bronc riding, instead of 8 seconds, they're 6 seconds. You'll also notice that you've got things like shoot dogging on foot, calf roping on foot. All of these different categories have what's called an entry-level event. So you don't need an animal, you don't need your own horse, and you don't need that much experience. And so these gay rodeos, a lot of times the day before the rodeo, they'll actually have a rodeo school. And so you can just show up and they'll train you in some events and then you can actually compete the next day. So they are doing this purposefully so that when the rodeo comes to town, when this is when cowboy stuff was popular in the 80s and 90s, and when people heard about it, they could go, cool, this sounds like fun, I'm gonna go. And you could go and you could learn to safely compete in the rodeos. So that's something they did purposefully to be more inclusive. However, just as gay rodeo was expanding, everything changed. And this is exactly what multiple people before me have said. And of course, that thing is AIDS. So AIDS had a significant impact on gay rodeo, but not just in a way that was negative. It certainly had a negative impact, but it also was really important to gay rodeo for a number of reasons. So as you can see here, gay rodeo has always faced opposition. Okay, it just became more extreme with AIDS. And so you can see here, 76, when Ragsdale was doing the first rodeo, he would go around to stock contractors and say oh, I'm doing this community event, this fundraiser. And then the contractors he was talking to, they were like, well, wait, but what organization are you with? And when he finally would say well, it's gay, they would stop returning his phone calls. And so eventually, a couple weeks before the rodeo, he had to go out and buy the animals himself for that first rodeo. You can see the second rodeo, they had to eject a minister who was passing out pamphlets that said homosexuals were diseased and needed to be cured. And then you might notice something interesting here. The first actual organized boycott was not homophobic. It was a group of leftist LGBTQ people from San Francisco who criticized the rodeo happening in Nevada because Nevada still had sodomy laws and because Nevada had failed to ratify the ERA. So if you look through these lists here, you certainly have these Christian right homophobic groups that are targeting gay rodeo, but you also have gay rodeo that is sometimes being targeted by gay people because it's gay and they're doing rodeo, or because of the site in which they are hosting this rodeo was being deemed as problematic, like Colorado after Amendment 2 in the 90s. So, as I said, this gets more extreme as we move into the AIDS epidemic. So in 1981 and 1983, though AIDS had started then, 81, it was not a part of the national consciousness. And even by 83, it was sometimes in the Reno papers because San Francisco was right there, but there weren't really confirmed cases in Washoe County yet. And so these attacks were less AIDS focused. And then in 88, stuff just blows up for the Reno rodeo. IGRA that year decided they wanted to bring gay rodeo back to Reno, and they decided to hold their finals rodeo in that city. And they were contracted with the University of Nevada, Reno's event center. That's where the rodeo was supposed to happen. It got published in the newspapers, and Reno collectively freaked out. And like Reno had collectively freaked out before this. Like in '83, there was a pretty big freak out. But actually, most of Reno sided with the gay rodeo and were like, no, it should happen. And it wasn't stopped. It just made it more popular. This time, because now there were confirmed AIDS cases in Washoe County, it stopped the rodeo. So through a series of like, well, we don't think you can pay, so we're changing the contract. We need all the money by like 1 p.m. today. The contract got canceled. The group takes UN Reno to court. It doesn't go anywhere. They have to find another location. So they're like shopping around, getting further and further outside of Reno. Everyone's like, no way, I don't want to touch this. Eventually, with just a couple weeks to go, they get an offer to use a private roping arena in a place about an hour outside. And that county had already denied them use of their fairgrounds, but they get used to use a private roping arena. And they didn't want anyone to know about it. Like, no advertising, let's just try to get in there. And the local district attorney finds out about it. And he called the group sneaky and underhanded and filed an injunction to stop the rodeo. The rodeo ends up being canceled just one day before it was supposed to start. And so we've got the program. The program's printed. It's like the ghost rodeo because it never happened. And the sheriff and highway patrol block the road. They refuse admittance to anyone. This was really difficult because a lot of the animals were already at the arena, so no one was allowed in to feed their animals. Everyone's names are getting recorded. The police are there videotaping people. They even told the owners of the arena, like, just by being here and renting to this, you're like admitting you're gay. And if you go in, you're subject to arrest. So there's a lot of harassment. And you can see there was really just like joy in like Churchill County when this was canceled. Here you've got someone saying, I was glad it was canceled. I hope they never come back. Like, they're bad. Like, just get rid of them. This is no good at all. I mean, this kind of thing just happened again and again. Not that they were canceled, but like these attempts to cancel these rodeos happened again and again in the 80s and 90s. So this repeated opposition to gay rodeo was sometimes framed around like money and payment. It was really about homophobia and a fear of AIDS, though they like tried to legitimize it in other ways. So this is a key event in '88, and in general, just the targeting that gay rodeo received in this period, because it certainly could have torn apart gay rodeo and IGRA. Instead, it became this rallying cry, right? Like, look at this oppressive stuff that has been done to us. We have to survive, and we have to push back against this. Like, remember the Alamo, remember '88, you know? And because it was also happening during the AIDS epidemic, it was at this time where the organization felt more strongly than ever that they had to survive, right? Like, their fundraising now had a purpose. They are not fundraising for muscular dystrophy anymore. Those tens of thousands of dollars raised annually are all going to AIDS organizations. And you can see like the really real impact that AIDS had on gay rodeo. It's really difficult to look at the materials because in the newsletters and the programs, like all of the winners and the people who founded these organizations, in 5 years, they just start dying. And it's just death after death. And this one's really difficult. This is from the Arizona group's newsletter. And they said, we've lost yet another rodeo supporter to AIDS. And they continue and say, like, we actually don't include very many of these, because if we did, it would be all that we did. And it's just too hard. But like, this also made people want to participate. It made them want to go out and fundraise and find places to give this money to. So we've got a lot of cooperation with other queer organizations and AIDS organizations. So like, you've got rodeo working with local bear groups and leather groups, for instance, to do fundraising. We've got basically anything you could do as a fundraiser in a gay bar happened for AIDS. And that's not just gay rodeo that's doing that. That's like really any kind of gay group was doing the same thing. And they raised phenomenal amounts of money. In Colorado, there was one individual over a 2-year period who raised $30,000 on his own for gay rodeo. What's important to understand here is that this fundraising that gets donated to these AIDS organizations is almost all done by royalty contestants and title holders. And the most successful of those were the drag contestants. And the rodeos themselves, even though the mission says gay rodeo exists in order to fundraise, rodeos are really expensive to put on. And rodeos did not always make money. Sometimes the rodeos lost money. And so sometimes they made money and they donated the extra money that was left over. But it was really these title holders and the contestants that were the ones keeping this fundraising mission afloat, which makes it even more complicated when you've got this like tension between the rodeo contestants and the title holders. Actually, here in Texas, TGRA split I don't remember if it was in the 80s or the 90s, and there was a Red River Rodeo Association that broke off in the northern part of the state because they did not want drag queens. They got rid of, they're the only group that doesn't have any title stuff. Like they fully eliminated their fundraising branch. This also took a lot of work, but people were willing to take the time when it meant something, right? In terms of supporting their friends and their families and their communities. So I think I'm pretty much out of time. So I'll wrap up by saying that the reason that we're seeing the decline of gay rodeo and we see things drop a lot really quickly is this, it's a multi-pronged reason. One, you've got the decline in country western interest in the United States. Two, when you no longer have AIDS as something that was as like dominant within that community that brought people together and made them want to work harder to fundraise this money and to participate, because putting on a rodeo is a lot of work. You didn't have that thing that like pulled people together anymore. You also have gay rodeo starting to feel like a little bit out of date. Like it's not the cool cutting edge thing anymore. It's seen as a little bit backwards. It's not changing as much with the times. You've got a lot of different things that are happening with gay rodeo to lead to this decline in where it is today. So I'll go ahead and wrap up there. Thank you so much. Any questions?
We've got time for questions.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the inclusivity and the lack of?
Yeah. So IGRA is an organization. Well, so let me go back a little bit. Phil Ragsdale in the 70s was really, he had these anonymous letters that were sent to him by, and I quote, macho cowboys, who asked him to get rid of the lesbians and the drags. So like, get rid of all those. Like, we want this to be real man stuff that's happening. And he refused. He actually published their letter in the next program. He loved to publish things that people wrote to him. He published the letter and he was like, this is nonsense. Like, not only will I let them be here, I'm gonna make you have to do this camp event. So like, you are going to have to do what then was wild cow milking. Now we've got wild drag race, which was a team event with 3 individuals, one of whom had to be in female drag. If you were a woman, you had to be in female drag. If you're a man, you had to be, it's weird, but you had to be in female drag, right? And one of the participants had to be a woman. So like, you macho cowboys, ha ha ha, like you have to be, like, you're gonna have to work with women and you're gonna have to work with someone in drag, like for this event. So you've got this like, this purpose in the beginning, and you see it baked into IGRA's statement. They've got this really inclusive statement, mission statement. And that inclusiveness varies by state association. Some of them specifically say something about race. A lot of them specifically say, like, we're gay rodeo, but straight people are also welcome. That's kind of the most like obvious like note of inclusion. But in reality, it's been complicated. Like non-white racial representation has never really increased in gay rodeo. The participation of women has never really increased in gay rodeo. It's pretty much the same today as it was in the 1970s. And they've kind of tried to do something about it. So like at different moments in like the 2000s, 2010s, they formed a women's committee that was supposed to look at like, how come women aren't members? but they didn't really, like, you could tell they weren't really interested in getting more women as members. They just wanted more members because they were like, why is no one in gay rodeo? Like, it's the lesbians' fault. Let's find them. But like that committee also had, like, one of their first rules was like no male bashing. And I was like, wait, like, so you're here to talk about like how can you get more women, but you just think women were going to get together and like bash men? And then Diamond State, which is the Arkansas Association, they like, in their newsletters, like call out the lesbians because they're like, you lesbians don't show up and do anything. Why don't you run for stuff? Well, then the lesbians ran for stuff and they won like everything. And so they were the entire board. And then all the gay men quit because they were like, it's too women's focused. Like there's too many ladies' nights. And so like, it's this, you just have this tension, right? Like they kind of want to be inclusive, but like, then when it actually gets kind of inclusive, they're like, oh, yikes. Like maybe we didn't totally mean it. It's complicated.
It kind of sounds like that is part of the larger problem with exclusivity.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing unique about gay rodeo in that, right? It's the same kind of story, and the organization is very much like. Though this was not like an activist, or they repeatedly say we are not political, we are not an activist organization. But regardless, if you're fundraising for AIDS, like you're like an activist, or you're also just being gay in public, like you're an activist organization. But they said they weren't. But like, I mean, what they were doing, I mean, this is it's a white middle class, mostly cis gay male organization that's really similar to a lot of what was going on in that time period. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if you have any sense of like how rodeo shaped the lives of participants when they weren't rodeo. Like, you know, are they just bringing their sort of rural identities in, or is this like, are they taking back their gay identities back to wherever they live, urban or rural? You know, like what is the?
So a lot of the gay rodeos are held and always were held in mostly like urban adjacent places. So like not in the middle of cities, because that can be a little more difficult for rodeo, not usually in rural areas. They're kind of like the suburban communities outside of Houston, outside of Dallas, outside of Austin, outside of Portland, Seattle. And like the contestants are then coming from these other parts of the country. And a lot of the people who get like interviewed and talk about like, I'm in this urban city, like I'm not going back to this rural place. So like this felt like home to me. But if you're looking at like Missouri, Iowa, Oklahoma, Kansas, a lot of the people who participate in gay rodeo are from more rural areas. I mean, even if you're from like Wichita, Kansas, like you're still, let's just call that rural-ish, right? And so for them, gay rodeo was something that was so important because that's where they could get like a queer community when like there's not a whole lot of queer community in Kansas. And so I'm not going to say necessarily they took that home with them, but it's more like it helped sustain them when like the rodeo wasn't there, and also provided a meeting place because then you're a part of KGRA and you're going to these monthly meetings, and you're doing this organizing and you're having this community that otherwise can be quite difficult to find. I feel like I had something else to say, but I forget right now. I went on a tangent too far that way. Yeah.
What was the relationship between the non-gay and kind of the national rodeo organization? What was their reaction to this?
Yeah, so I think it was in the 90s, it was like mid to late 90s, gay rodeo actually, IGRA actually invited some of the, not PCRA, I think they invited PCRA, but PCRA did not respond, but some of the like levels below PCRA to come to some of the rodeos, and some of them actually did. And said, oh, like, wow, this is really impressive what you're doing here. That's kind of like the only moment where you have that actually happening. Gay rodeo leadership really wanted more of that. And this is everything about gay rodeo is attention, right? Because this is one of the huge tensions in gay rodeo, because you've got, they wanted to be amateur because they wanted to be like open to anyone, because like they kind of needed to be open to anyone for like membership, especially when like membership numbers start to get like really desperate. But and they also wanted to be the space for like queer urban and suburban people to be able to come to, so like you didn't have to know about rodeo. But like the people who really competed, like they came from rodeo, and like they wanted it to be professional. And there's a lot of discussion about like professionalism versus amateur nature within gay rodeo, and of really wanting to be taken seriously. Like there have been pushes over time to get rid of camp events, again, to get rid of drag and the royalty pageants, like anything that isn't like professional enough. Like there's even been attacks. You have the ability to be anonymous in gay rodeo, so you can use an alias. You can wear a red letter or red number, so like you cannot be photographed, things like that. And those have always existed and still exist. There were like people that were submitting complaints that like people were not having aliases that were like real names. So like someone's alias was Panda Bear, and they were like, this is nonsense. Like no rodeo is going to be taken seriously if people don't have names that sound like names. So it was just like, sometimes it got kind of like ridiculous, but it was more a concern from within. Though there's also a lot of evidence of like straight cowboys, when they heard about gay rodeo, they're like, well, I've never heard of a gay cowboy, like get out of here. And it's like, well, yeah, that's because they don't want to compete with you. And when they do, they're not gay, like to you, for that reason. Yeah.
But isn't a rodeo already pretty campy anyway? I mean, it's pretty queer. I wonder if gay men especially are attracted to rodeo because it's already quite queer. And what we think of this is when you talk about the film Cowboy.
Yeah.
Which is one of my favorite movies of all time, other than the spousal abuse and even when they go to Houston, right, there are no people of color anywhere inside. But that movie is very clear, especially the villain in that movie had been in prison. His sexuality is already suspect. His most famous outfit at the time was a fishnet long-sleeve shirt. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's dressed like someone walking in the village station. So I'm just wondering, like, is there something about rodeo that's already so clear that that's why so many gay men want to be involved with it?
So it depends on which men we're talking about, because it's complicated. That's, again, my refrain here. Like, I mean, if you've ever looked at like nudie suits, right? Like these are like the gayest outfits ever. You're just like, it's like sequins for days, okay? But like, so you've got this of like how to be a real cowboy, right? Like where you've got people, like you've got a lot of these participants that are like, cowboys are sexy. Like this place is awesome. I love, and they play on this, right? Like look at these images. Like these are chaps, but they look like naked legs. Like we've got a lot of undressed, like unbuttoned pants. We've got a lot of like, we can also tell that like this is why it's for gay men, like it's not for lesbians. Just this imagery is like not inclusive for non-straight women. But so it depends on who you're talking about, right? So you've got some men that wanted to participate because they thought cowboys were hot and they thought that like image was sexy. Okay. But then you've got other men who are wanting to participate because like they come from this rural ranching background. They want a rodeo that's a real rodeo. They also see like the cowboy as being like this like masculine ideal, and not in like an overtly like hypersexualized like homo-masculine ideal, right? So like, but I mean that also gets to like the inherent issue of like rodeo. Like, yeah, it's like it's kind of silly and gay, right?
And there's this history of same-sex sexuality among cowboys.
Yeah.
Because they want that many women around. So I don't know if there's an awareness of that history then or not. It seems very clear to me.
Yeah. So sometimes you do have, oh gosh, what was the name of the magazine? There's like a gay country western magazine that was like the magazine of gay rodeo. And they were like really, they were, it's so funny because like Jen, you were talking like the other night about how like there were like They wanted to be really careful that like, no, you're not going to find like shirtless cowboys in our magazine. Like that's what those other magazines do. That's where you look at the sex stuff. And they were really clear, like we show real cowboys. And like they would have like people writing in and they're like, oh, I want to see sexy cowboys. And they would be like, no, real cowboys, that's sexy enough for you. Enjoy it. And sometimes they would have, every now and then, they'd have an article in there that was like you know, same-sex love on the cattle drive. But very rarely, there's about 2 of those articles. It was just, you don't often see those like historical connections that were made or made successfully in gay rodeo because you didn't really have people to point to, right? It was just this broad statement of like, it was a thing. Yeah.
So what, you know, I'm thinking about, I have a similar question to its impact on regular rodeo. So you've implied that when people when gay men participated in professional rodeo, there is no out, like it's like the NFL, you know, there's just very little out.
So today,
Yeah.
I do not know. I don't think so, but I don't know that for like a stated fact. But certainly in like the 90s, there's people who were interviewed that like would give like these anonymous like statements to magazines and newspapers, and the journalists would be like, like today he's who he is, like, but like anonymous, but tomorrow he goes back to like hiding who he is, right? So it's like you could be in gay rodeo without a name, but otherwise you were in straight rodeo without like who you were, right? But
Well, my other question about this, thinking about this, is I'm thinking about the bans on drag. So I've never been to a rodeo where at some point the clown didn't put on women's clothing.
yeah.
Right? And usually that was to make some very misogynistic jokes
Mhm.
about wives and those sorts of things. But, you know, I'm wondering, you know, in the present context, what's the gayness of rodeo is impinged upon the kind of current moment, yes? Do you think?
What
It's not really a question, but
what current moment? Like today?
The current moment where drag is being banned.
Oh,
and
yeah.
All this other sort of
Oh,
stuff.
I haven't even thought about that.
What is the rodeo going to do? I mean, a whole set of skits.
Oh, God.
Rodeo exception clause.
Yeah. Yeah.
Straight men put on the dresses.
It's okay. I bet, yeah. We'll see what happens with the Tennessee rodeos.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It would not be enforced.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the whole problem, right? Is like, who's going to enforce it on whom? And there's going to be certain people that's enforced on and certain it's not, but I don't know. Who's to say? I hadn't thought about rodeo for their like just regular street rodeo for those subversive rodeo clowns. Yeah.
So, pardon my ignorance, but at these events, is there any cruising? Like, do people like look at each other like, hey, let's go to the bathroom? Like, that while the rodeo is taking place?
Actually, at the rodeo, I mean, one, I'm sure that has happened. Phil Ragsdale specifically had statements in his programs that said, like, leave the sex at the hotel room. Like, don't bring that to my rodeo. But at the same time, like, his rodeos were, I don't think I've got a picture of it. Like, I mean, they were just filled with like shirtless men glistening in the sun. And the journalists were like wiping their mouth. They're like, oh my God, they're so hot. I love this. I'm coming back next year. So like, and I don't have that many programs in this, but if you look up here, I mean, the rodeo programs were just like filled with sex. They were all about like bathhouses and gay bars. A lot of them were very sexually explicit. You have some full like male nudity in them. There's hardly any lesbian bars that gets advertised. Only once are they almost kissing. Like there's no female sexuality, but yeah, there's a lot of very explicit male sexuality. And then it like disappears really quickly, 84, 85. And it all is focused on AIDS. And then it starts to return. So you've got this kind of rise and fall of like the explicit sexual nature of gay rodeo.
The reason why I ask is because the term bareback, you guys see that in the description, and then after HIV/AIDS, bareback takes on a whole new connotation. So it's like
you're barebacking, and then you can also maybe go off with a person and bareback them.
There's a whole section in the book on this. There's like a subgenre of like gay male erotica, cowboy themed with like barebacking. So yeah, it's like we talk about it a little bit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How hard did the drag queens push back against being excluded from the
So it only really actively happened in that Red River group that separated from the Texas Gay Rodeo Association and eliminated drag. Let me restate that, royalty period. So with the royalty contest, it's not just drag. So you have a Miss title holder who originally had been like a cis man in drag. Those have like since been changed to like trans participation has changed in some of those areas. Later, there was a Miss MSTR category that was added for a female participant in male drag. And then you have a Mr. and a Ms. that were non-drag, presenting men and women. So the Mr., Ms., and Mr. usually were rodeo participants. And it was that Miss category. That was the complicating category because most of the time they came from local like non-country Western gay clubs and were drag performers. And like they tried for a while to institute that like you had to like show that you could ride a horse, for instance. And there was pushback against this. And you did have those title holders that were also kind of pointing out some of the ridiculousness of like, we're the ones doing all of the work, like fundraising all of the money, and it's for you. So you have some pushback there, of course. And also the association ended up eliminating the like riding requirement. And they thought that would only be the Miss contestants that didn't do it. And like the rest of them still would. Everyone stopped. Like no one did the riding component anymore. And like the rodeo association leaders were like, but what? These are like the cowboy people. And but like, so yeah, there's been like these conversations that have occurred about that, and not all of them easy. Okay, thank you so much.